Thank you, everybody. The time now is 1:02 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. It is our regular meeting for the CHamoru Land Trust Commission on Thursday, March 18, 2024. Public notices were published in the Guam Daily Post on January 11, 2024, and also in January 16, 2024. And notices were also posted online in the CHamoru Land Trust Commission Facebook page and the Google info video at google.com. This meeting is being live streamed on the CHamoru Land Trust Commission Facebook page and on YouTube at Gulf Guam. Live and audio recordings are made possible by our partners at the KGTF. Okay, the first order of business is roll call, and I'd like to call on Commissioner Verdalio. Here. Commissioner Garrido. Here. Our acting administrative director, Mr. John Burge. Here. And I know we're waiting for our Attorney General, Mr. Gary Kumantanto, but he'll be here momentarily. So our first item on the agenda, if you guys have your agenda, is to approve the minutes of last month, but it's still being worked on. So when it's completed, then we'll come back and review the minutes again. Then item number 4 is the Administrative Director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, first off, on the update on the loan guarantees. As of today, the CHamoru Land Trust Commission Loan Guarantee Fund has an unaudited amount available of $5,692,408 to guarantee home loans. With this amount, and based on the board's decision to guarantee no more than 20% of the total aggregate amount, COTC can guarantee up to $28,462,042 in home loans. To date, COTC has approved and guaranteed an aggregate amount of $14,039,545, which is approximately 55% of the $28 million. Furthermore, since Typhoon Mawar, COTC received a total of 32 loan guarantee requests that comprises of one Guam housing loan and 31 SBA loans. Out of the 32, 1 request was withdrawn, and to date, 18 loan guarantee requests have been approved. And in addition, on January 10, 2024, I received a letter from Guam Housing Corporation that Mr. Brian Los Evangelista Mendiola, who was awarded a loan guarantee on October 20, 2017, is in default. Also, as per the terms of the loan guarantee, if Mr. Mendiola does not resolve the delinquency within 60 days of notice, then the guarantor, the COTC, shall pay the delinquent amount plus interest. The final demand letter was issued to Mr. Mendiola on October 19, 2023, and as of January 10, 2024, the total past due with late fees was $4,941. If Mr. Mendiola has not resolved the delinquency, I will be writing to the Speaker to request appropriation to pay for the delinquent amount plus fees. The staff will be conducting a site inspection and prepare a necessary report in the event we apply what is required of us within the Act to cure the loan default. Okay, next is I received a formal request from the Guam Police Department Chief of Police, Steve Ignacio, on December 21, 2023. Apparently this letter was, this formal request was sent also last year, sent to my predecessor. He's asking for the allocation of land for the construction of a public safety emergencies communication center. The request that GPD is requesting for is that the COTC is to consider leasing or transferring lot 15 blocks F, track 9, Barragata Heights, the purpose of building a public safety emergency communication center. GPD Dispatch Center is currently located in the Guam Homeland Security Office of Civil Defense in Agana Heights. It has been relocated multiple times since the 1980s. It should be noted that the Guam Fire Department's 911 center is located at the DNA building in Agana under a lease contract. And due to the uncertainty of the 911 lease contract, the GPD seeks a more permanent location for the communications hub of public safety. The proposed land would be used to build a Government of Guam Public Safety Communications Operating Center, which would house the 911 and GPD Dispatch Center, as well as serve as a command post during emergencies and natural disasters. Funding, well, and support, GIDA has agreed to assist in identifying a funding source for the construction of the facility. GPD has also approached the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority to include the acquisition and construction of an emergency communication center in their community needs for the upcoming year. So the GPD wrote in their letter they appreciate the CLTC Board of Commissioners' attention to their request and hopes for assistance in making the Government of Guam Public Safety Communications Operating Center a reality. I don't know if you received the letter, but this was sent previously. We'll send you a copy if I don't have one, but it was sent to, I guess, my predecessor there. They resubmitted their formal request. Okay, then also from the Guam Community College. President Mary Connor informally we met, and she informally requested to lease property from the CHamoru Land Trust Commission for the establishment of a firing range. The request is driven by the college commitment to ensuring the safety and security of their campus and the broader community. The current location of the gun range on campus poses an inherent safety risk given its proximity to academic buildings and other campus facilities. By relocating the firing range away from the main campus, GCC aims to enhance the safety of their students, faculty, and staff, while also ensuring a secure environment conducive to learning. The firing range plays a vital role in training recruits for the Guam Police and other public safety agencies. It serves as a critical facility for honing essential skills and ensuring the readiness of our law enforcement personnel by providing a dedicated and secure space for firearms training. GCC contributes to the professional development of aspiring public safety professionals, ultimately benefiting the entire community to enhance public safety measures. And leasing property from the CLTC for this purpose aligns with the Commission's mission of protecting and administering trust properties for the benefit of eligible beneficiaries. The collaboration between GCC and CLTC would not only support the educational training needs of the college, but also foster a stronger partnership between the educational and public sectors, working together towards a safer and more prosperous Guam. So your support of GCC's request will reflect a commitment to the welfare of our community and a shared goal of providing quality education and training opportunities for our future public safety professionals. Okay, that's my report. If you have any questions or concerns, I'm ready to answer any of that. There's also one more notice. You notice Kristen Finney is not here today. She was transferred to the family division, and so all legal matters are now reported to the Deputy Attorney General Frank Gumatalto. Here he is. So we didn't receive an official letter, but I'm in contact with Attorney Gumatalto. Your chair is waiting for the title, sorry. No problem. So Mr. Gumatalto will be assisting us now until further notice with our legal issues. So I'd like to introduce him to you. This is Deputy Attorney General Frank Gumatalto.
Morning.
It's been a long day for both.
We're here to take care of you.
Yes. Okay, so Yes, so then now that concludes my report. If you have any questions or concerns, please let me know. Yes, Commissioner?
Director Birch, you mentioned GPD.
Yes.
How big of a footprint are they looking at? And
They're looking for about 3 acres. I think, Glenn, if you, I don't know if Pierce could put it up on the screen if you can. 3 acres on the top of Barragata Heights. It's a vacant lot. It's near the, I guess, GWA water well in that area. I talked to Chief Ignacio and he's willing to exchange properties. I have to sit down and talk closely with them about it. Apparently they have 3 acres up by, close to the Gain area and with, right next to the GPA property up in Jigo. It's about 3 acres there, and I'm in discussions with him, and he's willing to do a land exchange, acre per acre. That's about 3 acres, and the one up in the hill, Barragata Heights, is 3 acres.
okay, and how about the GCC?
GCC, this was an informal request. Apparently she made this request in the past informally to my predecessor. She brought it up to me. And she's looking for anywhere that's safe where we don't have populations. I asked her if she would be interested in, using one of the properties we have up close to the raceway track where those deep holes were dug, the coral pits, and she said anything that is safe, that's the way she would consider. And this would be to train our public safety officials out there, more especially the police. They have the Balea program. They have an associate's degree in criminal justice at GCC. And of course, we other agencies use need property for their training, for their boot camps. And those are other things I expect will be coming up soon.
Is this for small arms or?
It could be for small arms or large firearms, that's my understanding. Right now, their firing range is on campus. It's up by the new administration buildings that are built there, so we're concerned about the safety of people around. Although they're shooting at target, Manila, is growing in population, so it's become a safety issue now. So I'd like you to go ahead for me to pursue both of these issues, but they're willing to lease, purchase, or transfer, but the Guam Police, the Chief Ignacio is willing to do an exchange. So the footprint's about 3 acres for one, and for the firing range, well, if it's up there where the raceway track is one of those deep holes that are dug up there, they're about 50 feet deep to my understanding, and they're large enough where you can use even high-powered rifles in there without worrying about endangering any people around.
Who's going to have oversight of that? Is it going to be GPD or GCC?
The one that's asking that would be GCC, but they have a training program where they train recruits for GPD and other law enforcement agencies.
I can see using the border pit for the small arms, but not for the large firearm.
Well, there probably might not be any other area in Guam for the large firearms. But we'd have to go up there and actually do a site visit.
Yes.
With Mary Okada, the president, and have her look at the area first. And then we have other sites we could look at too, but something away from population, from any dense population. We have the area, of which one? The one for
This is Barragata Heights. This is
Okay.
exactly 2 acres, and this is the Regalo Foundation. We're actually a building right there right now. It's a building.
Barragata Heights. Okay, so this is for the Guam Police Department
Right.
for, yeah, for the site that they're looking at. I
Where's
guess we could zoom
where's
out.
St. Dominic's?
St. Dominic's in the other side of the entrance of Barragata Heights. This is the second entrance.
So
Going
this
up
is,
to the
this
well.
is the east, northeastern
Yeah.
side, northeastern side of the
Closer
Barragata Heights?
to the tire shop next to it. There's a tire shop company. Then you go on
Commercial tire?
The commercial tire, there you go, right, that side.
Oh, do we have that? Okay. Thank you. This is for the high-powered rifle.
Well, this one is GPD, what we're showing up there. The other one is GCC. You were asking on both issues. GPD would like to establish a public safety communications operating center in that area. And it would serve both them and the fire department, the 911 center and the GPD dispatch.
Okay. So That must be the one waterworks, water tank.
That's the,
Yes.
Okay.
And they're willing to do a land swap, either that or lease.
Okay, so we'll just set up.
Okay, I'll take care of it then. And the other one for the firing range, that will be from the Guam Community College, that request.
And you can get the specs.
Yes,
for
I'll request that
small
from
and-
Yeah, because that was an informal one, but apparently she made that request before, and we met at a function, and she brought it to my attention and asked me to bring it to the attention of the board.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Is her desire to have everything centrally located for the firing range, or can it be split?
It could be split. She's looking to us to ask for a location for assistance so that they can continue on with their training program.
And the reason I ask is because I'm thinking the south is better situated for loan, for the big guns.
We'll look at the properties we have down there, area that's not, because of the growth of population of the island and the way things are. We've lost some people over the last 10 years, but I expect that with Camp Bloss opening up and others, that the population here will start decline or increase again. So we should look at areas where we don't have high density, where we have less people living.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
The area there in Barragata Heights, that's a residential area.
Yeah, that would be for a communications center, not for firing range. And GPD wants to be stationed here at the top of the hill.
So the existing antenna, radio antenna, is the other side of the road of this proposed
directly right
property?
across. Yes,
And then St. Dominic's is next to it?
that's in the other side of the street, yeah. First you can,
Right there, St. Dominic's.
Can we put this?
So with this map, where is the firing range? Right there, towards the
No,
bottom?
firing range, you're talking about, this one is for the communications.
Yes. It's right there in the bottom below the arrow, or next to the arrow?
there's no firing range there.
No, I'm not talking about firing range.
The communications
The
center.
Communication center, right. Is, the one right now, the point
Yeah.
at right now?
Yeah.
That's the place that they're requesting, it's approximately 2-acre lot. And adjacent to it, the one, the green area, there's an actual building there, which is Fugalo Foundation. This is an old area that you're not seeing right now, the building right now.
What's the elevation there like?
Right now, it's like flat. Yes.
Really?
Yes, in that area is flat. Behind it, there's a slope. A gradual slope.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so will it be okay with the board to pursue that for the, move forward with that and try to find out what, and how GPD would want to move forward, either with exchange or lease?
Yes.
Okay,
You said it was 2 acres?
Yes.
it's about a little bit more than.
Approximately like 2.4 or 2.5 acres with that, that kind of number there, yeah.
And if Chief Ignacio agrees to do a land swap, the property up north is approximately the same size. And it's sandwiched between 2 lots owned currently by CLTC.
The GPD lot and.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what we're looking at, but I'll get back to you with the, once we get through the details. Okay.
Okay. Okay, moving right along to item 5. Old business assignment as acting administrative director, Mr. John Hebert.
Thank you. It's been a while, it's been here already for over 2 months, since October.
And that's dual agencies.
Yeah, I have collaborative duties, I'm still the executive director of the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission. And the governor assigned me collaborative duties here at the CHamoru Land Trust as the acting administrative director. So I've served at the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission for about 3.5 years now as the director there. And I've served in other director slots in the 80s, Director of Youth Affairs, Deputy Director of Energy, various government positions. So this is nothing new to me.
Very good. Any questions? Commissioner?
None for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, welcome aboard. Item Bravo B, update on loan guarantee request. I know that you mentioned that,
Yes, and Glenn will give you the specifics.
so we had 32, no? 32 and 18 is completed,
Well, for now, for the first applicant initially was 26,
right?
and then we focused on that, and after that, there's additional 6 more that we haven't yet discussed that are requesting for loan guarantee. So we haven't set any budget for that, particular 6, and there'll probably be more coming. But for now, we have 6 additional.
You say additional budget?
It may or may not require additional budget. So, like you said, you mentioned the total loan guarantee completed and signed already are about 15 of the 26 that's been completed. And also we have 2 that are pending land registration, which is the Billy Cruz and Flores. And also 4 that is pending or no action. And the 4 is Bernice Nelson, Joanne Cruz, Nenita Cruz, and Joaquin Anglonia. Miss Anita Cruz, I believe she'll be coming in today. She's here. She's here. She wants to come in and public comment.
That's on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, this is on the spreadsheet, yes.
Number,
Anita
okay, got
Cruz,
it, number 11.
yeah, so she's part of the SBA loan.
Okay.
And also for Mr. Joaquin Anglonia, the issue that we're having is that he had a prior SBA loan in the past, and where there was a charge-off. And what happened was SBA, when they charged it off, they sold the charge-off to another company. And that company, what they had done was they made a contract with Mr. Anglonia, and Mr. Anglonia paid off the debt, right? So now that we have a letter from the company that assumed the loan, that took over the loan, and he has received a letter of satisfaction of payoff, that it was paid off. But what I'm requesting from them is a letter from SBA transferring the debt to the other company. I've yet received that. Because right now they're saying, this company is saying they paid up the debt, but I haven't seen, I need a letter from SBA relinquishing their interest to another bank institution. So that's pending right now. I've made contact with this loan institution, and they said they will get to me. Another thing also that they had forwarded to me was not the signature was like computer generated, and what I was asking for was something like an ink writing, because anybody can put a signature computer generated. So that's another thing I'm requesting.
But you got approved for 87 from the SBA?
For the SBA,
The second?
$87,300. Yes.
All right. So then when we get the clearance from the first, then we can ratify?
Yes, I need SBA a letter stating that they transferred the loan to another bank institution.
So we cannot ratify this at the moment?
If the board is satisfied with this letter, such letter that we have, then it's up to you, but I'm having problems with that because SBA, when the initial loan number, like example, was 001, and their loan to this other bank institution is 002. So I need, they have to be matching, to me. So this 002 is supposed to mimic 001, the way I look at it. from SBA, the original loan institution. So I need more verification from SBA.
Now, the second SBA loan, right, is approved
Yes,
And-
pending, we're waiting for pending
the
these
loan-
documents.
for the
yes.
loan guarantee.
Right, mhm.
And I'm pretty sure our director's pretty familiar with that, right? So in order for this constituent to get the second SBA loan approved, the SBA would have done the bidding, total bidding. And if the first SBA loan is, got a balance, then they would know, because it's their account.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I'd like to
So-
correct that. It's not approved, it's pending.
Okay, got
Okay,
it.
yeah.
So the first loan is SBA also, that was paid off?
Yes, right,
And the second one is also
SBA,
SBA?
right.
Okay.
Now, I was questioning that too. Why would SBA, give them another loan if they're not satisfied
Correct.
with the first one? But I still need acknowledgement from SBA, satisfaction of mortgage or something that.
So the Anita Cruz is ready for ratification?
Anita Cruz?
Yeah, number,
Anita Cruz is, we have some issues, and what it is, let's just put to try to make it, long story short, the original applicant or lessee is Antonacio Cruz, who had leased, was a pre-occupier and had been farming the land, and 2002, Mr. Antonacio Cruz was issued the lease. Years moving forward, sometime in like 2019, Antonacio Cruz transferred his lease to Sister Anita Cruz, which is here,
okay.
and everything was
So
recorded.
Anita's names
and
on
everything.
this list?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
names there. And like 6 months later, after that, there was an audit.
Oh, there was one?
An audit,
Oh,
yeah. So the audit in question was how did she acquire 2 acres lease? And because, that was questionable because,
2 acre?
2 acres,
And
yes.
what was the original acre?
It's 2 acres.
In the original?
From the original, from Antonacio to
To Anita?
Anita, it's 2 acres, they remain.
And what's the honor?
But what happened was a public law that, that was enacted and passed back in December 1998, requires any lot that's over a half acre is subject to commercial use,
In 98?
back in 98.
And she got the lease?
The
Anita?
project at least 2002.
Okay.
So that was a big question, that's why the audit came about. And the audit was done randomly, we just picked up a file, with a public
So it has to
auditor.
be commercial, not residential?
Because of that, it has to be commercial, and we have Ms. Anita Cruz here that would like to
Understand.
express her,
But the
her
loan
concerns.
is for the home, right, for 200 and, or 195?
Yeah, the loan for Anita
SBA.
Cruz is $195,000 that we're, as a loan guarantee, but total approved for SBA is $212,000.
Understand, but for the home it's 195?
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, so that's in line for review for ratification from us?
Yeah, if we have to fix first, we have to address the audit first,
For-
before we even move forward to the loan guarantee, because the acreage may or may not be reduced depending on how we resolve this issue.
But in an agriculture, right? You're saying this is supposed to be an agriculture?
Yeah, this is an agriculture, right? But
And you can build a home on agriculture?
you can build a single dwelling
And this is a single dwelling?
right, providing that would be your main place of residence.
So is this a main residence
As
for
of
Ms. Anita?
2002, if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
the brother Antonacio Cruz was residing there, already occupying the property.
But this is Anita's loan?
Now, this is Anita's now, because she took over the lease, application and lease rights of the
So
property.
SBA would have verified and validated that it's Anita's home?
Yes, because she had to present her lease document.
Understand?
Yeah.
And it's 195 to complete the home,
Yes,
regardless if it's agriculture or residential?
regardless, yeah, right.
Okay. So do we have the paper or to ratify it or?
No, this is something that we cannot just do today right now, but we have to discuss this and see what route, you know, she wants to, she has an option, Ms. Cruz has an option, is either reduction of acreage from 2 acre to half-acre lot, which is good for subsistence farming.
But that has nothing to do with the SBA home.
Yeah, but we have to fix that before the
Understand,
SBA come. Yes. So, yeah.
How much of the acreage is actually farm?
Right now, you know, I did an inspection about a month ago, and she's improved the 2 acres, you know, from the actual inspection like pre-COVID that I went through, and she expanded her farming, and then, you know, and they're doing a very good job doing long terms and short-term crops. And she also, I believe she's a bona fide farmer as well, she has a bona fide license. So, you know, if we give her time, she could, you know, who knows, in due time, she can meet, you know, the requirements that's asking for farming.
For commercial.
For, you know, 2/3 farming for the lease. We're not talking about commercial yet, it's just for subsistence farming.
Okay. So Mindiola.
So, Mendiola,
Does Ms. Anita wanna speak, or, because I kinda understand already where you're at, it's about the acreage.
yeah, if you may want to go on.
If she,
Hi, good afternoon. As Mr. A said, originally
State
was
your
under,
name, please.
Nita Cruz. And originally the lot was given, or my brother homeland, so he was occupying the property since 1990, around that time. And everything was transferred to CHamoru Land Trust, so the property had to go through CHamoru Land Trust and the lease was signed. And so, but he's been farming on that ever since the 1990s. And now that he's transferred it over to me, okay, how it happened was because when we did the transfer, everything was approved by the commission at the time. Okay, nothing was mentioned about the acreage, the size. And so the only time that was mentioned was this year after Marmar happened, and I had to come in and get a request for utility transfer. You know, when it was the director Keating, he wanted a survey done, which I did. But then Francisco Castro died, and it was never completed. So I had spent already $1,600. At the same token, I paid out about $2,000 in back taxes. So I'm up to date with the real estate taxes on the property, 10, 11 years on that also. And so, like I said, I wasn't informed about the acreage until this year when I came in. And first thing was said that I defaulted on the loan because I didn't plant any trees. But apparently there's been trees there planted since my brother, you know, 5, 10, 20 trees. And so I put a lot of work into the property and to improve the property. And Mr. A said we can do a trade-off. But how can you trade off when I paid for the 2 acres, the taxes, you know? How am I gonna get compensated if you're gonna subdivide the property at this point, you know? And I've also put in $1,500 for another surveyor to come in and complete the survey map on the 2 acres. And so I put in a lot of money into this and try to keep the property as much as I can instead of having to give back 1 acre. And that's where I'm at right now.
what's the trade-off?
Pardon?
What was he saying about a trade-off?
He was, no, the trade-off was from what I paid already out for the property, the 2 acres. So, you know, you're gonna compensate me for how much I put into the taxes, the surveyor?
Yeah. That one's yours, the, on the red?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So I put a lot of work into there, heart, sweat, tears, and when he told me that he had to take they want to take back, you guys want to take back 1 acre, my heart broke, you know? I mean,
You wanna share that? What's the trade-off you were talking about?
compensation.
I mean, you know, she was saying.
Well, I didn't make any offer or promises in regards to trade-off. What we focus and discuss is the case of the audit, you know, like that, that there's issues, and that there are two options that, you know, that I proposed. Like I said, that one is that it had to be reduced to half acre, right? And the second option is that the property, if you want to lease the whole 2 acres, it has to be leased, used for commercial use. So it would have to go up for bid. And what I had mentioned that just because we put it up for a bid, it doesn't guarantee Ms. Cruz that it's just gonna win the bid
To
for
bid for
commercial,
property? Oh,
for commercial use.
you're gonna go through the procurement process?
We have to go through that, yeah, by getting appraisals, 2 appraisals to determine the fair market value for property. And the law requires that the applicant, whoever's asking for the lease, for commercial lease, is the one to get the appraisal themselves.
All right, so that's 2338, 6.2, 5.4.
I don't have it offhand, I can mention that to you later on.
Okay. Any questions?
Your dwelling on the premises, is
Yeah.
that a permanent or temporary?
Well, it's semi-concrete, but the roof is timber. And it's
And
been
if you-
deemed unsafe.
And if you get approved, are you going to demolish that and rebuild a
Yes.
new
Mhm.
residence?
Yes, concrete.
This is the 195,000 for,
Yes. Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Okay. You have plans?
There's no plans, what I just mentioned earlier, you know, that, you know, I had to disclose to
Okay.
Ms. Cruz, the audit case prior to everything, and from there, only then we can move forward.
Are you farming the 2 acres?
Yes. Mhm. And he's already done the inspection, and Department of Agriculture already came and did the assessment also. So I've been working with the Department of Agriculture regarding the issues that's.
And you're bonafide?
Yes.
You're a bonafide?
Yes. Mhm. And utilizing the whole 2 acres
Understood.
in farm.
Okay, so just include that in your brief, no, for that problem.
Yeah, we have to do that in the next meeting where we have to conclude, you know, these.
The final. Thanks.
2 acres and how we can move forward with that. And like Ms. Cruz mentioned to me, and I'm not sure if you mentioned it, her wish is to continue to keep the 2 acres.
Yes, please.
And on how we can mitigate that, and I can, my report, staff report, when we come our next meeting, I will give you my findings and everything, and the public knows that, you know,
Okay,
how to move forward, how to fix this issue.
because the roof was damaged, right? The roof is damaged.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yes, and actually the dwelling during the typhoon, it's actually shaking, it was vibrating. And so when we did the inspection, they said it was unsafe. So I've been living with the rats.
Yeah, understand.
You
So
know.
she's part of the disaster,
Yes, it's a
Recovery.
disaster loan.
understand.
So,
Attorney, you have any say about that conversion? So,
I have to look at it closer and I'd like to see what its findings of fact are.
yeah, from 1 acre to 2 and
We
then.
can comment on that.
Yeah,
I prepared a staff report, but that'll be for the next thing.
okay, thank you.
Is
We'll
this,
share that with,
Yes.
Attorney Kumatalto.
is this property the one that we have to reassign the boundary?
That 2 acre lot there, if we decide to parcel it out, we can parcel it out 3 ways, you know, to 2 half-acre lot, no, 2 1-acre lot, you know, if we decide to keep the 1 acre, because what I wanted to mention too, if I'm not, I have to go back to my file, the original application for the brother Antonacio is a residential lot, okay? And by law, if you go back and revert it back from ag to residential, the max you can get for residential, lease is 1 acre. So that's one fix, you know, if you can, if you, where I proposed and I can, I need a scheme, but we can prepare, I prepared a scheme for our planner, Mr. Castro prepared a scheme for that, you know, that would show the 2 1-acre lot. And he also prepared another scheme for 3 half-acre lots, you know, so that you can have additional lease for the remainder of the property. So,
The red boundaries?
The red boundary,
have
yes.
been surveyed now. The survey is completed.
I believe Ms. Cruz is giving a survey authorization, but not 2019 or 18.
Yeah, so it's for.
And what, like Shen mentioned, the survey, I was there when they were doing the survey, I saw the surveyors putting the markers down, but
So this map,
for the first initial survey, but the problem, that Ms. Cruz said, it's been pending approval. And what happened was, it's been lengthy, over 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it had to do a big part of the COVID, because that was right pre-COVID when everything happened. And then, what had happened, and the surveyor then passed. So, and then what Ms. Cruz did was hire another surveyor, and,
and this is where the red lines.
which is still the same, you know, the meets and bounds, right? But, what happened was, when you do another survey, that needed another survey authorization, which was never issued.
For the same lot?
Yes. Because the first one that was surveyed, right, you have 90 days to get a surveyor and hire a surveyor. They did, but 2-3 years went by, nothing happened. So if you would request for another survey, you have to request for additional survey again.
So the first survey, was there any job done? Any work done?
Yeah,
Yes.
like they did a survey where I believe they provided Ms. Cruz a preliminary survey.
So that's, they did the field work,
They did the field work, yes.
but not completed.
It's not recorded.
It's not recorded because there was errors that needed to be corrected, and Mr. Castro apparently fell ill and nobody else could do the correction.
See your map is stamped already?
Stamp receipt,
That stamp, is that the surveyor stamp? No? Yeah.
yes, it is a stamp, but it was not approved.
Understand.
And the office does have a copy of it also.
Remember, Gary mentioned that some of the properties and maps like doesn't go through the cadastry upstairs.
Well, this one here is because it's not an approved map and not recorded, then they won't have it on records. It has to be
But the
approved
check, I
and
mean,
recorded.
right? It doesn't
Check
go
prints
for
are
check.
not to be recorded, it's just a check
That's
print.
what I'm saying,
Yeah.
so it doesn't go to,
No, doesn't go,
Census.
no, it doesn't. Because the check print is only check print, and like Ms. Cruz said, there were some errors
Okay.
found, and they needed to be corrected.
who found the error?
Survey.
The director of land management rejected it and sent it back, because I inquired about it after Mr. Castro passed away, if he had submitted any,
The director of land management?
yes,
It only would be the surveyor, chief of
or
cadastral.
chief surveyor, one of the
Yeah,
two.
not the
But,
director.
Borja is the one I spoke to, because I needed to find out
So it's
an
still
update.
going through the chief, no?
Yes, he's the one who would have to, whenever there's an error, it has to resubmit it back to them, and then he reviews it.
Okay, very good, thank you.
So I'm requesting again another authorization so that Duenas and Associates can complete
Okay,
the map. But I haven't been able to get that, nor have I been able to get a utility transfer since the lease was signed.
so these authorization to survey? is what
Yeah,
she needs now.
she's requesting authorization to survey, but we cannot do that because of the audit. We have to conclude the audit. It has to be concluded before we move forward for a survey.
How soon can we finish the audit?
Request us our next agenda, and see how, like my recommendations, and how we can move forward with it. like I just mentioned, the options that I mentioned, you know, and if you want to take the whole thing, it has to go to commercial, or,
Okay, just note it down and then we'll have to.
yeah, those are my recommendations already in my staff report.
So I've already made $1,500 down on the new surveyor, but he's not able to do anything until he gets an authorization.
That's the second surveyor, right?
Yes,
Okay, and, okay,
with Duenas and Associates. And as far as the utility again, I came in because my brother was upset with me. Why hasn't the commission given me an authorization to transfer it under my name since the lease was there already?
but you still got water problem now?
Yes, I still have one, but it's under his name, so whenever there is an issue with the utilities, I have to get an authorization, go down to him, get an authorization from him to inquire with the
Okay, so
utility
add all
agency.
those in, okay, we'll set it up and then,
Thank you so much
okay, that's that.
for your time.
Okay. So just for record, authorization for power and water was issued to Ms. Cruz, and she received it, she signed it and acknowledged it.
Ready, okay.
Yes,
But that was in
and 2020?
Oh, so she can use that to transfer now?
We have to make a new one. It's, we have to
90
be
days?
current, we have to
Okay.
be current.
Okay, so Mindiola, right, is the next one?
Can I ask, the original person, the brother,
Yes.
when was his application
I
to
believe that was this number 1995.
And this thing about,
In December, let's see,
99? Or,
and the resolution on 2018-08.
December 11, 1995, number at 1:17 PM.
Okay, and then the fact is, they had a resolution 2018-08 saying that we have to reduce the acreage.
The public law that requires it didn't seek to reduce the acreage, so the public law entails that the size of the lots that to be issued, like say example for subsistence farming for an ag, half acre or less for subsistence. Anything over a half acre will be for commercial use.
Isn't that what she's doing now?
But she has a 2-acre lease, but it's for subsistence. So anything over half acre has to be evaluated back for commercially use, not subsistence use. On the, I believe also in on the lease that was signed back there, there's also a note on page, on item number 4, rental fee shall be determined on a later date. So, you know, that's what so what it means is that in such time, you know, that when we go back, that the fees that $1 a year will change. And this is where we are today.
and that would be projected at how much? From $1 up?
Well, the price would be determined as fair market value of the property. I cannot say right now how much.
And this is located at, here in Digital?
This is a jiggle along, which is that, right?
A zone? R zone?
This is an ag zone. This is before the last well on your left side, before Anderson Air Force Base.
Okay,
It's to your right.
so just included in your report?
Yes.
Okay. You got anything else? Money?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. In the case of Miss Anita A. Cruz, I would like to table any decisions on this until further discoveries made, for us to make a good and just decision for this particular tenant.
So,
Do you have a second? So no opposed, anybody opposed? Okay, motion here. Okay, number 30 for Joaquin, I'm sorry, no, Yola, number 30,
Number-
Manlonia.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, okay, the one that you see, the chart that you have, the spreadsheet, the blue, those are already been concluded already.
Oh,
So the one we want to focus on is the white, okay, which, whereas, you know,
23 or?
item number 6, and 10,
Okay.
11, which we already discussed, and number 23.
Oh,
Well, let's go down the order. Let's address number 6.
okay.
Okay, yes. Okay, for Bernice Nelson, what happened, that was tabled, for, the purpose of that was for further qualifications. And what happened was when our land agent, that was the lead land agent that was doing the research, couldn't find documentation that qualifies the applicant for, you know, for the program. So, the applicant, Ms. Nelson provided two documents. One where, she stated that her dad was, or her great-grandfather was born, 1895, and I believe that's Saipan, and where her grandfather was born, grandfather rather, grandfather?
Grandfather's born on Guam.
Can
In 1895.
you, I have Ms. Dede who explain it, Ms. Dede's case record, she'll explain it more. Ms. Dede?
Yeah, so her grandfather, it states on the death certificate, says that he was born on Guam in 1895.
Okay.
But we do have this document, which is the immigration, when they came to Guam, and it states that Joaquin S. Tadella and his next of kin, Maria Tadella, wife, arrived on Guam of April of 1951.
Okay, so this one fits 75A?
Well, we didn't do the 75A because
Okay.
she already had a lease, so we go by 75.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the applicant must be native Chamorro as defined by the Organic Act of Guam, which is persons and their children born after April 11, 1899 are declared to be citizens of the United States as of August 1st, 1950. So she would have, her grandfather would have been either born or living on Guam,
Became US.
April, yeah.
Right.
So to be defined as native Chamorro, you would be, how do you say that? Become a US citizen by virtue of the Organic Act,
On August
1st,
of
1950,
and that's in that window?
in the Organic Act, yes. So Ms. Nelson submitted a document, this was the first document she submitted, but I did ask her to submit a certified copy, and she did. It's from the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas. It states that Mr. Joaquin Tadella was born on Guam, but December 16, 1895. So that's before April 11, 1899. So that's defined as native Chamorro, according to the Organic Act of Guam.
Got it?
Because it was born 1895, that's prior to 1899,
Okay.
not defined.
And then we have this document where this is the immigration of when he came to Guam. There's no, we couldn't find anything of when he left Guam, but when he arrived on Guam, along with his wife, was April of 1951. And this is the list of the passengers that came on this ship.
My grandfather came on 1960 when we were staying in Chalampago and stayed there.
Well, this one shows the passenger listing,
Yeah.
and this was April of 1951. So him and his wife Maria Tadella.
My grandmother never come over here.
That's what it says on the passenger listing, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. but
So
he
this
was-
is what we have record
From
of,
the immigration.
immigration, when he came in. We couldn't find anything when he left Guam, but only when he came back. And, that was my findings.
So the qualification criteria would be 75.
Now that we know that they didn't qualify under 75A, no, 75,
Yeah,
we have to move forward now to see if they qualify under 75A.
displace.
Uh,
Displace?
For her, the new qualification
Yeah.
for, yeah.
So any document that they were displaced from condemnation?
No, because we haven't started that,
Okay.
that research for 75A.
Okay,
What about
Yeah.
my daughter? She's born here.
But the same thing,
But that's
she
the
would
whole
have to
thing,
be
no?
a descendant of someone who was born on Guam prior to August 1st, 1950, or who became a US citizen by virtue of the Organic Act, based on 75.
Based on the year 75, what? Based
I'm sorry, Title 21, GCA, Chapter 75.
So I wouldn't qualify being born in 67 here on Guam.
That's after August 1st, 1950.
She qualifies under the Organic Act citizenship. So Organic Act went into effect 1950.
But she became a US citizen when she was born. She would have to be a US citizen by virtue of the Organic Act.
Right, August 1950.
Right, but she was born a US citizen already. She wasn't, the Organic Act, okay, I don't know how to explain it though, but
No, we got legal
she was
reasons.
born after August 1st, 1950.
So can we make chapter 75A and provide it to, you know, the new
Yes.
75A?
I did explain that to Ms. Nelson, the one where, to provide the family tree.
Yeah,
And,
but just for her to have a copy of the
Let's go back.
criteria.
Let's go back to the grandfather again. The grandfather was born when?
it says that he was born in the year of 1895.
Okay. And that first statute that you were referring to was 18 what?
It'll be April 11, 1899, on or after April 11, 1899, and on or before August 1st, 1950. Born or living on Guam.
When did your grandfather leave Guam?
We were here in 1960.
No, when did he leave?
But
Decide
I don't remember, because I was still young, but when we lived on Chalampago, he came and stayed with us.
That first statute that you read, is that saying on or before 1890?
On or after April 11,
On or before? On or before?
On or after April 11, 1899.
So if he was born a year prior to that, then he doesn't qualify, even though
Correct.
he was born in Guam?
Well, it says applicants must be native Chamorro as defined by the Organic Act of Guam.
That's for 1950.
Right.
April 11 is when the naval government took over,
1899
right, 1899.
So from 1899
to
to
August 1st,
August
1950.
1st, 1950, you were born between that window,
And you converted to the.
you
US.
qualify, yes, you're a US citizen.
Right.
Gary, can we get a reading from you on that?
I think the plain language is clear.
So the grandfather will not qualify?
If those facts are correct, then the statute's clear.
Okay, so include that in your summary. again? Or have you completed this already?
We will conclude with a staff report and a recommendation to see if we can, but again, 75A, we would try, we can try and do that, but because of the non-qualification, you know, like as mentioned earlier, you know, we
Any
have to,
record that this one was displaced by condemnation?
I can verify, I
Okay,
can have her
that-
do,
okay, so, right, and we can tie it in with the ancestral lands database.
and then also Ms. Nelson's daughter would be able to, if she wants to apply on her own, under her name for deed. We can do her qualifications as well, but she would have to do a separate application.
But she could stay in the, do my land where I'm staying. I farm.
Well,
Check 75 and confirm it if there's a displacement from the condemnation.
well,
No,
I don't want to get ahead of your question, but what we want to do is confirm everything first and see if it qualifies under the Act, 75A, then we can answer the question. We don't want to answer prematurely.
No, we don't have a report on that.
So what I'm doing at the farm, and that's for the people of the islands, I do the Almond Farm, where a whole lot of people are going over to get some medicine because they don't need it. So I'm gonna lose that.
That's yet to be determined, and that, I want to answer that with the board member, commission board.
But that and we'll get people to verify everything that we found on 75A. Right, because
Yes.
75.
We have to go under 75A now for qualification.
Ms. Nelson, is there any way that you can do research in Saipan as to when your father returned to Saipan? If he
I
returned in
noticed-
1900, then
If
he
he's
will qualify
born,
under
yeah.
the first statute, because that means he was here in Guam.
If he's born in here, and then
He was
he
born
has to be
before that
19
statute.
19 years old to go to, or 20 years old to go to
What,
Saipan.
we need something that will substantiate that.
I went up there and they cannot find, they didn't tell me anything, but I know that he was here to, military, whoever send them to, you know, some to Saipan. People from here, they send them to Saipan when they're of age. But I know my
Since-
grandfather is back, came to visit us.
Since
on
he
1960.
was not a Saipanese citizen, there should be some record of him immigrating to Saipan.
The only thing I could say is that when they gather a lot of people from here and send them to Saipan, they send Rhoda or Saipan, they're all scattered around. That's the only,
Is that from the Saipan government?
from here.
No, that's what I'm saying. Check in Saipan with the Saipan authorities, because there should be some sort of like immigration notice that they received when he moved to Saipan.
I could do all that research, but
Can I
like I
see the
said,
manifest?
the only, that I'm trying to get loan for my house.
I understand that, but we're bound by certain laws also.
Okay.
And unfortunately, your grandfather was born before the implementation of the first statute. And there's no record of him returning to Guam, where it would fall in between the first and the second
But
statute.
his parents still here, they died here.
Yeah, but it's in the census in the 1895, 98,
Okay, if it's gonna be all.
99, 1899.
1999.
Okay, so can my daughter, no.
So do I qualify to apply as a CHamoru born here in 67? Do I qualify to apply?
What we have to do is, again, we kind of determine qualification until all
No,
documentation.
do I
is
qualify
submitted.
to apply though?
Anybody can apply,
Anyone can apply?
yes.
So basically, I have to be a Chamorro, born on Guam, yes?
At this
That
time,
at least
we
makes
have,
me-
we have a new law that supersedes chapter 75, now it's chapter 75A.
Okay,
Uh,
which states that, what was that, 1950? I would have had to have been born prior to 1950?
This is where it regards if you are, I know, if you are, can you explain the 75A?
Okay, so with the difference with you and your mother was awarded a lease. So therefore so anyone who was awarded or approved for a lease prior to January 1st, 2021, falls under chapter 75 of Title 21, GCA. Now, you coming in being a new applicant, you would have to qualify as, you're either a landowner or a descendant of a landowner whose land was acquired by the United States government between 1898 and 1968. Or,
So even if I'm born here as a Chamorro, I don't qualify to apply to actually be afforded a lot on Chamorro Land Trust. Is that what you're saying? Because it sounds like I can't do a whole lot being a Chamorro that was born after this law
well,
here on this island.
The
So this is
intent
a-
of the new law was not just for Chamorro,
Mhm.
it's for, it to extend it to everybody.
Well, I understand
Whether
that
you're
being as a
Chamorro or
Chamorro,
Filipino
though.
or Chinese, it's for, like, this lady mentioned that if you're a beneficiary or if you're.
Right, but it's Chamorro Land Trust and I'm a Chamorro though. You see, I'm not a Chinese trying to get a place that I was born here. I am a Chamorro.
That was under the chapter 75, 21 GCA, the
It's
new
been-
qualification
that was-
has changed,
That was amended.
it was amended.
There's the, is that 75?
yes, this is 75A.
So, but as a Chamorro though, I would not be afforded even an opportunity to apply? Or maybe not get it because of this law that stops me as a Chamorro from trying to get Chamorro Land Trust? I mean, I'm just trying to understand what that law does to people that are actually trying, that are Chamorro, to get Chamorro Land Trust. The ramifications of that is affecting me. What it does to make other people not be able to qualify or approve is otherwise not my problem. Because I am a Chamorro and I was born here. So that's what I'm asking. Now, the other question would be, my mom has been there at this property since 74, 75, I don't know, whatever. My mom runs a farm there, she's put a lot of money in it. She's only asking for this actual loan, this is what all this came about, is because she just wanted a safe place to live during a typhoon. She doesn't have a concrete home. I think there was reservations of her even putting something there. So she has a ranch style home, but she has trees, she takes care of the property more than what it would do with some of the people I've said. I don't wanna, implicate other people, but I've seen a lot of other things go around that have, who qualify to stay there, drunk cars, nothing. And my mom's putting something into this land that would otherwise sit there and be nothing. So my question is, I know that if I don't qualify to apply for any land anywhere, according to this law, what is the point of even having Chamorro Land Trust for the Chamorros? Because there's a lot of us that weren't born in 18-something, and you can't be alive right today. So it's affecting the future generation more than it does anything. What about the people in the past? I don't really care of what they did. In other words, what are you gonna do for my generation or the people coming after me, my grandchildren? Who were born here, by the way, and are Chamorro? That's all I wanna know. That doesn't even make sense that I can at least apply, or I have to fight so hard to even qualify. I'm just saying. So, we'll fix my mom's, and then if I was to even apply, that's another fight I didn't know I was gonna have to try to work with, but
This is like a
I
land
won't get that
restoration.
property.
This is like a land restoration program for all those families whose land was taken and was never given back. They were never compensated. So that's why, you would, if you want to try and qualify, you can apply.
But it's a lease, you're not literally giving me the property to begin with.
Let me,
You can move me out anytime you want it. Yes, sir.
you mentioned that you're not Chinese. correct?
Well,
Yeah.
I just do that term out there, that I'm other
Understood.
than,
No,
not
no,
other.
no, you're right, because the Kwan family are Chinese, the Chaco family are Chinese, and they've been here, and when their lands were condemned by the federal government between 1898 and 1968, they qualified, and they're Chinese. The
Well, I didn't mean to be derogatory about anything, it's just kind of the way I
this
see
is the
it.
truth, and this is why the federal government tried to shut down the Chamorro Land Trust because of the word Chamorro. But then when they brought it to court, it's not about if you're Chamorro, Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. The fact is that if your property was unjustly condemned, therefore you qualify. So that's why we're saying, does anybody in your line have a property that was condemned by the federal government? Very simple.
Yeah.
And even if you're Chinese, the Kwan, and you're right.
Well-
I'm a Filipino, just to let you know.
Well, I understand that.
But when the property was condemned by the federal government, and Ancestral Lands is here to testify on what I'm saying, they're the masters of this one. They have the the condemnation documents from OICC, shall we say, sir? OICC is the Office of, was that down at the Navy? So when they started condemning the land, the documents were there. So they measured the whole island, then they came in and condemned some of the strategic locations on the island, and then they, displaced is the key word here. A lot of the people were displaced. So those people that were displaced back between 1898 to 68, some of them are here, some of them are not here, but some, the descendants are qualified. So Ancestral Lands is where we check the background for if you have any property that was condemned by the U.S. Naval Government, not government of government of what?
US
No,
Naval.
U.S. Naval Government. So you're right. Chinese, Korean, Japanese.
No, there were censuses that
But
were
that's not
conducted.
Can I say something? My grandfather, as far as I know, Tony Sablon, say that Tudela's land is up where Anderson used to be. My grandfather used to own a land up in Anderson. But because of my uncle, the senator, sold it or returned it back to whoever it is. So we have Tudela's land here, up in Anderson in the Chilean points.
Kasi sige, no, bekin sa moro da benaklaro, tazo ba?
Yeah.
No, da zangin makundema zuna tono. Sa bahan dokumento na makundema, gininikot ni sibit di gobernamento ni Sindalo,
Yeah.
sempre ano, za
Okay.
zangin ano,
Kasi
kasi na sila no,
yeah.
umang kasit, no? Is that Kamalis? You got it, sister?
Yeah, but
No?
how long is that gonna take for that and
See, I don't
what's
have time
involved?
to change, to call that, because I have I have to plan and,
Understand,
You know.
so Ancestral Lands, that, database, if the family's name is in that database, then that's where it starts.
Okay.
Okay, so again, it's not about you being a Chamorro.
Well, I'm not really saying that, but what I'm saying is, I always thought, at least I'm thinking that that's what Chamorro Land Trust means. It's land for the Chamorro people to preserve, of course, their culture here. I mean, I'm not saying no one else can, obviously, you can see people own land all over the island, but there was supposed to, I'm thinking there's a preservation, maybe I'm uneducated on it, for a certain, people that belong here, I mean, not belong here, but actually, this is their culture, that's reserved for them, because they don't pick it up and take it with them. It stays in for generations. I mean, my mom's leasing, she's not owning it.
So it's
She'll
not-
never be able to benefit as far as selling or anything, and I own real property here, I have my house, but I know with eminent domain, they can come and take my property whether I own it or not.
So
So
clear.
basically, I just wanted my mom to continue on what she's doing until such time that Chamorro Land Trust finds something or someone better that would come and do more than she is, and then, so be it. But my mom wants to continue staying there and doing what she does.
I think the quickest way to try and resolve this is that 75, the first one, that 1899?
99,
99?
right.
Okay? I'm pretty sure during that transition period between the Spanish government and the US Naval government, there was a census conducted, either in 1889 or 1900 or 1901 or 1902 all the way to 1905. I'm pretty sure there's a census somewhere out there that will indicate that your grandfather was residing here in the island. And if you find that, that clears up a lot of problems for you because he meets the first intent.
Okay.
Here's the,
I also like to add on that, the comment that Ms. Nelson mentioned just earlier, that she mentioned that a family property was condemned, the Tadella family, and then was returned. So even if your property was condemned and returned back to the heirs of the estate, you still qualify. Because the law says, doesn't say, it only says that property that was condemned by the US government, it doesn't say limited, it doesn't say and returned, it's just condemned, the key word. So
Okay.
even though you was condemned and was returned back to the family, you still qualify.
she's got the family tree, so,
Yeah.
okay, so, you guys wanna make the motion?
So-
Okay, you got it?
Yes.
I just wanna know now, do I have to leave, quit the farming and move somewhere else, or how
Well,
long do I have?
that would depend on the research. If we
Yeah,
can-
but
we
I
can-
don't have time
we-
to
we-
research.
Well,
have to just research.
I asked Uncle Tony and he said, yes, Tudella's land is where they're at now, they turn it to Sablon.
Kasi tuloy na ito ni dokumento.
Okay,
Kasi kaya pega.
okay.
Okay, so if this is not a race-based program, we got sued in 2000 in the federal government, and they clarified it that it's not race-based.
Okay.
Okay, well, I wasn't trying to make it a race base, I was just trying to speak as a Chamorro.
I
Because
understand.
this is, I know as
Okay,
being Chamorro, at least that part of it.
thanks.
That small, minute, small part.
So how long do I stay there?
Based on the findings of, it's good to
How
start with that
long
one.
did you give me to look for it and research?
Sino pumente ang sa no
Because
tigwag sumutsuwin ay para pagwado para no
Director
I
Burke.
know.
The research is depending on availability, like what you just mentioned earlier, that we can get information for the family property that was taken, right? And then we can move from there and do the connection to you as being the heirs, right? Then, we can work on 75A. But without those documentation, we cannot move forward. We need those documents for you or your daughter to qualify.
Okay, she's got the document for the tree, and we can start that as a start point,
Yes,
right?
okay.
Only no na documento.
We can do the research.
We can do the research, use
whether
the
we
name of
want.
the grandparent, the name that was taken by the US government.
I paid for the surveyor and I paid for the water. I paid for agriculture water, $4,000. And that's not a laughing stock for my, I paid for everything that's required for agriculture to go in.
What I'm seeing here is that she's been there since 75, and only till today it's become an issue. I suggest though, I'm sorry to say this, but start auditing, because they'll let people sit there, put their time and whatever into what they're supposed to do, and come and pull the rug out from under them and say, oh no, now you're not really here, you better prove some more that you should be. After all this time, what part did they start thinking about that? That's all I have to say. I've been here since 98 when I moved here as a resident for full-time, and my mom's been there, and now all of a sudden, all these things, and it's because of an audit? When was the audit started? They've been there and occupying it since that long, so, I just have to say, I hope that,
There was not an audit, this thing only came about when
He requested.
you requested for a loan guarantee. So when you requested for a loan guarantee,
Yeah, but that's just for.
what we're doing right now, we have to
the
make
land.
sure that the Ts are crossed and the dots are not either dotted. And while reviewing it, that's where we found out okay, how did the mom got qualified if there was a break? There wasn't proof that showed that she qualified for the program.
As long as this is pending and no final decision has been made, we're not going to evict you.
Yeah, but I want my house to.
But
I
what
don't
I'm
want a
saying, is
cement
what you ask how long you have
Yeah.
before you have to be
Okay.
evicted. As long as this is still like in litigation, then you will not be evicted from the premises because research is being done. And it's being done on your behalf, it's not being done on our behalf,
Yes, sir.
okay?
So the
I don't
house-
wanna have to displace you, okay? But we have to work together,
Okay,
all right?
so what I'm trying to do is that my house, I need.
I understand that, but
the molding
because,
and the
what
leaking
triggered
and-
this whole dilemma is the loan guarantee.
I mean, it's only 80,000.
The reason for the SBA loan, by the way, was because of the storm and the
I-
prior storm,
I
she
understand that.
finally needed
I
to,
understand that, but like,
build something to live in.
like what I'm saying though is, we're trying to work through this,
Okay,
okay?
Got
It's
it.
not our intent to kick you out, okay?
because I'm still working on the farm, 6 o'clock in the morning too. I'm ready to pick up the,
Aso na yung TV na sa Lampi Federal, manait pa rin
I don't have any from anybody.
Ay, ST na loan,
Yeah.
SBA to the Federal.
That's only for my house,
Utunga, sa
but
gagi,
not for my farm.
sa gagi gima, itan, no?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay,
So,
the quicker you submit that, we can start the,
Mr. Chairman,
okay.
in regards to Mrs. Bernice Tadela Nelson, because we need to do further investigations and research, I suggest we put this in the pending file for later discussion.
second, senora. Esta no está, esta sí es más, sí. ¿no?
Okay, so just one second, Mars.
That's, I will not.
You drop something?
Okay, Ibilana,
The next one we're gonna,
Mariano?
discuss, Mariano, yes. I believe, Mariano, she's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, just a motion to,
Is there, what are they gonna do with Ms. Nelson?
the motion is to
Table it?
Table
Later.
the completion of the research for the genealogy.
qualification for 75A.
Emotion?
Yes, that was my motion.
Emotion.
I started the motion.
Sorry, we didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, we have, Ms. Mariano here, she's on,
I'm here with
Oh.
my son.
oh, there you go. Okay, so, her loan guarantee was tabled, and, for the reason it was tabled, when we did a site visit on the leased premises, you know, there were, you know, one of the things that we found that there was you know, a lot of trash and inactive farming there. You know, there's no farming at all on the 2-acre lot. And because of that, and also, she was issued a lease compliance issue back in 2011, and since then to now, it hasn't been corrected. So, in order to move forward again with the loan guarantee, we wanted to discuss this issue. We tried to the first time, but we didn't. She wasn't made available, but she's here today.
Okay.
Just to register, I was there,
We make that one.
but I was late. I was 13 minutes late, and I thought it disrespectful to just walk into a meeting. So I went home and I looked you guys online, and I didn't know how to do it where I could talk to you now. But today, my son is helping me, and where I am, okay. And the first question I just wanted to ask, because you said that you were talking about the trash and stuff, right? So you took that picture right after the typhoon?
Yes, it was after the typhoon where, like several months after the typhoon, when I went there and took pictures.
Yes, okay. So the typhoon was in May, and we had to get out because it got damaged. And yes, it took us, we repaired the one room so that we can move back in. And yes, it took us time, and I believe we moved in right after my birthday, beginning part of August. So I'm sorry, but it took time and to get over the destruction of our house. And, we didn't have a pickup. And, well, yes, it did take me a while to clear it, but using our services for the typhoon where we put out our trash in the road and then they pick it up, we use that services. I have a video that I'm trying to make my voice show you of the progress that we've done since then. I do apologize, it did take us a long time to clear it. Just standing in that land, that's what I can say.
So the debris has been cleared up?
Not all, we still have a little bit. I do have a video to show you, but I don't know if we can do it. I sent pictures to Joanna.
Okay.
And she has hired somebody in the past month who's been working every weekend over the past month clearing the land and preparing it for our farm plan that we turned into guys as well. And in regards to the 2011 non-compliance, right, we didn't have enough trees back then, but since then, in between then, and over the years, we have planted a bunch of trees. I just think, because of the overgrowth, you guys weren't able to count all of them. I don't think we're in total compliance right now, but I think we're pretty close, and we're looking to take it further with the farm plan that we turned into guys.
Okay, as you mentioned that you're trying to get into compliance with your farming activity within the 2-acre lot. And it clearly, my inspection and even my photo and video clearly shows that you're not even 1/4 compliance of your farming activity. And there's nothing that proves that you're even close to it. This is why, we're bringing it up, and the reason for that we bring it up also, sir, is that you have a 2-acre lot that was issued to you. And again, this is another case that, where a 2-acre lot was issued, after December of 1998, which, should have been only issued a 1/2 acre for subsistence farming. And this is another case, and where again, that we have to move forward. We have to decide if we would have to do a reduction of acreage from 2 acres to 1/2 acre.
I'm sorry, but I believe this lease was signed in 2007?
2007, right. So if the lease was signed prior to December 1998, then you could keep the 2-acre. Because it was 2007, you should have been issued a 1/2 acre lease, not a 2-acre lease. And then again, on page number 2, it shows that here it says item number 4, rental lease agree. Leslie agrees to pay an annual with the $1 receipt, and also here, page missing here.
The special, sir, so if you only gave me a 1/2 acre,
No, it's not saying, he's saying that, in 1998, there's a rule saying that, anything above a 1/2 acre is agricultural or commercial, is that what you're saying?
So anything up to December 1998, any lot over 1/2 acre will be determined as a commercial use, correct?
And our lease says an agricultural lease, it doesn't say anything about commercial on our lease?
Right, this is why that we have to fix this. We have to fix this now, because 2-acre lot is not considered a subsistence farming. It's already identified as a commercial farming.
Okay.
from, yeah.
And yeah, just to, like, I'm not sure if we did a count of the kind of trees and plants that we have throughout the land, but my mom did do a count as we've been carrying the past month, and, I'm sorry, I'm hearing that you, say that, like, we don't have any kind of farming going on, but, I have to disagree with you there also. And also too, I think on the last meeting I was listening, and you said there's no intentional farming, but, there has been intentional farming, and there has been also intentional, preservation of, like, the native and cultural significant trees that they have on the land. And we did a count of those, and, that, might change your, perception of what's been going on in the land. Like, we did do a lot of, coconut tree planting from that 2011, that was our main, source of plants, but then the rhinoceros beetle really did a number on our plants, and, there is proof that you can tell the damage that they've done. But, since then, there have been disasters in 2002 with the big typhoon that took out a lot of our, a lot of our stuff, and then, because we had this land actually, prior to 2007, prior to having this lease, it was, under my grandmother's, agricultural land trust. She had, 8 hectares. And then after the 2002 typhoon, that totally demolished our house. And then, it took a while, my mom working minimum wage jobs, having to rent a place and, having to gather up the funds to rebuild our house. But before she could do that, land trust gave away most of the lease that my grandmother had. And then, my mom tried to contest that. She brought the paperwork there, and they said, yeah, this is correct, you do have a valid lease, but I'm sorry, people have already surveyed the land, we deemed it abandoned, and then they gave us that 2 acres of land that we have now to farm. And that's why we're here today, trying to figure out what it's going to take for us to get in compliance and to get that loan guarantee, because that's, a big deal, would, take away a lot of the focus, of finding a place to live so that we can get this farm plan started. We have saved up money to complete the, to follow it through, and we're excited to do it. So, if like you're worried that we're not gonna come into compliance, I can assure you, and we have the funds now to start it up. We managed to save up money over the years, and we're gonna follow through with the plan.
Okay, just as we're reviewing your mom's application date is 2001. And of February, let me see, February 15, 2001, which,
That's the application for.
the application for CHamoru Land Trust. And,
Yes, that's, when I came back from the state, I did, apply. But that date is, but I was living on my mom's land,
She's a
the
renewal
hectares,
of planning permit.
the house where
she's mentioning
it was
something in the
funded
mom's.
by
Planning
continuously.
It's
It
a mom.
was my mom, her 2 sisters, her father, and my grandma. We grew up pulling grass on that land.
Yes, and your application states that you were living and occupying and farming on government land, although when you applied February 15, 2001, because you applied at that date, even if you were living there or occupying, lease issuance should be based on date of time of application. We have to go by date and time. We understand that mom was there prior as a preoccupier, and and you continue to live there. But on your marriage certification in the district, you said that you were there since 1990. But moving forward, that's still under the Delando, and you're still there.
Is it a renewal?
Department of Agriculture was saying
For 8 acres?
4 acres.
So it's a Department of Ag,
Yeah.
lease. So they're preoccupying.
Well, Department of Ag, again, the lease is determined on a year-to-year basis. So what we have to do is get a research on that to see if they continue the lease on a year-to-year basis. every year it expires, you have to renew it.
So is there a pay document?
I would have to,
That one's the Department of Agriculture.
yeah, we have to work with Department of Ag and see, you know, what, check their records.
Can you ask her what's her mom's name?
May I ask, what is your mother's name, so we can take a look at that?
Elenita Piarca.
One more time again, please.
Elenita, Elenita Piarca. I believe she was one of, when the program first came in. She's there with the Babautas, the Sablan, the Cruz, the Tekay, the regional,
Okay,
maybe the first land teachers.
Okay, we will take a look at that, but right now, the issue at hand right now is the acreage that you're occupying. We encourage you to continue farming and everything, but we have to resolve the 2-acre lease.
I'm sorry, and does that mean you're not able to approve any loan guarantee right now?
I'll have to let our board decide on that.
Complete your research and then present it, and then we'll make.
There's a Department of Ag lease
Yeah.
on that property.
We'll have to verify everything, like as you mentioned, if there's any existing Department of Ag lease, that keeps your mom there, and for you guys to also to remain there, because you always live and occupy, you never left the premises, which allows you to continue to stay there. That's the good thing about it, you can continue to reside in there, but the lease should have been awarded at the time of your, date of your application.
Okay, sorry, but just for the time being, like right now, we have this lease saying that we've been there since 2007. And is there any problem with that? We have a lease that was signed in 2007, and we've been occupying it since 2007, and my understanding is the only problem that there should be right now is just us coming into compliance with the amount of plants that we're supposed to have there.
There's no question that you will remain in the property, because you continue to occupy it. The question now at hand is to see if there is a need to reduction of acreage to half-acre lot.
Okay, and the reason why you would consider doing that is if we're not farming the required amount of acreage right now, which is why we turned the farm plan in and why we came at you with the plan and then updating you on what we've been doing on the land and what we will do in the future.
Even if you were farming 2/3 of the property or even over 2/3, we still have to address the 2-acre lot. And if there's a need of reduction of acreage, and we have to do an assessment of what type of plants that are being planted and everything, and discuss if possibility if that we will be compensated for those plants and what have you.
Just wrap up the.
We have to do our report.
And present it if we're gonna approve the loan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we came here, to this meeting to get a loan guarantee from you guys and to find out what we need to come into compliance, and you told us that we needed a farm plan to adhere to having 2 acres and making sure that we're able to farm 2 acres, and we came with the plan, and we have the funds saved up, and we have a plan moving forward. So we don't want any, acreage reduction, and we're hoping today that we can convince you that we will follow through on planning with the 2 acres.
We're addressing the
I'm not
SBA
sure what
loan.
other research you're gonna need
Wrap
except
up your findings.
plans from us.
Okay, thank you for your statement. We'll just like to we'll continue with our research and findings, and we'll get back to you hopefully in the next meeting next month.
I do have a question. So you're saying that the 2 acres that they gave us and that we surveyed and that we had it recorded, and I assume that it went through land trust, the surveyor and all that, go through a chain of signatures, and I believe we got a letter for 2 acres, but you're saying it's a mistake, it should have been just half an acre? So all those signing and reviewing, nobody noticed that it was wrong? Okay,
I apologize for that, you know, the only time we discovered is when you came in about to apply for loan guarantee, that's when, again, we reviewed your application and everything, only to find out that there was some issues. I can't answer for what happened in the past, I'm sorry for that, and I just moving forward, we just want to fix the issue right now.
okay. But let me ask you, is there a chance if we make all the corrections, that we will be giving a chance to get that loan and have a more safer home and do whatever areas we're gonna?
Wrap up your.
I believe that will be discussed in our next meeting.
Yeah, wrap it up, wrap your research and give it to us.
We'll try our best now.
Thank you, very much, yeah, we understand that we came here to see, you know, seeking your guys' guidance, and we believe that you will follow through with that, and I appreciate all the work you guys are doing over there.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And I will be calling you tomorrow to re-update schedules and short. Thank you, Pigeon Posting.
Thank you. We have Mr. Gilbert Flores that just arrived, and he wants to, oh, he's been here, I'm sorry. He wants to make a statement, if you'll allow it. This is the one,
Loan guarantee?
the loan guarantee for the unregistered company.
What number?
That would be number 5.
Over the GU.
This one.
Put it on there. Put it on.
Buenas, amigos.
Oh, I'll say mapa. Okay, you'll be long.
So we have Mr. Gilbert John Flores here today, and the issue at hand is in regard to a portion of lot 7153 Jigu, containing an area of not more than 2 acres subject to survey. So this is another one that, again, is another 2-acre lot, but the main issue what we're having here to discuss is that the property that it's actually occupying is an unregistered property. This is one of those cases again where lease was issued to our lessees and the property was unregistered.
When did you find that it was unregistered?
This was during, again, when he applied for a loan guarantee, we did our research, and just like everybody else, we wanted to find out there was, a problem that had issue in regards to the land registration. And, we don't want, when we tax these things, our intent is to fix the problem and see how we can move forward. It's not to fault anybody,
In July, in
Yeah.
July?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you found it in July?
When they applied
When we
for
came into
change,
Jakarta, we got from the first.
I got the property in 1991.
Okay.
Or
We applied for it in 98.
Please state your name for the record.
Oh,
State
No,
name.
state name.
Oh, correct.
Centenary.
Oh, Stuart J. Flores, Stuart John Flores.
Gusto sa amin.
Oh, Roosevelt, I'm sorry.
Sa magpukul.
Oh.
Ang malako kang kumangka ka.
Our concern was.
Incomprende, no, yung lingwalita.
Okay.
Gusto no, tangkulong na disposisyon, Mr. May kain sila, hindi man ma-restrict na resurrect
Yeah,
Lugar,
but
bukan
nobody
lukis na
ever
malaksan ini
informed
masih
us.
itu kan lagi video tadi sa tapi gila.
Pues, pasensya, Mr. Sabihin na maligaw, so
Ya,
no,
no sila teman sila tak promote mo.
Yeah, sa iyan, may opisines naman manaksa, no?
Ya.
No,
Kita menakse na siya may concrete.
yeah.
Baba man muksa lukin no wake. All gigi jalan tawo pes hall gi jalan
You know,
suyen.
master.
Oo, ito nag-exit conception si Ted.
Ready?
Ya.
No?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Ay si kiri ba
Oh, so,
hall gi gas kiri ba lukin. Jadi kiu jual kan.
right,
Ba tahun lukin di setati ni lagi gi jalan suyen na lukin.
okay.
Yeah. Lo lagi kok tu
Sige,
kita.
yeah. Okay. No, go siyemtus, dandi, siyemtu,
Yes.
siyemtay ready ni, no? Mana yan?
Yeah. Those survey di lugar, those by.
We had a situation with that.
Those by, those survey, upasi.
Pues pensé que manu sina ni para den na resa como resa tu relita no sa
Yeah.
But we
no
had a situation with the surveyor.
Did I record all of me?
Something happened with land management.
tayo ni
Where did you go
como
with this?
como resa tu resa ni sita ma ligo ki koti ko wa magay pen no di
Oh,
no
okay.
so na ya no tempo malik na malu manzo
Yes.
that's great sa no malik na kilons din sa lampit sa barato
Yes.
dos percent pa no
Okay.
But meanwhile, because our surveyor was, they took away his license, he never recorded our map.
oh
What's your survey?
What was
Cash flow. Estamos, si cash
How to
flow.
do?
Si cash flow.
okay
And they're aware of it,
Lo estamos.
but,
yeah
I guess.
so now we
Yeah.
need to get another
yeah
surveyor.
pues mga ano mo na ma sorry tayo sa kinare
Okay.
Si te me record.
Okay.
Rosa Ganja, some passenger Ganja, the ben operator.
Okay, very much.
So, while that's happening, we're given a deadline public SBA
Ang ganda.
office.
Yeah. Lo yung SBA yung sa mga na no gagi na
There's
is
still,
kinabaton
yeah,
no na panawagan nga do ma-extend.
Yeah.
awesome. Okay.
Okay. Siga kumando si Tolan.
Lo I have a process that we create tamu ki tamu. Maybe tanong looking, tamu looking.
Just passenger Ganja mo na the ben. Sa gagi defecto di banda mo i departamento ni Tano. Then koti isika malito i koti kaya.
Okay.
Then want to miss that and like
Esta pa ko na
Oh,
ano na
they already got
right yeah.
the area.
Landing na problema.
Yeah, but we didn't know that, I think we wouldn't ever known this
Yeah.
if we didn't come in to request for
Kanang
the
bendisyon.
loan guarantee.
Yeah, bendisyon na.
Because we figured, once the lease is already given,
Yeah.
that's where it ends, you know, now we
Lumalik.
want that.
Yeah.
the morning is if you want
Right,
to fix
right
the
when we got
situation.
the application,
right.
actually, we wanted to
What we
pay,
wanted.
I wanted to pay for 50 years.
Honest ang tanan, esta
Yeah,
manong,
right up
nung sa
top.
manong, wili pa mag-uwan,
Yeah.
gumansa.
Yeah.
Manon looking lijuk siya total you know. And then alligator siya ni looking.
Molik.
You know, sige mall looking.
Ano mong muksayo, waka, for example, bro, ko,
Yeah.
sa
So we were told.
Dabi pa mong siya looking babi talo ni no. Tanaw to be.
it's okay. We're gonna have to fix the registration issue, the unregistered land. Like,
Yeah, we have to address the land that's, is being unregistered. And just for clarity, the chapter 75, A105, F reads, the commission shall not lease or license any available land until it's registered under the provision of chapter 29 of this title. So, that being said, that, just wanted to disclose it, that we cannot lease or license to anybody, property that's unregistered. And although you're already there, right,
The
and
lease
you're
was done,
occupied.
when was the lease ratified?
The lease was ratified, again, we know how that was ratified.
When?
2018.
The 2018.
All right, so we understand the problem, so they understand, so wrap it up and move to the next one.
The lease. Our lease is,
Your lease was 2002, and also you're an applicant of 1997 application.
But ratification
But,
was 2018.
2018.
Okay,
Also, even though everybody signed, Monty Moffness and Phil and all of, the notaries, even though they signed this document on July 11, 2012, the ratification stands on 2018.
No, your lease is 2002, it's just that was done administratively. So now the board ratified that lease in 2018. But no, your lease is 2002.
Rồi anh sáu bên đây đi dân đi làm cho si bố nó sáu bên đây đi tới sáu bên.
Precisa de lei
That's why I'm asking.
Precisa quatro man mamit na, sino natin tres o quatro.
How many of them signed?
Para bigyan si
Should be 3.
one tres, no?
There's only Monty, the director, Monty Moffness, and then my husband and two different
Okay,
notaries.
precisa kumulit nga munazan no precisa na pagtugi komisyon.
Okay.
Komisyon kal precisa mabinti sila yung okay na on, no? Yeah.
Okay.
Kalan sabu, ani mafitma.
Yeah, dito no. Siya tao yung sige to di pa.
Difunto si difunto si Mafnas, si Mantista difunto.
Okay.
Pues
So
continua.
can we get the current that reads the 20?
No, your lease
It's
stands. Your
still
lease
there.
award date
Yeah.
is 2002, it's not gonna change.
Okay.
One.
I just want to make sure that we're all have the same documents in front of us because we're talking about different dates and I was not aware of
Kasi
the.
po ma-register ako, bisita ba na around si Sa. At na item.
Sorry, I don't have a time, you know, as to when the property will be registered, but we're gonna work on that.
What's your plan? Are you planning to tear down the current
Oh.
building?
Yes.
Wait a
And
minute.
rebuild a new one?
So I asked that question to the SBA because it seems more, to the contractor, it seems more feasible.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be cheaper to do so.
It's easier
Yeah.
for them rather than to try and determine.
Other than the building that you have in your property right now?
That one's gonna be demolished.
Yeah, but other than that, what else have you invested in it? Have you, it's just trees and livestock?
Yeah, livestock.
Yeah, it's basically.
Well, I was raising cattle
We weren't,
before.
we weren't,
He died
planning,
and so I.
we weren't planning to sell or planning to.
Right, it's just that the issue that we're gonna have here, and I'm gonna be honest with you, is land registration, it's not registered. My recommendation would be for a relocation. Because if we're gonna register the property, just the work we're gonna put into it at minimum. Earliest we can do, I can guarantee you, at minimum a year, most likely 2 years.
Oh, my goodness.
You're not the only ones that has this issue, and I'm working on it.
So
And I need to
now,
hire specific, so if you're gonna plan to rebuild a house, rather than investing any more into that unregistered piece of property, perhaps the board would agree, if you would agree, for a relocation to another property that is registered.
Yeah.
okay, so.
Because you have been
But you can get
approved,
it in the same
this-
area, in the same.
we would have to look not, somewhere close maybe, but, because apparently what happens here, there has been a mistake, and I'm gonna admit that you're not the only one
No,
who's
we
had
know
your
that.
lease ratified.
We know that.
But based on the law, it's against the law to lease out unregistered property. So technically, your lease is not necessarily enforceable. But because it was an error of the CHamoru Land Trust in the past, my recommendation, if you're planning to put a concrete house, you already have approval from the SBA, right?
Yes.
So would you be amenable to or agreeable to being relocated to a property that is clear and clean?
Okay, so that being said, if we do agree,
Aso 9, no? So
Do-
it's in a banda.
would we have to be, will we be liable to demolish and clean up?
Well, it's the COTC's fault that that occurred, so I don't believe that we should require that. but we would be required to register quite a few properties. And I see that you put a lot into it, I listen to what you're saying.
And everything.
You put a lot into it, but now you're gonna go further. This is something that you've gone all out on this thing.
We have.
So the only way to write this is to give you property that is registered. I don't know if we can actually do it. That would be up to the board for approval of relocation, but I
Yeah, we
will have
think
to
the
check.
areas, what
We can try and see if there's available property within the proximity that a registered land, but definitely not within that same lot, 7153.
But around that area.
Yeah, something nearby.
Something nearby us.
Yeah, but 7153 as a whole is unregistered. So
So,
we have,
okay.
like, say, 30 lots, let's say example, I'm just throwing out a number that are within lot 7153, we have to find something closer to your area.
Just sa medyo, gusto dito to na giveaway sing so no kasi
Yes, from Teenage Park.
Mudun fyo ni Dane.
Yes.
Okay. Hamza the floors di alam.
Yes, the floors on the left. Coming from Dededo.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, that being said, can I ask a question? Because, oh my God, I lost my chair. Will we, if we do agree to that, because you're already saying that the registration of the property may take longer than expected, would that may hamper our approval with SBA, or would that come from a letter from you guys
I don't know.
explaining the situation?
I can't say that the SBA will agree to hold off on your loan or that loan. I don't know what their rules are. I just know what our rules are here. And that's what I'm saying is that if you're thinking that we're gonna get it done for you in a week or 2 weeks or 2 months or 3 months, it might take a year to 2 years, is what I'm trying to say.
No, but what I'm saying, if you do take the transfer to relocate, how long would it take?
Okay.
It really depends of the availability of the lot, and I have one on top of my head already, but I have to confirm it. It's very close to your proximity, it's within the Matauquac area, which, you know, and a half-acre lot where there's water power available already. It's flat land and just needs to be cleared. So I have to do my research on
So
that.
you mean to tell me from 2 acres, it's gonna be cut down to a half acre?
Yes, because, you know, unless you want to, looking for a 2-acre commercial lease, if you're looking that, and then the rate will change, it will be no longer $1 a year, it will be based on the fair
No,
market value.
wait.
But that's,
Wait, you see.
Wow.
It's quite evident that we need to do a lot of research, not just for you, but for a lot of these other loan guarantees. Because we're finding these catch-22s in everybody's specific issues. So I would, just in our conversation here, I like your approach that you're willing to swap land, okay? But we do still need to do a lot of research to accommodate you and so many others that have these issues. With that being said, we'll try our best to accommodate you to property that has clear title instead of unregistered property, because like what was mentioned, it may take up to 2 years, maybe even more. It just depends on the availability of the professionals to go out there and do surveys and stuff like that, so it needs to be recorded.
Yeah, since the time I had that land, I'm surprised it wasn't recorded, but only the ones in the
That's what we're all
surrounding.
talking
But-
about right now.
The surroundings were added before.
The thing is,
I don't understand.
it was not obvious until you came in asking for a loan request and then research was done on the property.
But how
But
come,
what I would like to suggest, I would like to place a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman, that we put all these issues on a moratorium until further research can be done, so we can come up with something equitable that will benefit both the CLTC and our constituents,
On the unregistered.
everything. The 2-acre, the unregistered, and all the other issues that we're encountering here in the last few loan applications.
And just to add into that, un papaisin kung uturi los hectares, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Explain to him, he's a farmer, a cattle farmer. What's the ratio between cattle and acres?
Well, right now what's recommended is one,
No, what's on the book?
it's 1-to-1, but I
On the
don't,
book?
on the book, I don't see anything definite,
Yeah.
as for what, but it is recommended 1 acre
Yeah.
for one, cow.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion on the table right now.
Okay.
And that's my motion, that we suspend this. We don't come to any formal judgment until we do further research into these cases. Because they're each different, but yet they're the same.
Imperata famoli.
So
Sempre mas no.
that is my motion, and
Any-
Procedural question she wants to add.
Okay.
If you go ahead.
When we requested for our first surveyor, to have the property surveyed, and that document was given to us, shouldn't we have caught that?
Yes.
They should have caught that already, because
Well-
why are we gonna survey a property that's not registered?
but the surveyor never followed through with
No, we
recording the
came
property.
in, we
No,
came in and
the
asked
surveyor
for-
didn't move forward with recording the property.
No, but it's land trust that gives us the authorization to begin with.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the surveyor didn't complete his job. If he completed his job, we would have found out back then that it's unregistered, and we could have moved forward.
But I got utilities here, power, everything running in there already. I paid for the.
You know, there's so many
We'll-
steps we have
We'll
to
try and
make.
find something that's very similar to your circumstance.
And that's a lot of money, eh? They get so physical matter, weekend, eh? So that's a lot of money, eh? That's a lot
We
of
have
hard
to pay
pocket.
Kung pwede, apalala mo, right now,
Okay,
ko, ginamo na 3 anos, 2-3 anos pa nanga.
meanwhile, we'll contact Mr.
Malimos sa
Cho
pido mo
and
SBA,
ask it
malimos
about
sa
our
pido mo
situation.
SBA expired. Lo, angin, kutwag miyaw na na, sinata,
That's exchange or we looking.
kapegod, otro na lugar, lo, kanapareho na eh.
Yes, please,
Okay.
sila na, pero ay.
Eso na nanisita, te investiga mo si Stizan, tali mo na,
Yeah.
panasina.
Okay.
Senior
Okay.
Cita
So,
famoli.
Mr. Chair, that is my motion.
Está.
I would like to-
There a second. Okay, esta no, es esta.
Pues
Thank you.
kita tanayam, dun ni,
You call us.
hapo ko login eh.
You
Siyempre,
call us.
taw-taw mo, gano'n.
We'll be contacting you, Mr. Flores.
So we're just gonna tell SBA that you just give us time. Give us time.
We can see if we can provide you a letter from us addressing it to you, that it's gonna take a little time, and then you can submit that to SBA.
Okay.
And normally, in many cases like that, they're willing to, extend.
Extend.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
As long as we got some kind of document.
You're right, that-
Yeah,
okay,
but
from us.
it'll be clear to them that
What's
there's a title issue with that property, so we're offering an exchange property.
That is corrected.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Of
Gotcha.
course, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Works. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Pasensya ka.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of things before we move down. I'll just inform that, oh, yeah, there was a motion on the table. Yes, did you vote?
Yes.
Was there a second?
She seconded.
Okay, so then you need to.
Great. The vote now. You didn't second?
Oh, she seconded, and then,
Did you vote?
You discuss it, but
You didn't call the vote.
no, I cannot vote.
You didn't call for the vote.
So then
you're
there's
the chair,
no,
you call for the vote.
there is a motion.
So,
The motion second, and through the chair, you can have discussion, then
All
call
in
for the vote.
favor?
Call for the
also
vote.
all in favor, say aye
Aye.
or no.
There's
Depends
also, there's also another motion that needs to be made. I mean, the governor did assign me here as the acting administrative director.
Yeah.
I'll be to accept that assignment or not, should be a motion and voted on. Otherwise, I'll go back to full-time to Ancestral Lands Commission.
I have the motion right now.
Oh,
Sorry to
oh,
interrupt.
for your,
For me to remain as
Yeah.
acting until
Yes.
the governor sends me somewhere else.
No, we'll do that after my motion, sir.
Okay?
Okay? I move that we have a 5-minute break.
Natsatik. The Natsatik Sabulat also.
Second.
I second the motion. Esther?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Go for the vote, yeah.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we will be back by, I guess,
Natsatik,
Again, after.
Natsatik Sabulat.
3.
Very welcome to my little hut.
Yeah. Then you say all in favor, say aye, and then discussion, then
It's
discussion.
open for discussion.
Then at the end, you say motion carries. Yeah, it's in the, the Robert's rules, Robert's rules, you can get a copy.
Okay, so.
Sorry, almost there.
So I have a last year, just amazed that we found manifest. This manifest.
That is most impressive.
You're on. I'm good. How you doing? Great, great. Haven't seen you in a while. Okay. You've been around. Yeah, I know. I can look at it. Okay. It takes time. Yeah. You know, I just.
so we're going back to section, 5A, 5A.
Thank you.
Oh, C. And the time now is, 3:21 PM, 3:21.
Mr. Chair, I think there is an issue of accepting the governor's assignment. The leader is active.
Okay.
It should be a vote.
Okay.
That's
If not,
what we,
So we're back to, number 5A, we would like to vote.
Yes.
Mr. Burt?
Mr. Chair, I move that we confirm Mr. Birch's temporary assignment to CLTC, and we give him the full reign of leadership as the acting director.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, motion carries.
I thank you for that too.
So now we're going back to number 5, C, lot 7161-R1, Jigo, the request for proposal, RFP, may we have an update?
Okay, Mr. Joey Cruz will provide you an update on the RFP.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The final draft for the RFP related to the commercial leasing of Lot 7161-R1 Eagle is complete. Our next step now is we will forward it to Deputy Attorney General North Alto for his review. Upon his review, if he should approve or make any necessary changes, we'll complete that, and with the Commission's blessing, we'll proceed with the competitive bid process, which is to announce the RFP for a certain period, allow interested potential developers or lessees to pick up the packet, submit their proposals. After that, we'll request the Commission to form a committee for the review process, and then we'll report back to you on our findings and in detail of who was the selected, responsible and responsive bidder. So,
Mr. Chairman, if we may speak and add comments regarding 5C.
On 5C, let me see, I know this is a RFP at the moment.
Correct. Yes, no, same, that's 5C or 3C. 5C.
Legal, we're okay to discuss lot 7161 for the RFP, or do we wait for public comments, or? I'm asking for it.
I mean, I don't know what the nature of the discussion is that she intends, but it would be premature to start talking about the RFP until it's processed through. But again, I don't know the nature of the comment.
I think we'd just like to ask some questions about the process
Yeah,
prior to this.
Mr. Chair, I think I understand what's going on is that lot is related to the Raceway Park, okay? And I have a proposal for you, because if we go through the RFP process, that's gonna take at least a month or so. I know I've worked on that with the Guam Central Lands Commission, and the RFP is not something that has to happen overnight. For one, it has to go through legal, legal's gonna go over it and review it, and then it opens it up for competitive bidding. We do have some, we've read in the paper, we've read the PDN. There's an issue there about the raceway track and the upcoming Smoking Wars event. I was looking into things, and I talked with the Deputy Attorney General, Lumatanto here, and told him that, and I spoke also with Joey Cruz about this, and I don't see anything in our Enabling Act that says we can do this, but I also specifically don't see anything that says we can't. And that is a proposal for sponsorships of all sports events. Now, my proposal here is for the COTC to sponsor all the sports events on the raceway property. And you're aware that the property is prepped. It's for off-roading, drag racing and auto drifting competitions. It offers an exceptional venue for the adrenaline-fueled entertainment. We see people now doing that on our roadways. The accident rate and sadly, the fatal accident rates have more than doubled since this thing has happened, since we've closed it down. So, but rather than leasing the property out, I propose that we seek a sponsorship arrangement to host these events while keeping the ownership and overall management within the CLTC. The objective here, the primary objective of the proposed sponsorship is to have an external entity run the auto sports events on CLTC Raceway property, enhancing its appeal to patrons and generating revenue for the CLTC without the need for us, the CLTC, to directly manage or organize the events. Under the key conditions and terms that I came up with, of course, I'm gonna recommend we send this to legal and have the AG's office review this and see if this can be done. Like for the event management, I propose that the sponsor be responsible for managing and organizing all aspects of the auto sports events, including event planning, promotion, participation, registration, and on-site coordination. And then another one, because I know that when other sports events are out there that we don't charge for the entrance policy, this would be one that I recommend as a non-charging entrance policy. This is to increase the appeal to patrons and encourage higher attendance. All events hosted by the sponsor will have no entrance fees for spectators. The sponsor will cover the costs associated with events through alternative revenue streams, such as sponsorship deals, vendor fees, and concession. Then limited indemnification. I want to make sure that the CLTC is not liable for any issues that may occur on the property. That as the property owner, the CLTC will require the sponsor, excuse me, to obtain comprehensive insurance coverage that fully indemnifies the CLTC from any liabilities arising from the auto sports events. The sponsor will be responsible for ensuring that all participants, staff, and spectators are adequately covered by insurance. And then the property usage agreement, my proposal is a formal agreement will be established between our organization or the CLTC and the sponsor to outline the terms, condition of the property usage, including event schedules, maintenance responsibilities, safety protocols, and any other provisions to protect our interests. Our benefits, of course, be revenue generation. By entering into a sponsorship arrangement, the CLTC can generate revenue from its raceway property without the need for direct involvement in event management, allowing the CLTC to focus on its core operations, like what we just did earlier with our constituents. Increased patronage, the elimination of entrance fee will make the auto sports events more appealing to a wider audience, leading to increased attendance and potential growth in the popularity of the raceway track. And our risk mitigation, of course, is requiring the sponsor to obtain comprehensive insurance coverage, which I feel will protect the CLTC from potential liabilities associated with the events, ensuring that the CLTC's assets and reputation are safeguarded. The next step, of course, is going to be, I propose that the board form a committee responsible for evaluating potential sponsors and negotiating the terms of the sponsorship agreement. And this committee should consist of representatives from the board, our legal counsel, management, and once a suitable sponsor is identified, the committee will finalize the agreement and oversee its implementation. I believe that this sponsorship arrangement presents a valuable opportunity for the CLTC to leverage the popularity of auto sports events while minimizing the operational burden and risk. And I ask your consideration and support for this proposal. It's important to consult again with our legal counsel to ensure that all necessary legal and contractual considerations are addressed in the final agreement and comply with, of course, our local laws. So my proposal is that we set up a sponsorship program and seek out sponsors to host these events for any period of time and for any specific period of time. Knowing that Smoking Wheels, I know it was in the headlines, that it was going to be canceled for the first time in 40 years. If we move on this is one way we can move quickly. And if we go the RFP route, I guarantee you that April will come and we'll still be out there waiting for proposals to be submitted to us. So the call is yours. I came up with something and I talked to legal and he asked me if this is allowed. I said I didn't find anything that says it's not allowed. Yeah, it's thinking outside the box and moving forward.
Which one is not allowed?
Nothing says it's not allowed. We'll get legal to work on that now.
I see.
If you agree.
Yeah, so this would be a permit?
Sponsorship.
Sponsorship,
Yes.
to maintain the track or to operate the track?
To have someone sponsor the operation and maintenance of the track for specific periods of time and also locations. So we own the track, but we have somebody sponsor the events. The events are all sponsored. It could be specific, it could be long-term, it could be short-term. That will come up later. This is just to get us going at this point.
Can we do that in a case-by-case basis?
Yes, we can.
Because I know we did this with smoking wheels last
No,
year.
that was an extension of.
Yeah.
Of the lease. This will be similar to that, except it won't be a lease or a license. And it allows us, I feel, a way to move forward.
Understand.
And it'll solve the issues that the board has had in the past with excavation and whatever else. And we can work on that as the case comes about, as needed, but, and then we can move further into it. But if you agree, I could write a formal letter to the AG's office and have the AG work on it through, Attorney Gumatauto, and hopefully we'll get it expedited and back into our hands so we can move forward and meet the deadline.
Well, I would like to see what the AG would recommend.
Okay.
But I also would like to see what is the financial benefit to CLPC in the event that we do authorize a sponsorship.
Yes, I've looked into that. I've always come up with terms. And one of the biggest ones here, I guess it's almost a page and a half. I won't go through all of that. Some of the examples would be we would outline any financial obligations of the sponsor, such as paying a sponsorship fee for revenue sharing arrangements. That means whatever they make, we can get 50%, we get 20%. I don't think they'll give us 100%, but we could try. Specify the sponsor who will cover the cost of the events, including alternative revenue streams, and address the sponsor's responsibility for obtaining necessary permits, licenses, and insurance. These are just ideas right now that I've placed on paper. It's a way to get us started. It'll fast track this whole thing. And Attorney Gumatauto said he'll work with us to fast track it if necessary.
And when is the smoking wheels?
Yes, there we go.
It's normally in April.
Usually the third weekend of April 20th.
So if we go the RFP route, we will go way past that.
Well, I would prefer that both the RFP and the
We'll still push
sponsorship
that.
goes to the AG's.
Okay. We'll work on both of
For
them.
their opinion.
Yes. Because back in, I believe.
Well, the
Jennifer,
sponsorship-
with September, no?
The sponsorship is only limited term
Yes, it could be.
It could even
per,
be just
per
for
event.
It could be for each event. It'd be up to
So
the
there's
board.
no reason, why we can't push forward the RFP and at the same time consider a sponsorship.
Yes, the sponsorship will be a lot quicker, the RFP would take longer. That's the bottom line. And we can still push that forward for longer term plans.
Well, our chairman keeps saying, let's get the ball rolling on that and see what the options are.
Well, here's another one for you.
So there's no financial gain for our land trust?
Yes, there is. I just said, we will share the proceeds, whatever it's raised. I feel, and of course, depending on what the AG's office says about the entrance policy, I feel without that, you'll get more people in attendance. Of course, those who run the racetrack most charge entrance fees. I don't know what that's done to attendance, but then of course you can make a lot of money off of the concessions and stuff when you have them at sports events. and this will be just one of those.
Remember the past history, and Joe is here to attest. The past 20 years, we have that kind of issue. Setting up a metric system to really understand what's going on the outside or in the inside, so maybe Joey can.
Would we be able to embed like a price control?
We can, in
Not
that,
on the RFP, on the sponsorship.
That will be in a contractual agreement that we sit down, and that's why I recommend that members of the board, legal and management be involved in this.
we can place internal control mechanisms that would require them to provide, whether it's a GRT, they file at the end of the month, regarding related event.
And complete documentation.
Nonetheless, the board will review and approve the sponsorship agreement at the end. But while it's being drafted, we will provide our input in terms of the internal controls for the financial aspect of that sponsorship. I know it's up to whoever would like to apply or request to avail of that sponsorship for their event, like the Smoking Wells. If they come to comply with the terms and conditions of the sponsorship agreement. If not, it's not for, the sponsorship idea wasn't for a long-term purpose. It was ideally just for specific events. So for example, the Guam Racing Federation has the Smoking Wells coming up. They can request or apply for the sponsorship program if one should be created. And then they have other organizations like I don't know the names, but the people who operate the drag racing events. It's not for a daily use, nor a weekly or monthly. It's just specifically for specific events. And like I said, if it's for the off-roading or the motocross, that specific group can come in and request.
I would be very, very interested to see what we can come up with. Just as long as we have oversight and we have a say.
Just so we also address the concerns of the mineral extraction that had occurred, we'll also ensure that we put in the sponsorship agreement that there will be no mineral extraction or any type of.
No clearing or grading whatsoever, except for vegetation.
Yeah, like clearing, cutting the grass, yes, and taking care of the track. Would you allow them to speak and see if they would,
Can we, can I speak?
Yeah, if it's okay with our legal.
Yeah, she's not gonna be talking about the RFP, so
should be
that's fine.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Jay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Jennifer Camacho. I'm with the Guam Racing Federation Board. This is Jay Jones, also of the new Guam Racing Federation Board. Hello, everyone and commissioners. And one other thing, I do want to add, Mr. Birch is absolutely right. If we do go the RFP route, we're talking even more months, more overgrowth. If you go up and see the raceway now, it is going to take us over a month to clean and clear what has already been overgrown at the raceway. It's going to take us a very long time and a lot of community effort to do a huge cleanup, bush cutting, and we're gonna need heavy equipment to bring it back to the raceway that you know, because it has been closed for quite some time. So, I absolutely love the solutions and the brainstorming that's coming out. That's exactly what we need. And I do appreciate that creative idea. On another note, one idea that the Guam Racing Federation also came up with, the new Racing Federation came up with, is something that could even almost simplify it even further for CLTC, as we've already committed to more transparency and to working together with CLTC. And what we submitted maybe 2 weeks ago was a draft 2-year lease agreement, or license agreement. And in this 2-year license agreement, it specifically states there will be no grading, extraction, nothing of that. It would simply be management of the raceway so that we can host events. And Smoking Wells is one giant event, but what actually takes place at the raceways every week, sometimes daily. And you have every Friday night, that's the drag racing that takes place. Every weekend, Saturday and Sunday is the mountain biking training grounds. You have, every Saturday is autocross. You have the motocross racers in the evenings on the weekdays, and then the races on the weekends. It would be extremely difficult under the sponsorship plan to have organizations come in. It's just gonna be a lot of tedious work on CLTC as well as other organizations to constantly come in order to use the raceway grounds for its intended purpose. Because we truly use it day in and day out, sometimes twice a day where they're training. And there's weekly events that take place, especially the drag racing, when they do their night events. And with this 2-year license agreement, you will see that it's clearly laid out. No grading, no extraction, transparency from our board, and you have our commitment on that. And what you also see is that it's laid out so that there's simpler terms as far as events, such as Smoke and Wheels. You will see here that, you know, the licensee will pay $1,000 flat for each event, or to get away from that percentage in the old lease agreement that we had, which was really difficult to track. And this is just a simpler version of it, but all we're asking is 2 years. 2 years to get this right, and 2 years to work with you. Because it just gives us time to work with you. We know nothing is quick, and we just believe 2 years so we can show you that we can manage this raceway, but we can also use that time to work with the AG's office, to work with you, to come up with a longer term lease, something similar to the Hells Angels, the football field, the rugby fields, and all the other sports stadiums that we have that have long-term arrangements. That's really all we're asking for. So, you know, in summary, this 2-year license agreement, it lays it out, it makes it extremely clear. It's got our names on the line, and we would make sure that there's full transparency in this, in managing the raceway. You know, our board is made up of members who know how to manage anything and everything. And we can commit that there would be, you name it, you ask us for something and you would have it. But we would commit to a monthly meeting with you, give you updates. We, of course, will have insurance, but we would do everything we can to get this raceway open and running the way it was, the way it has been for years, and in so many different sports. I mean, you've seen the number of sports that take place up there. If we even had this signed, if you made a motion on this today and had it approved, it would still take us 1 to 2 months to go out there and clear it once again and carve out the trails that are overgrown now and the courses that have overgrown. But, you know, that's something we really hope you consider. We really hope that today we can, you know, see a motion made on giving us this opportunity to prove ourselves and to show you that we're committed to making this raceway work for the community. Because right now there's thousands of racers in all different sports who have lost this home for hopefully we don't have to go on a year, but this is a solution that we believe, we know we can make this work.
I have a question for you. Would you be willing to consider downsizing? Right now, the total footprint up there is what, 250 acres?
I mean, I know ideally, that's not something we wanted, just for future growth of the
Long-term plans
racing?
include developing the entire parcel, but
No, but
we're in a position.
what you're bringing to the table right now,
Right.
would you be willing to consider downsizing?
I think we'd be willing to discuss anything that gets us a longer
Gets
term
us
lease.
open,
A
yeah.
longer term lease on the property, or a longer term use of the property, and gets us open and gets our, you know,
Gets our racers out
our
there.
racers back out on the track. So we're willing to discuss many different options, and Director Birch's option is one of those as well. But like Jenny said, our number one goal is to get access to the track again for our racers, for our kids, and for our adults, and for the drag racers. The only issue I see with the proposal is that if it's an event-based proposal, how do we handle all of the practice and preparation that all the racers need leading up to that event? Because it takes weeks or months, you know, to properly and safely prepare for competition. And so that's kind of the thing that's sticking, in me a little bit. But like I just said, we're willing to discuss any option that gets, our members back out on the track.
Because I think as a whole, CLTC will stand to lose money. But in parts and parcel, we may be able to generate more money. As you were here since the beginning of the meeting, you heard that GCC has an interest to put a shooting range on the property.
And there's space for it.
Then we have to look at the liability also, live rounds being fired off in one part of the property, and you guys in the other part maintaining or having some sort of function. So we have to look at all these different scenarios before we can make any commitment.
They say beggars can't be choosers, and we're here with our hat in hand. And so we're willing to discuss.
I don't want to put it that way, but.
We're willing to discuss any options or any opportunities.
We really are. I think the goal is to get it open. Again, it's gonna take a lot of community effort to clean it up. It's gonna take us at least a month, with everyone's help, and, we're willing to do that. If we can see this open and get the grounds open so that if Smoking Wills is an opportunity for us to do it, we would love to do that. So what we're really hoping for, and it's laid out here, and we can commit to you, everything that you need and want to work with us with, you have it, you have it.
I know you guys have some new faces,
Absolutely.
okay?
All of the, not to cut you off,
The entire board is new.
but all of the leadership of the board is new. There's no previous leadership from previous administration, so to speak, involved currently.
Because the biggest issue with the prior was no transparency and mismanagement.
Well, we're committed to changing that completely. That dynamic, we understand, has to go, and we're committed to changing it 100%. And
Well,
we have a new chairman, president, we have a new vice president, we have new officers. So.
that's Jenny, right? As Jenny said, let's brainstorm. We have 3 options now that we may consider. Yes, sir.
If I may, sir, given what's written in the act, the board doesn't have the authority to grant a commercial lease or license without going to the competitive bid process. And if we're going to focus on the public purpose, so-called award, in the act it reads, nothing herein shall be construed to authorize the commercial lease or the license of CHamoru Land Trust properties prior to the promulgation of rules and regulations pursuant to the Administrative Adjudication Act or adoption by the legislature, which is the enactment of Public Law 33-95 codified into 75A122. So if the board should consider commercial lease or license for a 2-year period, I'm just doing my duty as the person who oversees the commercial section, informing the board that with what's written in the books already, the board is not allowed to do something like that.
Even a
But
permit,
again, this
even a
is,
permit.
this is not a we're not looking into entering a commercial lease. We're looking into an agreement for public use facility, which is exactly what this is. It's a park.
Also, to speak to the public purpose, which I just read, the board also is not allowed to do something like that. And our attorney can speak to that. So that's why we went back to brainstorm about a sponsorship. But if the board decides.
May we
not
ask
to,
how other organizations like the rugby and
they have
football
a
have
commercial
managed
license
that?
that was issued prior to the enactment or the creation of 3395, which dates back into, I think, until 2014 or 12. I could be wrong on the, but it predates the enactment of the commercial leasing rights. So that's how they were awarded the commercial leasing license.
How about if we were to offer an unsolicited proposal for the facility?
We can't accept unsolicited proposals until the property has been designated for commercial use. That's a whole process if we go through that process. And it's clearly stated in our rules and regs that we're not allowed to accept unsolicited proposals if the property hasn't been designated and declared for commercial use.
And this property is yet to be.
No.
That's what I see is that you've already offered your terms and condition in this lease, and if we go through the sponsorship, that's all part of the negotiation when we come up with an agreement for a length of period of time, event, and or events that may need to be. And
Yeah, it sounds very reasonable.
yeah, so these are the terms you're looking at,
Mhm.
and I was saying that we'd have to take care of our side by saying that issues like the insurance licenses and permits, that's probably covered in here. Those are things we'll be looking at, so we can pretty much merge the two together somehow.
We can probably come up with some great solution.
Yeah, I'm looking at something, because I know that smoking wheels is a big deal for the island.
Yeah,
Especially for
Smoking
the-
Wheels is the culmination of the year's worth of
Exactly.
practice and preparation by all of our racers, and so, yeah.
And so that's why we came up with the idea of sponsorship and went through the minute details. Well, we just now need to, I guess, turn this over to our AG and see how we can work this thing out, come up with something and make sure that this is legal. Because there are rules in Guam, and just like you saw earlier with the loan guarantees and how some people qualified under a previous law, 75, under Title 21, and then they modified that years later, 75A, where they were qualified under one law. When the legislature implemented a new law, they were no longer qualified. And when they come into us, we find that out. We say, you used to be qualified, no longer are you
Very difficult
qualified.
position,
Yes,
we
and-
were able to witness.
And yes, and we have many of those that we're gonna go through. That's a sad thing about it. And in this case, what Mr. Cruz is saying is that prior we used to do that. We could do stuff like what you're asking. But currently, at least for the CLTC, that's the case. Like I say, with the ancestral lands, it's different. The mandates and the rules are different. They both are agencies that oversee that does leases. CLTC does almost exclusively commercial leases. Here we do exclusively, almost, small leases with residential tenants and agricultural leases. And so there is a way to get it done. We just marry these two things together and see what we can come up and come to the board meeting and see we should have something by then, I hope.
So if we can ask, for today's purposes, what can we tell our community, our racing community, and how soon can we get those gates open?
Work
So
in
we can
progress.
begin.
I mean, we're not turning you away, but we're not accepting your terms and conditions yet. Like I said, we can come up with some, hopefully, we come up with some hybrid solution. If I use your words, I'm gonna say the bastardized contract. But we gotta do it that's going to protect us and also be feasible for everybody involved.
We appreciate the thinking out of the box, even, the options. It's just something we had never thought of or were aware of. So we had questions.
Yeah.
But I think the difficult part again is it goes back to the daily use
Yes.
of the members and the racers to train and really to clean up, which is all done on their own dime. It's really taken care of by out of love. That entire property up there is just taken care of.
That could be covered in the sponsorship.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It can be. I mean, we're simply gonna negotiate that. And, but that means, again, with the board, should we send both of these and see how they just okay.
I would
Okay,
make
I'll
that
prepare a
motion.
letter to you. Actually for all three. But we'll work on this as one unit and that as another. Okay. I'll get that going. I'll get the letter to you by tomorrow. I'll work on it out tomorrow morning.
No, I won't be, I'm just kidding.
You won't be.
I'll get on right away.
So
If I may,
you got a
so,
commitment from our deputy AG that you work on it right away?
I'll get it tomorrow morning.
I mean, what's tough is again, the next board meeting for CLPC is in February. That means we wouldn't be able to clean up and clear out the track till possibly mid-March.
Exactly.
And we have to inform Japan, Korea, especially the Japanese, they ship their vehicles out in containers months in advance. And that's the really difficult part, the logistics that are behind the scenes to get our racers here as well, international racers here.
We won't move unless we get the go-ahead from our AG.
Okay,
Thank you.
by law, actually Chamorro Land Trust is established by law when we have our meetings. It's supposed to be the third Thursday of every month at 1 p.m. And that means that the next meeting would be February 15th, the day after Valentine's.
But Director, we can also just make a
Special meeting.
recess now.
Special meeting.
Well, you could,
Not-
on condition
not-
approve, on conditional approval that we work it out with the AG's office. That could be done too, if time's of the essence. But that means we're gonna have to work hard on this project.
I was thinking that last year we had the, was it rights of entry when we were doing it with the pass?
We could authorize right of entry even now.
And that's what, yeah, that's what I was saying, so, but, please understand that our mission is, residential and agriculture. That is the mission. And this mission is almost,
I guess
you know, it's not for, you know what I'm saying? So,
Understood.
and, we had a plan for that.
We're doing it all. Yeah, legal is advising to caution on the right of entry at this point. I know that with ancestral, my board up there can do that, but I'd have to research it for here for the ROE.
We had a plan, you know, to, cut the drag, the drip and the motocross, which is, we estimated about 40 acres. You know, and start getting it operating since last year. You recall, you know what I mean, just, so we don't have to cover the whole 1 million square meter. But then we changed our plan, we wanted to do something else, something very sacred in that area. We wanted to develop a cemetery from, you know, 1 million square meter and have the cemetery overlook the Pacific Ocean. You know, the breeze and, so we estimated developing that. You'll be very silent and with the target range in the quarry. Time safe. So, but we'll merge the three and attorney would.
Yeah.
You know,
So,
right away.
we're gonna join him on our little,
So we're not gonna adjourn today, we're just gonna recess and maybe meet within, what's today, Thursday?
do you have time to, and this is by end of tomorrow?
Maybe by
We're
Saturday.
good right on it. I can't guarantee it'll be done, but.
So we're gonna recess until when?
Well, after we have to address the rest, maybe, ask.
Yeah, after, but, so that means that,
Maybe another-
that will carry on, so we don't have to call another meeting and
Right,
we can work on this, and it's still on the agenda.
right,
Okay, so how long do you think we need to get this done?
I don't know. That's why I can't guarantee you. But I'll get right on it. I'll give it a fire.
Okay. I'll work on the letter to transfer tonight. I'll get it up to you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
The morning is Friday. You work on weekends? Okay, so, should we have a meeting, convene, before we do this, agree to convene the meeting sometime next week? But we could meet, but for the board to vote on it by the end of next week, would that be?
I don't know if I can get out that fast. We'll see. It's gotta go through later. The AG himself's gotta look at it,
Okay.
no matter what I write.
Then could we, is there a way we could set up a tentative date to reconvene so that we don't close the meeting, so we don't have to set up another?
No, I would go ahead and set your next meeting date, and then we'll try to work towards that.
Okay, so,
As soon as.
so not recessing, just set
I
another
want
date.
to
like
recess
what-
it because your goal works. So you don't have to republish.
So we don't have to republish,
Right.
we just recess and.
That's right.
And we set a date later, but like a week or a week and a half from today.
It's 7 days is fine.
7
Try to
days?
get it a week,
7 work
if you
days.
can do it.
7
Okay.
work days?
Well,
By
it's
Friday.
it's up to you. You set the
No.
date.
What's-
But
We're
you
trying to
think
work
you,
towards that.
you think that'd
We'll
be
work on it.
sufficient time for you, 7 work
The
I'm
days?
gonna
30th?
jump on it.
You're saying
We
30th?
want this to happen too.
The 30th for 7 days, 7 work days. I have a board meeting on the 30th with Ancestral Lands, working on Northern Market, that's another one of my headaches.
On Thursday, or on, GSB
I have a
on
board
Wednesday?
meeting with the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission, a special meeting. And that's gonna be on the Northern Market issue that we've been trying to resolve.
Okay.
So can't be on January 30, it could be on the Monday, January 29,
Next
or
Thursday.
January
You
31st.
just arrange it and then, but within the week or?
But we would, the board would have to recess until then, so we have to set our date.
I see.
So the 29th?
The 29th of January, Monday, I'll work on it. Wow, lately I'm getting back-to-back meetings. I just had one yesterday, another board meeting, I had 2 board meetings. Okay,
That one
I'll
work for
deal
me.
with it.
29th?
29th of January,
That won't work for.
January
won't?
29 won't work for me.
the 31st.
Because we meet like 1, I already have something.
Okay.
30, 31st.
January 31st will work for me too.
I'm okay.
You're good?
Because the timeline for the smoking rules is about 3
Commissioner
months away.
Bernardi, yeah, on the 31st, would that be good for you too?
That's
Okay,
I'm
I
okay.
guess you,
Just at the end, they just recessed.
at the end, then we'll make that, so we're planning on the 31st at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock,
1 o'clock?
One,
is good.
1 o'clock? Okay.
We won't be here, but would we be able to chime in or Zoom it?
I guess we hope, at least somebody be here in case.
Yeah.
We'll have somebody here, but we're actually all going to an event in the US at that time, or several of us are
Several.
going. But there will be somebody
Okay.
here, yes.
Okay, we'll try to fast
So
track.
we put this in the front burner, you want to, also.
We'll fast track it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, next on the agenda. D, Delta, 5D.
Wasn't a motion needed?
No, not till the end, because that's when you
No,
recess.
for us to give the assignment to the
Not necessary.
No, not necessarily, we'll take care of that, but we'll recess for that purpose, for us to get this
Yes,
done.
after we address our.
Right, so at the end of the meeting, when we're ready to recess.
Okay. So what item? D. D, global recycling.
So I guess this is just an update.
Oh.
The previous meeting, we presented global recycling and our findings, and that the previous board who authorized the issuance of a 5-year commercial use or license had performed their action contrary to what was allowed by law. We also cited the civil case between Guam Rocks and the CHamoru Land Trust, which, because the Guam Rocks lease wasn't fully executed prior to the enactment of 3395, the court decided that it was still in the proposal stage, and whatever discussions or agreements that were made or being arranged voided that issuance of a commercial lease, because the 3395 requires a competitive bid process. Today, Global Recycling is still operating on an authorization to occupy. That authorization requires no monetary fees for rental monthly, nor does it state that there's an end date, so it's open-ended. It's free and until this board, if they should choose to decide what they want to do with the property.
Well, before we go forward with anything on global, I would like to see the original contract that was given to Coco. Because it's my understanding that Coco is responsible for global being on the property.
Global Recycling was brought into a bailing agreement when Coco Recycling was conducting the cleanup of that lot and the adjacent lot, which was the Toledo transfer station. I believe it was during the time or after Typhoon Alpha, I think it was. So what happened there was the Chamorro Land Trust Commission issued a commercial lease license to Global Recycling for the lot in Barragata, which is adjacent to Rema Tax. But also within that lease, one of the terms was that Coco Recycling will continue to clean the Toledo location to include the Toledo transfer station. And then they came to an agreement that Coco had cleaned metallic waste in the value of $7.2 million. So they issued them a credit. And in lieu of paying the Barragata lease, we would decrease on a monthly, whatever the value was of that lease. Today, the credit stands at, I think, $5.2 million, but we are and were unable to substantiate anything to any bill of datings. We do have some, but it doesn't equate to $7.2 million. So that's where we're at today.
And what was the document that keeps them in the
What brought them?
property? Yeah.
Oh, the authorization to occupy?
Right.
I believe it was the previous or the former director, Mr. Mike Borja. I think that was the last administrative director that issued an authorization to occupy. I believe it was, if I remember correctly.
Maybe Attorney Madanto, can you help us understand how to sever the authorization to occupy to get it back into a, I guess, more fair and just kind of occupancy on the property, because I know that the property is still A zone.
Yes.
And it's still under agriculture zone.
Are you thinking of, Mr. Chair, about obtaining a lease with Global Recycling or evicting?
Well, bifurcated in that kind of approach where, because they were here last couple of months and they were willing to rent the place, and we had.
But again, we refer to our commercial rules and regs. We can't sole source any commercial lease or license. It has to go through a competitive bid, unless otherwise it's granted or authorized through public law. So for example, like the GTA submerged cables here in the Lupe, the reason why we were able to execute that lease was because it was authorized through law, specifically for them and that operation.
So it's not a sole source, I mean,
Yeah.
recycling is not a sole source operation.
With Ancestral Lands, we have a trans deal run by Mr. Pearson. He does something similar, but because he does not, he has with Ancestral Lands a license, which is on a month-to-month basis for property, but because he doesn't have a lease, a long-term lease, he's unwilling to build a permanent building on it. So he uses that as a staging point for moving the materials, not necessarily from Guam, but throughout Micronesia. So he travels from Ponape, Palau, all that, where his jobs are located. So is there someone else out there who could possibly compete with Global? The answer is yes. So therefore, I would not say that it would be sole source, although I've been told many times that they're doing a public benefit for the island because they are the only ones. Well, with Ancestral Lands, we have a contract with one of those two.
That does
doing the same
recycling also.
kind of work, called transit.
There are other contractors
They
that can
are.
perform the same service.
It's also pure.
Okay, so that's why, that's one of the reasons why I want the original contract with Coco to be researched, because I see a lot of holes in that whole thing, and going through the award of their $7 million, and the placement of Coco onto the property as per their bailing agreement. Now, wait, let me finish. That bailing agreement that was issued to Globo through Coco, okay? Who's responsible now for the use of that property? Is it Coco? If it's Coco, then we should recoup the back rent from Coco by eliminating part of that $5 million that they say they're still owed. And if not, then I don't know what is the statute for claiming on back rent.
Before we start claiming on back rent, I would like to find out and do research. I mean, from what we found so far, which I found and I've been told, is that there is no record except for a handshake from a previous director that agreed to the amount. I don't believe even the Attorney General, who's supposed to sign those kind of agreements, was involved. And if that's the case, I don't think we have any.
No, but they've been physically occupying that property, so if there is a statute involved that we can issue to them to pay for arrears, or back rent is the better word.
If I may, Global did pay during the tenure of former Administrative Director Monty Mufnas $100,000. He calculated there was a settlement and that was paid. That's what was paid. Although to the issue of who brought Global, just so I could further explain, was Coco, through a bailing agreement, brought in Global to do whatever it is they're supposed to do. At the completion of Coco Recycling's responsibility, the former director, Mr. Tom Elliott, had relieved Global or Coco of any other duties or requirements that were needed.
Was he empowered to do that?
He didn't, I'm not too sure if he was, but he did issue a letter that stating that Coco Recycling had cleaned up the area to satisfactory. And then, former director Tom Elliott had issued authorization to occupy to two companies, Global and another recycling company, in while it was pending to be issued a license agreement, but that never came to fruition. So they've been operating just through an authorization to occupy, with no strings attached to it in terms of no dollar value to pay for rent and no end date.
To answer your legal question, it's 4 years, the statute of limitations is 4 years from the date of the first breach on a written agreement. You can have an oral lease. So an oral agreement is 2 years from the date of the first breach. Okay, so you could go back at least 2 years to sue them if you wanted to collect on the rent. And you know the rent's not stated in writing, and there's been no, so far I haven't heard of any statement that was oral in the amount. You could go for the fair market value of it. You know, so they wouldn't necessarily get away with not paying anything. It's up to the judge
So
to
it's
fill in the
either
blank.
2 or 4 years.
So it'd be 4 years or 2 years if there's a writing. So even, it just depends on what's going back and forth with them. And as long as one's signed off, that's all it takes. It doesn't take both of them to sign off. It's mutuality of obligation under common law. So I've done a lot of collection like that. And it just depends on the judge's, approach when they go to look at it.
So after 4
It's
years?
collectible.
Yeah. After 4 years, it's not?
It's harder to get it after 4 years unless you can argue fraud. So fraud's a rolling statute of limitations, 3 years from the date that you first discover enough to get you the fraud, which could actually take it back longer. So, a little harder to prove. But you do have the possibility of collecting on this one, depending upon whether or not they've got any asset. Because you can get the judgment, but collecting on the judgment is going to be difficult if they don't have any asset.
Especially if they file for bankruptcy.
Right. So you can't bankrupt fraud, but you can bankrupt anything else, just about.
So the authorization to occupy is a binding document that?
Only to the point that it allows them to have possession and they can't, then will argue that it's adverse possession. Because they had the right to stay there according to that. And the owner has the knowledge and there's proof of it, that they are there. So when you give somebody permission to be on your property, they can't say later, oh, I'm taking this property because I've been sitting on it and I own it by adverse possession. It doesn't work. So you're protected by that. You as the owner are protected by that document. But doesn't necessarily keep them from having to pay rent.
So we can do authorization to occupy and have them pay rent?
That's right.
Okay.
I don't advise that, but I mean, that, it's possible.
But then it's a commercial venture, so it
You
has
have
to go
right,
before
you
the
got those rules to
legislature.
be careful of, right?
You might have many more
Going
that come
forward.
in to request for something like that.
Right, right. I mean, you're right, everything you're saying is correct.
Okay.
So that's our update on global. We just need direction.
But he's asking for documents.
We'll provide it.
And also the documents on the invoice that was presented to CLTC for the cleanup
We don't have that.
from Coco.
We don't have that. I went through that file like 10 times.
And they qualified for $7 million?
It was agreed upon based on the negotiations during the execution of the commercial use or license. But we don't have much documents to ascertain that amount. So we have some bill relating documents, but not all, and we can, to Director Birch, request if they have any.
So for Coco to claim the 5.8 mil that we kind of anticipate that's a balance from the 7 mil, because they were cleaning it up at $30 a cubic yard in the beginning, and they were offsetting the rent too at Paragona. So from 7 mil to down to 5.8. After 4 years passes, that would be a statute.
Yeah.
It's hard, on a reverse.
Exactly, exactly. Or even 2 years if it can't be proven in writing.
Just two.
He's down to 2 years, right?
Good for you, Mr. Chairman.
And he hasn't brought action, then he may be dead in the water.
Yeah, well, you know,
Right, you're right.
The lease just expired last year.
there's a couple of lawyers in the room, so
The lease, I think expired 2023.
I mean, well, so the operative question for the lawyer is, what's the date that it was determined that they had credit of 5 million? And if they haven't tried to collect on it within a certain amount of time, their claim is dead.
yeah, because.
So he's cashing, he's going the other way, right? He's correct.
Okay. We will provide your request.
Because Coco really came in here and really wanted to take over the operation at Batum. The Global, yeah, Global. And, but they were partners before, but now. But okay, so 2 years, right?
2 years on an oral
Okay.
agreement and 4 years on a written agreement from the date of the first breach.
Okay.
But going backwards, from the date that you file it, going backwards, if they're not within that 2 or 4 year statute, they'll probably get dismissed. If they're trying to collect from us,
Yeah, that's one.
say that we owe them money.
Because, you know, we pay $10,000 a month on this room right here.
Thank you, Attorney Gumatauta, for being here.
We've been waiting for the answer. Okay, so next item, any more? The item, item D, item C.
Yeah, Joey Cruz has to leave, he has a family issue to take care of. But
Item
Glenn
C.
will replace him. Irene? You ready for Irene?
resumption of agriculture and commercial.
Yeah, Joey Nishkatara was here and I was, go back and see in regards to item E, a resumption of agriculture and commercial leases, just as we had mentioned earlier in regards to agriculture leases, where we found that, we found some of our lessees that were issued 2-acre lease, and then how can we fix or move forward, getting them into compliance, for those who issued lease after December of 1998, either they move forward with commercial lease, or they go back to a half acre, for subsistence farming. So those are the issues how, that we have to discuss and how we can move forward with these issues right here. And on E, it pretty much has to do with E as well on the 1995 update, for application. Whereas, with the first 5 applicants, based on those who were not issued a lease agreement, had their names posted on one daily post on September 30, 2022. A copy of the post can be provided for the commission's reference, which is passing out right now. And from the 5 individuals who were notified, only 1 of 3 responses came back. From following 5, 1 was issued a residential lease agreement, while the other 4 have not met the 90 days notice. Therefore, it is the discretion of the COTT board to approve the cancellation of each of their applications. So like I mentioned, one of the 5 was responded, and because the other 4 did not meet the 90 days response and the certified mail, we have to discuss on how we can move forward with the next time and date of applicants. But the law clearly states that, once the notice has been given, issued out to our applicants, and they don't respond within the 90 days, the commission shall or even void their application. And they also have a right to appeal if they wish so. So those are the laws that was set in place. And as for one of them, the 5, we did find out that it was an easy fix where he was a 95 applicant and he has resolved his lease issue. So now the question at hand is, how do we go to applicant number 6? How do we move forward? Do we terminate the first 4 that didn't respond within the time frame, the 90 days given, or we continue with the next 5, or we continue with the next 10 applicants? So this is something that we have to decide.
Are the 1 through 5 occupying the property?
There's 4 does not have a lease. They're not occupying.
The first 4?
The 4, we don't know where they are. They haven't responded to our either to publication or even the last known telephone number that under application. And by law, if anybody that any applicant before leaving island or change of address, they have to come forward and update their information so that we can contact them. So in this case, 4 of them, we were unable to contact them, maybe because they have relocated or a change of address or what have you.
We're talking about the first 5?
The first 5, yeah.
And then we're stuck at number 6?
We're moving down, we're going to have to go now to number 6.
Actually, we're stuck at number 1.
Yeah, so this is, like I just mentioned, in number 1, 1 through 5, 4 didn't respond, we mailed out, and they didn't respond, so by law, we can, their application could be terminated.
This is the first time.
Yeah, the first 5, yeah, you have
Okay.
that.
This is back in 22, right? 20, September 20?
September 30, 22, this was posted to the first 5.
It said here, time received 8:07. This is the
You,
first
you,
time.
you would see that on the,
Look at the daily news date.
yeah, you have that here.
I thought that the first time was like 5 a.m. Yeah,
Yeah,
8:07.
They were given, the 90 days notice, to,
And the notice was given prior to the publicizing this first 5?
I believe that the notice, will be of the day it was actually mailed out by certified mail. That's when
Do we have that
it
date?
starts. I believe we have the copy of the, certified mail, that, the date.
Oh, the same day it was posted in the news.
Okay, the same day it was posted in the news, or the same day we sent it out.
And the law requires us to give them 90 days to respond,
You have the 90 days to respond.
and not one of them has responded?
Only 1 of 5, I think 1 of them responded?
3.
3? Okay, let me see, this is more update here. Okay, let's go to the first one, Mr. Michael Steven Pangilinan. Also again, the lease that was issued to him was not terminated, therefore what the board has to do is ratify his lease. So, the board has to do is ratify, because he had a lease.
So he's preoccupied?
I don't have that on the staff report that was issued to me, but I can check and see if it's actually occupying or not. But he does have a lease. So all it needs to be ratified, but we have to keep in mind that when the lease was ratified back in the year 2018 or 19, something like that, all leases, ratified. This was prior to the new public law 75A. So everything that has to be ratified had to be prior to that date, not after January 1st, 2021. But we had one case back in November 2023 where one individual was ratified, and the board, the commission decided to ratify the applicant lessee. So the question is, do we move forward and keep that, with that ratification, or was that done, in accordance with the law? We have to get our legal's opinion in that.
So this 97 has been published, the ones that are listed here.
All I know that right now in this report, that I'm focusing on only the first 5.
Okay.
That they were certified mail that was sent out to them.
Did we ever, oh, well, okay, but this is a newspaper, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one there, I just received it now, so.
But you said Quintanilla has a lease?
Yeah, lease issued on January 23rd, 1997 for Lot 1, Block 3, Tract 319, Agate. What had happened was, this lease was double slotted, and what happened was, because it was double slotted, I believe what happened was that the lot that was, he was the initial lessee, that they took him out from there and relocated him somewhere and put a new lessee there. So the question is, where's Mr. Pipiniza now? Where's his lease?
Has there been a site inspection?
because he's not occupying there, now, I'm just reading that now, he's yet occupying, because the lot was initially, leased to him, was given, issued to somebody else. How did that transpire? I don't know what happened, it was during
So,
the,
95?
another management.
Oh, but it was in 95 or?
He's given, issued out in, 97.
So are
97
these-
or 99? I thought you said 99.
I'm sorry, 97.
Okay.
So, I believe we're gonna have to find another location for, Mr. Quintanilla, and the question is, if we do find another location and do addendum to the lease,
Has he made
can we
payment?
ratify that?
Has he made payment?
Okay, just confirm he hasn't made any payment
Huh?
to the lease now.
He's
for-
never
for
made payment?
99 years. No, okay. And also taxes, I believe. Because, like I said, the property was awarded to him, he no longer has, it was issued to another applicant.
Okay, is this tied into F, which is the status of the 95?
Yeah, this one here, this is, I'm talking about, yeah, this is number F, item F, right, I'm talking about. So, like I said, this is ties in with item E also, so how can we move forward to fix this problem, not only in agriculture, also in commercial research?
So we can move forward, right, from 6, because we already have.
So how about Longuerero? Walita Jesus?
Okay, so, Mr. Julita Leon Guerrero, okay, she responded within the 90 days, but however, did not meet the public law 35.12 qualification. So they had, they had to meet the new requirement. And because they don't meet the new requirement, we're unable to issue a lease, although even if they're the first 5. They have to qualify under chapter 75A.
How did they get a placement number if they didn't qualify?
What it is whenever, when 1995.
I mean, don't we screen on the time and date?
These are the first 5.
And yes, but
Yeah.
I mean,
These are the first 5. They, from 8 o'clock in AM
I mean,
to,
they're taking a place already on the series for becoming a lessee.
The master ledger, number 1, that is the first page.
And you're saying that Julita did not meet the qualifications?
when we, contact,
Don't we qualify them before we put them on a list?
what it is when they apply for the program, right, they have to provide documentation that they qualify under the act. So our land agents went ahead and did that, and found that they didn't qualify for 35.112.
When was this?
This was, I don't have the time and date, it's just only an update that I have. I can look at the staff report that the land agents conducted and give you a better answer on that.
I just kind of like find it disturbing that this person got a position in the line and we're finding out that they didn't qualify, they shouldn't have been in the line.
If they were awarded, if they were, like say they were number 1 at 8 o'clock, they could have or probably qualified under chapter 75. But because they haven't, they're still in the application stage, therefore they have to qualify under the new rules and regulations.
So right now, they don't qualify, she does not qualify.
Right, under the new rules and
So why is
regulations.
she still in line then?
Well, this is why we're here right now, to discuss, should we move forward and just terminate her application?
But this was done 2 years ago?
Yeah, this was done 2 years ago, and
I'm
this
just
is
trying
what's
to
been
find, I'm
paused
just trying to get
for
a
a while.
clear vision
Yeah.
of what
For a
transpired.
while, we haven't had, because of the COVID and everything, we haven't gotten any meetings, and there was a change of directors and stuff like that. There was, like last year,
Okay.
2 years ago, we only probably had 2 meetings, that's the
Okay.
whole year.
So how about Palacios?
So, Palacios, we sent a certified mail and it was returned, and the applicant did not meet the 90 days response.
So the Palacios is the same as Pangilinan?
Yeah, to meet the same thing.
And Lumbrero?
John Anderson Yandero, the applicant is deceased, and of course, because he's deceased, he did not meet the 90-day response in accordance with Protocol 35.12.
No forwarding address?
Right, he couldn't have responded, unfortunately. So again, because he's deceased.
Who's the successor for the deceased? I mean, this is, how many does he have?
I have to,
Okay, it's okay.
research on that one there.
All right, so let's,
Yeah.
do you guys have any more? Because we're gonna move to the next one. On G.
No, wait.
Oh, go ahead.
We have to make a decision on what we're gonna do with these 5, don't we?
Yeah, how we're gonna move forward to the next line, to number 6,
We'll follow
7,
the
8.
we'll follow the law.
The
The
date of
mandate,
the time, right?
right? The mandate is saying by 90 days and there's no response.
Yeah.
It makes us.
So we have to make a decision for those who hasn't responded within the 90 days, are we gonna terminate their application, then move forward?
But these people are not occupying any property, CRTC property.
For now, none of them are occupying.
So this should be considered void because they didn't meet the mandate.
For one of them that probably may be exception is the Mr. Leandro who was double slotted.
What is double slotted?
Double slotted and relocated and without issuing another lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is double slotted?
Double slotted is what happens like if I was issued a lease 5 years ago, and then somebody comes along and
Gives another lease.
we tell them, okay, here's your lease, but it's the same lot and tract, block location. So there's 2 leases that's issued within one lot. So the question now is who's the right, who comes in first, who's the rightful lessee? The one that was issued, like say, 2 years ago, or the one that was issued yesterday?
Well,
the answer that I know that I got.
Out of the 5 you've given us, you told me only Quintanilla has a lease.
Yeah, but again, if he has a lease, but again, because it hasn't been terminated, he has a lease. But it hasn't been ratified also as well. Yep.
So he has a lease, it hasn't been ratified. Has he responded?
Yes.
Or are these all 90-day no response?
He responded.
He responded in that one.
And he hasn't responded today?
He responded knowing he has a lease.
Has he made payment?
He hasn't made payments towards the lease. However, a lot of our constituents haven't made any payments either to their leases.
But
John is our land agent that was working with that.
Well, what I'm trying to drive at is, I want to move forward. You've shown me already 4 reasons why 4 of these people should be voided, and we resume counting down, or counting up, right?
Yes, we're gonna come past, we're just gonna go through after 5, right?
But we have to consider also that double slotting him is not his fault. If we had not double slotted him, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing this.
You keep saying
know,
him, but it's Julita.
Oh, I'm sorry. Julita. So,
No,
John
number 2.
Julita doesn't have a lease.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, if it's Kitanisa,
Yeah, John, he.
John J.
John J. can be the editor.
Okay, let's send him a notice and let's find out what's.
So-
Maybe the other 4 should be voided, because they haven't responded.
So the question at hand, okay, he responds, he wants a lease, he wants to relocate it, can we ratify that?
What are the conditions? Or I mean, he has a lease already, we're going to ratify it. And he's, what's, agricultural, residential. Has he done anything
We have to
on the
go back
property?
to the, I believe that 2,900 lessees that was awarded a lease, that was awarded administratively. And what we had to do, the commission back then, in order for that to be a good lease, because it wasn't, the lease was, the law requires that the lease has to be approved by the board, okay? Because it wasn't approved by the board, what the board did, decided back then for those 2,900 lessees, they ratified it. Okay, and that was before the new public law kicked in. So now we're now under a new law that we have to apply, and the question is, can we ratify something that should have been ratified way back then? Can we move backwards?
I don't know, but I think if he's been issued a lease, he's taken control of the property. It's a residential lease. If he's built a structure,
There's no structure and he hasn't occupied, because he doesn't know where's his lease is at right now.
so we gave him a lease without lot number and lot.
We gave him a lease. His lease was then double slided. Years later, they gave another, an individual was given a lease, the same lot, location.
So there's 2.
Yeah, 2 leases in 1 lot.
So is the property occupied?
I have to check my land agent. The property being occupied?
Not that we know of.
Okay.
So it's vacant land.
So,
The other
Has the other
individual,
person paid?
the other individual knows that she has a lease to the same property.
Has she made payment?
We haven't gone to her file yet.
But she knows that it's double.
She doesn't know that either.
well, under the terms and condition of the lease, they have a time frame to start paying their lease fee and their taxes, and they also have to, if it's a residential, they have to start building within a year's period. So if they haven't met this condition, then they could be terminated.
Okay, so finalize that summary for that constituent.
Okay.
Okay.
And process the other 4 to be voided?
Same, don't get a summary for the 4 that did not
There-
respond,
there-
so we can,
It
up
was
to the
returned
board
to
now
sender,
because,
they didn't reply to the certified mail.
just finish the summary and then.
It's up to the board to determine if to terminate their application now and then move forward. Because before we move forward, we have to fix that, the 4,
No. The reason why I say no is because why are we not going to address number 6? We'll just not use the lots that are identified for these 4 and continue down the line knocking off each of the applicants.
That
And
would be-
why,
because
Make
the
it
law,
more-
the
to make it
law
more
is very
practical.
clear.
To make
that-
it more practical, okay? If I take off the air cap in the car, doesn't mean the car's not gonna run anymore. We're crippling ourselves.
Yeah, the law is very clear, sir, that if, when, upon issuing a lease,
Yes, but what I'm saying
it
is,
has, you know,
we
date and
noticed
time.
them, they have 90 days to respond. They haven't responded. The one that did, that's different, okay? Because we
Right.
only have Mr. Quintaniza who's responded, right?
Yes,
All the rest have not responded to our attempts to email and public notification.
mhm,
And according to you, what the law says, they have 90 days?
yes.
And if they were really, who knows, they may not be on this earth anymore. Because this is since 95. If, in all fairness then, what we do is we recertify mail the 4. Actually, all 5, we send a new mail to all the 5. We bring in Mr. Quintaniza and we try and fix his problem. And then if the other 4 don't respond in the 90 days, we terminate their plates.
And it's the second 90, right? The second,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so you want to make a motion? No, to issue another publication?
So I'm waiting to hear from you guys if you want to give a second notice or just proceed with the way the law is written. But these people are not in control of the property.
Were the letters returned?
There was a return letter, right, with no response.
I would motion to cancel the 4 and then table Mr. Quintaniza so that we can get moving on the next.
Number 6, number 7.
Because with Mr. Quintaniza, it takes a little bit more research. So at least you can cancel the 4 because it's been way over 90 days.
Yes, that's why I'm saying we can do that, or we can give them a second 90-day notice, but that's not my decision alone.
The law doesn't say that you have to give another 90 days. It's only a 90 days notice, that's all. So it's up to us now if you want to do a second notice, you know, it's up to the board.
So I wanted to get input from my other
I'll
commission.
give them another 30 days, but not another 90.
Okay, that's one option. Mr. Rivera?
So I just want to say something, it was published in 2022,
Right, you see, last year?
and it's been over a year.
That's why that was my first suggestion, is we terminate it. But I'm open to other suggestions, other ideas, because it's not my decision alone.
It's up to the board to terminate it, because like I mentioned, they have already issued the 90 days notice, which could be terminated, decided by the board. And as for Mr. John Quintaniza, even though, like I mentioned, he has a lease, the question is that his lease hasn't been ratified. So that's something that our legal public has advised us.
Has he been following up or coming in or stuff?
I don't have the staff report on that. The land agent, Johanna, is the one that's working on that.
So it's really on land trust to conclude the problem. But if you read the notice, it indicates here the law, right? So, like I reiterate, it's been over 1 year plus that we've already put this out.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of Mr. Quintaniza, we have to also work with the other individual who was also issued the lease.
Okay, so we'll,
Because they're hanging on in the lease, right? It's something tangible for them.
they don't have a lease, only continue
Only
that.
Mr. Quintaniza.
Only Mr. Quintaniza.
And the rest?
He is very, he's very aware he has a lease. So when he got a notice, he was shocked that we even sent him a notice.
Commissioners, I recommend that we move forward because this has been a year. And to be honest with you, if you were 18 back in 1995, today you're pushing close to 50. And if you're a little bit older than that, you're probably not on this earth anymore. So if we wait another 2 years to process the next 5 people, no one in 95 will be alive. So I think it's time to
Yeah, we just,
move the line.
yeah, move the line
Start
and,
moving forward,
along the
yes.
lease.
In the
1 year is
spirit,
too
in the
long.
spirit of moving on,
Yes.
I would like to place a motion on the table, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
that we void the four leases, and we do more work for Mr. Continenza.
Can we name four?
We void Michael Stephen Panglinan's, what should I call it, application. Julita Sus Longueur's application, Anthony S.N. Palacios' application, and John Anderson Longueur's application. And Mr. John J. Quintanilla, we do further research and reach out and see if we can ratify his place for lease.
Okay.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, Commissioners, also another recommendation I have, we have a long list of names here.
Right.
If we're gonna do 5 names every year, I recommend, why can't we just publish the whole list?
That's what I wanted to ask, can we have a full page and put the,
Yeah.
at least, I think we can fit maybe about 1,000, maybe, or 800 on one PDM page?
Yeah, just publish the list.
Yes.
And otherwise.
Publish it.
Yeah, because if you were 50 years old, you'd be 100 today. And if you were anything younger than that, you know, so if we're gonna do it this slow,
So we're gonna publish number 7 to 6, right? Or number 6? No, because 6 has the grandchild, remember, so.
Six, we just learned that, you know, although they haven't been mailed out, you know, because, but they, what I have found that the transfer application or successor is a grandchild, and the public law doesn't allow that.
So publish from 6.
We'll have to start all over again from 6 moving forward, and again, even if all of them respond, you know, if
Yeah.
800,
Okay,
we're gonna have, each issue have to be based on the date of time of application.
Okay, anybody wanna make a motion on that one? From number 6 to,
97.
anybody has an idea how many names? Or maybe left on the right page?
Director Birch, is it prudent to list 20 applicants in one meeting?
yes, I mean, is it prudent, I mean, it's taken us this long, is it prudent to wait till everybody on the list dies?
Yeah.
That's my other, that's what I'm looking at, we have a long
If
list.
we publish all 90,
What we do is what we can afford, how many people can we process at a time? What do you,
Well, we can, come up with a number, like you said, the listing what you have, and send certified mail to all of them, and providing they all respond.
the intern this weekend?
Yeah, in a timely manner, and then again, if everybody responds, you know, all of them, just because you responded first, you're number 89 or 90, you're not gonna be awarded the lease, we have to go for number
Right.
6, 7, 8, and everything, moving forward.
So certified mail with, full sheet of, publication?
We
Back to
can
back?
do that, or publicize it, and also in the village, village mayor's office, and certified mail.
The village office
The mayor's
doesn't-
office, we can put that there too.
Right, there's no cost for that, right?
For mayor's, no cost, but for certified mail, there's a cost, of
Correct.
course, yes.
And the, publication with the, post, for example?
You can put that there, you know, because you don't even have to put an all, post or PDN or something, but as long as you either send it, they receive it physically or certified mail, and also you can, put it in the, village mayor's office.
But for our best efforts, we should make sure that we send certified mail first.
Certified mail, Yes. And also announcing the Old Village Mayor's
Yes,
office.
yes,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's,
Yeah.
to me, it's very
Yes.
important we send certified mail in conjunction with the other means. Mayor's office, post office is necessary, and publication.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, one
And
motion.
that way we did our part, our due diligence.
And then, those that respond, you guys can start summarizing them.
We can start doing the qualification,
Mhm.
yes. And then, once we determine the qualification, then they will be given a notice, you know, that their lease, their daily time is up, and we can issue a lease.
How many do we have in the listing, Chief, that's on the applicants, how many more?
How many applicants that are an application stage? Just a ballpark figure is
Who's got the-
8,000.
Okay, who's got the data?
I'm sorry,
Maybe about 11.
11?
Yeah, who's got the data? Who's got the
I
data?
would have to,
Does Dexter have the data?
no, we have to pull that out from the database and get an actual number of how many applicants are.
Print it out, okay, print out and give us the electronic copy,
Okay,
so we can analyze the total.
okay. We do that. We
No,
provide you,
just print out the count,
okay, print out the copy, okay, print out the whole
because we
thing.
don't need the whole,
Yeah.
the whole profile of each and every.
Yeah, we just give you a number, you know,
Okay.
of applicants.
So did our motion,
Or you gonna make a motion then?
yeah,
So you're gonna make a motion to the next how many?
yes.
So you can go over that same list
I-
that's given to you guys?
I would like to make a motion for the first full page. Mr. Chair, I would like to place a motion on the table,
Okay,
that we send out certified mail and public notices for applicants number 6 through 48.
okay.
And the notices will be certified mail, mayor's office, and any public applications.
So number 6 to number 48.
Yeah, that's for first page.
Okay, you want to sit down Okay,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, we're good.
Attorney Gumatalto has to leave. He has a prior engagement he has to take care of.
All right, so we move on to, we're good. Now on Boyd.
Okay, for the Nora and Boyd cases, as of January 8, 2023, the total cases that was null and void was 104 cases that was identified. And out of the 104, 25 was adjudicated. And the remainder is 79 that's still waiting for to be adjudicated. So that's the update right now that we have.
Who is doing this adjudication?
Well, this was brought before the board. Whereas, you know, they, like, how can we fix, like, say, the first one, like, say, like an individual, it was voided because it was a switch and transfer of application type. So to resolve that, then what they did is that they reverted back the switch and transfer back to the original applicant. So that's how it was adjudicated, you know, moving forward.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to place a motion on the table, please. Okay. Based on the null and void, I think it's important that we have our legal counsel here when we review this, because that is a matter of law, and we need to know what route we must take.
This 104 was the, this thing that came up from the Attorney General?
Yes, this was the listing that was being null and void, yes.
Okay, so,
We table it for now.
Yeah, well, we can hold it over till when we,
The recess.
reconvene after, yeah,
okay,
because it is getting close to 5 o'clock,
okay, got it.
about a minute or so.
Yeah.
So this will be taken up also on
Another
the 30th, right?
Yes,
31st?
31st, excuse me.
Can I say, am I able to say something regarding the whole void?
Yeah, they're part of the null and void, so,
or you're part of the AG?
We're part of the null and void piece.
Okay. But,
Are we okay to speak?
Can you wait until public comment?
Because you guys are making a motion.
We're just tabling it, we're not making any action in it yet. So it's just suspended for now?
Yeah, it's gonna be taken up after, because of the timelines and other issues. It'll be taken up on the 31st of January, when we recess.
and you can speak on public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so your motion already?
What's the second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. Okay, motion carries. Okay, number 6, new business. Revised organizational chart for recruitment of additional position. It's depicted on page.
Okay, that's the colorful page, this one.
Okay. All right,
Close out.
yes.
Okay, since I arrived, I was talking with Joey Cruz, he had to take off for other reasons.
All right.
And so, what I can say is that this is a draft organizational chart that entails several positions that we've determined would be instrumental, and it'll help us step forward in bringing the commission to the state that would operate efficiently and effectively. Those positions consist of, 1, a chief operations officer, an administrative officer, administrative assistant, land agent 3, a special projects coordinator, planner 4, land agent 1, land agent supervisor, and records management. The positions some of these positions were previously approved, but for those positions, I'm merely renewing the approval. Currently, Joey Cruz is working on the total cost of the recruitment and evaluating our funding availability. So nonetheless, I ask that the board approve the recruitments. This action will prevent any delays with COTC moving forward with recruitment once determined we have sufficient funds to pay for the recruitments. Also, it would allow Joey Cruz to include, when we prepare our FY25 budget, if we're gonna have to turn in the budget, I expect will be coming up very soon. It's due in about a month or so. So all of this recruitment will be pending determination of available funds. Right now, we have land agents here, and you can see that we're operating pretty much in skeleton crew when you walk in. The administrative support with me here basically is Joey Cruz and Dexter. That's about it. The others are land agents. Even Glenn A., who's sitting here as a land agent supervisor, he's doing that outside and beyond his job description. So I really appreciate that. I will again be appointing him as a supervisor. I do need a supervisor that can coordinate the land agents. And then, of course, we keep talking about our leases.
Right.
And so we have a list here, one that I really need to get going is under legal, under that chart, a special projects coordinator. I wish that we got to this before Attorney Gumatanto walked out, but I do know the answer. But I just wanted him to confirm it for you that I would prefer to have an attorney on hand, but the major issue I know is what happens in other government agencies is that if you want to get an attorney, whether it's a staff attorney, whatever, we should get clearance, and we would be required to get clearance from the Attorney General. And chances are it'd be like the Guam Mass Transit. They could hire, and they were authorized by AG to hire an attorney. Of course, they hired the attorney, like talked before, when we had him for ancestral lands, Chamorro Land Trust, and land management. The agencies paid for that person, but they were under the control of the AG's office. So not wanting to go through that process, because that would take a while for us to get through that, signing MOUs and going through. I recommended that we, for example, we hire a special projects coordinator, be on classified for 2 years, not to keep that person on forever, but to go through the 2,900 plus leases we have, to see where the issues are, so we can ratify them and move forward. And break through this problem of stuck at 8 o'clock, what's that, 1995, 8 in the morning. And we're still on the first day, almost the first hours, when people lined up that day. So this will take time for this person to go through it. So that's a way of moving forward and working hand in hand. That person will work with the board and also with the AG's office, so we could go through these documents. The person that be in there will be somebody with skills in the legal field, because if we could hire an attorney, I would prefer that. But because it'd be a bit difficult, there's not too many attorneys on the island, there's actually a shortage. Somebody with a skill set in that area is what I'm predicting, or I'm looking for, and an admin assistant for that individual. And we're just simply wanting to fill the other slots and reaffirm what has been approved in the past. And if approved, we would implement this now in this fiscal year.
So this is FY '24?
Yes, we would like to do it now, but we'd like to carry it over into FY '25. And this is looking forward. I mean, you walk in the office and you see how many people we have here, and the amount of work that we have to go through, and the documentation you'll request from us. So it's really an understaffed agency. So that's how come forward. We do need somebody to supervise the land agents. It'll be an open promotional slot when we get that. Anybody can apply for it. So I really appreciate that Mr. Grenier here is able to sit in that slot for now. And go through the documentation. You see what they go through is extremely detailed.
Yeah.
And that's why we're asking to pull in more land agents. But we want to do this with you. And also you've seen us go through, you've been here since the term, you're a new board, you've been here for a while, maybe a year, 2 years at the most, right?
1 year, yeah, 1 year.
And how many directors have you gone through?
3, no.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Right, since you've been here, a year or so, right?
Changed 3 times.
Exactly, and I'm in the acting capacity, I'm still director of ancestral lands, but to prevent that, to have somebody in second in command, I would like to have a chief of operations. So that would be a classified position that won't change. So you always have somebody who is aware of what goes on in this agency. So this is looking forward to the future, not just while I'm here, but to take care of the agency for years to come. Because we don't have a deputy here. And if we did, the deputy would be unclassified and would be changed whenever the administration changes. But even with this administration, in the past year since you've been here, I'm the 3rd acting director. I don't know, did we ever have a director there?
Yes.
Acting?
Yes.
Alice was,
Yeah.
okay, Alice went through the process, but even at that, so I'm just saying, for the sake of the agency, I'm requesting that you approve this organizational chart. We will stay within our means, we won't overspend. We won't hire anybody, unless we can confirm or assure you that we have funds available.
Is there, I don't see an accounting or accounts receivables or, for those that can handle.
That's where.
Like the payments or, receivables for, the leases for.
And I know in a larger area, like an autonomous agency, you would have a whole division.
Yeah, this one's just one.
Yeah, I've been director of an agency that had over 120 people.
Oh.
And so I'm aware that they could be, but we don't have the money, that's the problem.
Okay.
And we might run into issues with the legislature by overextending. So this is a conservative chart.
Maybe an administrative officer.
We are
/
requesting for admin, an administrative service officer, an administrative assistant, and a record management officer.
Can we
They're all
have
vacant.
them bifurcated on responsibility with receivables? Because we have like almost 3,000 customers that already have leases, right?
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing is that some of them paid, some have not paid, some paid.
We'll be bringing the extra admin staff, and you can see that, if you're looking at the chart, that'll be under administration to the far left.
Maybe, okay. Red admin officer?
Yes, it's under
Okay.
administration. And then we would have compliance, which would be the program coordinator 4, line agent 3, program coordinator 2, and 1.
So
We don't have these positions. We do have 4, which is Joey Cruz, and the 1, that I believe is Dexter, right? But we would like to bring in a couple of others.
who handles the money,
The budgeting?
funds? Yeah, so that would be
Joey Cruz right now.
So Joey would be more or less a,
He and I are both certified
Controller.
officers.
oh, okay.
So he and I certified funds available. I'm the approving authority for funds available.
So maybe like a controller kind of, or?
Yeah, we kind of handle that right now.
Okay, okay.
I don't see a problem with your request for personnel. I wholeheartedly agree with you, the CLTC is way understaffed. I would like to see more embedded into this, but for now, we don't really know what our budget is yet.
Right. We know what it is for FY '24, but for '25, we will build this into it, and this is looking for,
I want to see a bigger projection for 25.
okay, we'll work on that. Because the budget call is gonna come out, it usually comes out about this month, when we get notice that we have to start preparing a budget, the organizational charts, and our projections for what we need for FY '25. It's
Are
pretty much-
we authorized to accept payments from our commercial customers, or do they have to send the payments to treasurer of Guam?
I'd have to check that for how it works here with CLTC. I think it goes through another channel, but with Ancestral Lands receives the funds directly.
On your own account?
But again, Ancestral Lands does not deposit their money, the funds into DOA. It deposits the monies into 3 different financial institutions. Raymond James, BGIS, that's Investment Services, and Coast 360, and one more, Bank of Hawaii. No funds from Ancestral Lands is deposited ever into DOA. But here they are. There's a difference, and I can work on that. And that's why I brought down an investment policy statement that I developed for Ancestral Lands. And Joey's looking at it here to see how we can adapt that for CHamoru Land Trust Commission. And that will help grow the money that we have in the bank.
Not only that, it will keep the politicians' hands off our funds.
Exactly. And that was my intent for Ancestral Lands, and the same thing here. It took a year to develop that, and because I have a template now that's available, Joey will look at it, we'll go over it and see how we can adapt it here. Because right now, the funds that are placed, I don't know, at DOA or maybe Bank of Guam, are probably earning less than 1% interest. And if we have the 5.6 million, whatever we have for loan guarantees, they can grow that. And what I'm getting with the investments I have with Raymond James and BG Investment Services is about 5, sometimes 8% interest in income. So it's something to think about.
Yeah.
It's here, I hope to be able to present that to you soon, because I have to look at the way the funding is handled here in this agency. It's not necessarily the same as in the other agencies.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
My motion is to include the CHamoru Land Trust organization chart as proposed, and then we go ahead and start processing as the funds become available for these positions, or identified for these positions.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners.
revise. Okay, number 6B, GPA, one power total.
Okay, I know GPA is here, and I know they're gonna wanna speak. I didn't attend the meeting, because having two agencies, I'm split. Sometimes we have 2 or 3 activities, so I send others. But GPA is basically, they're proposing a license agreement.
Okay.
But because it's government to government, I recommend we do an MOU, a memorandum of understanding between GPA and the CLTC to allow GPA temporary occupation and use of lot 7054-R9 in GIGO for a 3-year term in exchange for either in-kind services, which could be putting up power poles and infrastructure for the various properties we have with our leases, or monetary compensation. The purposes of this temporary use are for storing and possibly on-site repair of approximately 39 each self-contained generator units beginning as early as late January or February of this year. Each generator is approximately the size of a 20-foot container. CLTC land agent and planner here prepared, 5 proposed, right, site locations for utility installation for the commission's review. I'll turn it over to Glenn and Ms. from GPA. Welcome.
This is about an acre, 1 acre.
Okay, thank you. This is the request for our last meeting with GPA, Joe and I, when we met. We had discussed several properties that, that they were interested for, at least a 3-year term in exchange of in-kind services or monetary, as mentioned from the director. And so again, this was for either for storage or site or repair for their equipment, and it's they're of need right now to this property yesterday, more or less, because they're expecting their equipment to I believe this month or something.
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet. Well, they need this lot to be for their, like I said, for their intent and purposes for storage and what have you. But I have a GPA here to explain better, in more detail. Yeah.
Confident Commissioners, my name is Tracy Limtiaco. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Administration at the Guam Power Authority. And so we have delivered a letter from General Manager John Benventi to the Commission addressed to Chairman Herrera. And Glenn is correct. GPA is proposing that it enter into a license agreement and an MOU with the Commission. I won't go into the full statement of need. I'll go straight to what Glenn had said in the interest of time. The bottom line is that GPA is going to be engaging in temporary power services. And so those generators, those small generators, will go up to its existing GIGO power plant compound. And that compound has a combustion turbine and then existing about 40 plus containerized 1.1 megawatt units. We assessed all the other areas that we can put this temporary power, and really this GIGO lot is the best one because of permitting issues, air permitting issues. So it's going to be temporary, and our first option to move, and if you do see, I did include a map here, and it's the first attachment following the letter, and it looks like this. Right. I do have a larger map if you'd like to see the larger map. Yeah, you can see it. Okay. So these containerized units are on lot 7054-5. And if you look at the photos, it looks exactly like containers at the back of the lot. And these containers need to be moved out in order to accommodate the new machines that will be coming in probably within about 60 days after approval, 60 to 90 days after approval. GPA's initial plan was to move these down to properties that GPA already owns, like in the Cavers area, for instance. However, in the interest of time, we did approach the CHamoru Land Trust staff when we found out that lot 7054-R9 was owned by the commission. And so in our planning discussions, we had asked the staff if the commission and the executive director would entertain GPA's request for a short-term license so we can move these units. The temporary power units that we're bringing in is exactly that, it's temporary. And so they will be removed on or about early 2026 when the new Upudu plant comes online. And so when we were looking at this, we thought, well, we could spend all of that money and bring it down to Cabras. For about the same amount of money, we could ask CLTC for a license. So in our discussion with the staff, we tried to identify what the fair market value and of course the fair rental value of this lot would be. And we were unable to find an assessment. However, we did find an assessment for the adjacent lot, which is lot 7054-4, owned by the new Department of Public Works. And so in the letter, we did explain on, I believe, page 2 of the letter, the value, the total assessed value, which includes, I believe, not only just the raw land of lot 7054-4, but also whatever improvements are on there. And so it comes out to essentially $31 a square meter. We took that and we applied it to the CLTC lot -R9. And we applied, instead of a 6% annual interest, we applied an 8% interest. And we came up with a monthly rent approximately of $3,256.65 per month. If we have our proposed terms that we will give the commission, the total rent income that we would like to start negotiations at is $117,239.52 for the 3-year term. In discussing with Dexter and Glenn and of course Joey, who were, by the way, very helpful, we did ask what would the commission and the executive director entertain. Would it be compensation or in-kind services? And so we wanted to give the commission an idea of what the in-kind services, the value of the in-kind services and what it would bring to the commission. And so the staff identified 5 sites, which is also included in the letter, ranging from 2 in Dededo, 2 in Manilao, and 1 in Jigo. What GPA did is we looked at where the current infrastructure is and what we call line extensions, right? So that we could deliver power to the doorstep, basically, and what that would cost. And so we put the estimated total cost here so that the commission could, again, have discussions with staff and the GPA about what in-kind services would look like. And so we bring that up, and if we were to look at in-kind services, we could start with approximately like site 4, for instance, where we would install 20 spans of a line extension, and that would approximate, it would cost about $160,000. So, so we offer this to you for your consideration. As far as the timing, Glenn is right. I wouldn't say we need it yesterday, but we certainly would like it soon. As far as the temporary power approvals are concerned, we will have this, excuse me.
How much is the value for in-kind?
For in-kind, it varies, Commissioner. It could vary from anything as low as $64,000 based on the 5 sites that the staff had suggested.
No, but how much are you willing to throw into the bucket for the in-kind?
Well, I'll certainly tell you, Mr. Garrido, that it's not gonna be 533,000 on site 5, but we can certainly talk about, anything in the starting range of 117. We can probably go a little higher. We wouldn't be able to go beyond approximately 190,000, which would be the value
So
of
you're willing to
moving.
go up to 190?
Yes, sir.
This lot 7054-4,
Yes, sir.
where's that located?
It is located right behind the Jigo Gym.
Okay, so there's no route
Yeah.
on frontage on it?
Can I show?
Yeah.
Let me see if it is. So this is the Jigo's mayor's office, and then this is the DPW lot that we use for comp. This is the subject lot.
No, but you have here stated the -4.
Oh, yes, for -4, we used it as a comp to establish valuation.
Yeah, but
Because
where's the comp located?
the comp is located behind the Jigo Gym and adjacent to the subject lot that COTC owns.
So it doesn't have route
It does
on
not.
frontage?
It does not.
You know, there's difference in pricing.
Yes.
So I like your 190 to 200,000, and I do 117.
Sorry, I didn't say 200,000, but it's certainly, certainly a negotiation that we could enter into.
Who performed the person?
Antonio Gumatalto, who is here with me, he's in our engineering and GIS division. He's our right-of-way and GIS supervisor. He needs to go back to the office to secure his spot. So he does this for GPA on a regular basis, and so he was the one who did the research himself.
So it's not Tony Palomo?
Tony Palomo does work for Mr. Gumatalto. Yeah,
He works for?
he works for JR, yes, for Antonio.
J.R. Gumentaldo?
Yes, Antonio Gumatalto Jr. is our right-of-way GIS supervisor, and Tony Palomo works under him as the agent.
Is Tony back to work?
Yes. He's doing well. So we're not, GPA is not asking the commission for a decision now. We understand you want to review this. And we would, what we hope is that you will allow GPA to negotiate with the executive director, the staff, and the attorney, and then bring anything, before you for approval.
Well, that's the way it should go. You go to our director and he'll confer with the attorney, and then when they come to a recommendation, they bring it to us.
Okay, so I guess, would you make a motion so that we could proceed with this? That way at least GPA knows that we're working on it, and we'll get it back, hopefully by the next meeting. I don't know if we can do it during the recess time, while we reconvene.
Man, we're extending that recess longer again.
Well, I gotta get a lot done before the 31st.
We already
And I have back-to-back board
Anyhow,
meetings.
getting over that, Mr. Chair. Yes. I have a motion to place before the board. I would like that we authorize our acting director, along with his staff and the AG, to go into negotiations with GPA and see if we can come to a equitable settlement for CLTC. That's my motion.
All in
That's
favor?
it.
Oh,
MOU.
It's easy enough to do MOUs between government agencies, and it's easy to extend them, and it's unlike licenses and leases. It's faster, it's quicker, and it's a lot more flexible.
Less regulation.
And I do note that this is it's not an extraordinary lease, so it's a maximum of 3 years.
Yeah.
So it's not even 5.
And
So it's 190 per year?
he started negotiations.
Yes.
Commissioner Green was ready to
That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Can you put the amount and?
The amount?
200,000 is fine?
No, sir, I'm not authorized to go.
No?
So, maximum of 190.
Kick it up a little bit more, 200. That's only 10 grand. Then LEAC gets you more than that.
And this is for in-kind, right? We're not paying for
Yeah,
monetary.
in-kind.
we're for in-kind. Of course.
In kind, not across the station.
Because we probably pay GPA, and if we get money, we're gonna come up and do the same thing.
The property identifies item number 4,
Yeah, read that for the motion.
I'm sorry, which
For
one?
number 4, you're mentioning for a particular area that you chose already that would best fit the 200,000 budget?
Well, we priced on 5 sites, so it would really be up to CLTC.
Yeah, we could
To
combine one
decide.
side with
Well,
another.
that's where you sit down and negotiate
Okay.
with a director and staff.
Yeah, we do MOUs and with ancestral, so I negotiated a lot with mostly private companies, but I do admit we have MOUs with Guam EPA and Public Health. The rest are all private commercial leases from Smith Bridge to Matson and such, so. Yeah, MOUs are a lot easier. We can do licenses, because with government to government, there's none of this RFPs. We just go straight into it.
Will my nomination stand, or do I have to?
He's waiting for a second, right?
Yeah, right.
No, your motion is, you have to indicate like.
You have to define that.
Let me amend it to include request for memorandum of understanding and or license for lot 7054-R9 Jibo.
And second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
I guess we'll be seeing, sorry.
Yes,
Yeah, move on it.
yes,
So
thank
it'll be
you.
closer, and I understand why.
Thank you.
It's a good one. It's next to, it's you?
Right.
Yes. Okay, so we're heading to number 6. Delta 6D, bill number 212-37. Is that?
Is it D or 179?
179-3.
Also, oh, I'm sorry. Charlie, right? 6C, bill 179-37, Guam International Country Club Lease Board Resolution.
Okay. Okay, I guess you're getting the documents right now, the resolution, the draft resolution.
Oh, yes, the folder.
Okay.
This is the solar panel?
Yes, this is the Guam International Country Club, and the proposal for a solar project out there. And basically, I've summarized what is in Bill 17937. That bill will probably soon be coming up at the legislature for a public hearing. We've already had public hearings on the 2 previous bills, 177, 178-37, both of them. And this is the 3rd bill. What we disagreed with the first one was, of course, the endowment issue. And of course, I see Mr. Camacho is here, and they agreed not to include that. Yeah, well, they said that they could go without that. They were looking to do us a favor, but what I'd like to say is that with accelerated payments, basically what we're receiving, should they get a contract with GPA for the solar project, accelerated payments would be monies that we would earn over a 30-year period. We get it all today to spend at today's prices, rather than to wait for inflation to eat away at the amounts we expect to see over the 30-year period. So we could add in more infrastructure, like what we've just talked about with GPA. But basically, in summary, Bill 17937, as it sits, the lease will, the lease will amend or to include generation, storage, and transmission of renewable solar power as permitted use of the property, which is where the country club is at now. There will be a extension, the lease term may be extended through January 31, 2055. There'll be a rental rate, escalation rate if the property is used for generation and storage and transmission of renewable solar power. The rental escalation rate will increase from 10% every 5 years to 4% every 5 years for the purpose of determining the net present value of future rent. The accelerated rent payment, now this is if the property is used for renewable solar power, the lessee will pay all rents due under the lease in advance at its net present value, determined by a certified real estate appraiser. The payment will be made utilizing a market-based discount rate and will be between $7 million and $9 million. The lessee will pay 10% within 30 days of entering into a power purchase agreement with Guam Power Authority, and the remaining 90% within 30 days of the date the solar power is transmitted to EPA. The golf course operation, if the property is used for renewable solar power, the lessee will not be required to operate a golf course on the property. Monthly rent, until the net present value of the accelerated rent is paid in full, the lessee will continue to pay monthly rent as per the original lease agreement. And then amended lease will require execution by the governor, chairman of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, tested by the lieutenant governor, and so on. So basically, in a nutshell, that's what the Bill 17937 is in a summary. What we have done, and my discussions with the chairman, is a resolution that you see before you. And this is the finished result, I guess. But in short, I'll break down rather than going through and reading each one. The resolution, the purpose, the CLTC was, well, basically CLTC, our agency was established to protect and administer trust property for the benefit of eligible beneficiaries. It requires funding for various initiatives such as property surveying, trust, property registration, infrastructure development, and providing home loans. And receiving future income and accelerated payments will help us do that early rather than waiting 30 years. 30 years from now, I don't know if any of us, at least those on the board and myself, will still be alive. So but we'll be able to move forward if we get the accelerated payments, so that's a plus. The CLTC will also recognizes the need to explore additional funding mechanisms to support its operations and initiative. The lease agreement, that's for lot number 1022-12 in Dededo, is subject to commercial lease agreement between the CLTC and the Guam International Country Club. And that was dated April 2014. Accelerated payments, the CLTC has the authority to include accelerated rent payments as a term and condition in commercial leases. Implementing accelerated rent payments will provide immediate funding to the CLTC. Our proposed amendments now, after speaking with the chairman, this went through. The GICC has expressed willingness in our last meeting to accelerate rent payments, increase the escalation rate, extend the lease term, and utilize the property for renewable solar power generation, storage, and transmission. The settlement of arrears was brought up too at the last meeting, where the GICC has agreed to settle arrears payments within 30 calendar days upon the passage of Bill 17937. And then if you approve the resolution, the CLTC intends to request the 37th Guam Legislature to approve the proposed lease amendments by GICC, subject to the inclusion of specific items outlined in Section 2 of the resolution. The amendments to the lease that CLTC requests for the approval of these amendments to the lease agreement. One will be designating approximately 5 hectares of lot number 1022-12 for the exclusive use of CLTC, together with the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission and the Department of Land Management, to reduce rental costs. I talked to Director Borja, who's with the Department of Land Management, and he says if we were to get this moving, you would be more than happy to join us. And of course, from Ancestral Lands, I'm the director there, so I would have no problem with joining the CLTC together. Being under 2B, reconfiguring the GICC clubhouse to accommodate office space for all three agencies. C, requiring GICC to provide a surety bond to ensure compliance with the lease agreement and removal of solar farm components. And D, CLTC assuming responsibility for overhead and maintenance costs of the designated area. And under E, we would oppose the creation of a CLTC endowment fund and any mandate stipulating the transfer of accelerated rent. And F, of course, would nullify those provisions if the property is not used for renewable solar energy power. And G would require that GICC to settle arrears payment within 30 days upon the passage of 179-37. I believe arrears are now at about $600,000. So these are the key points outlined in the resolution. That's what, in a nutshell, what this document is. Now, this is me preparing and writing comments that our chairman provided me, and it's up to now the board to look at this document. Of course, I do have my own reservations, and after looking at this, and although I did write it, but under instructions, I feel that the designation of approximately 5 hectares might be quite much of the property for exclusive use of the CLTC in the lease agreement amendment with the Guam International Country Club might have a negative impact on the business model of the solar project. The reduction of available space will limit the capacity of the solar farm project to operate at its full potential. This reduction in space may hinder the project's ability to generate sufficient revenue and could impede its overall operation, posing a significant challenge to the viability and success of the solar project. As a result, I feel the company may need to revisit and reassess their plans. I believe that's why Mr. Camacho is here, potentially requiring adjustments to accommodate the reduced space and mitigate the negative impact on their business model. And that's speaking from a private, business sense. I understand what we hear, and that's why I explained why this is written this way. But I also want you to understand that taking out 5 hectares is a significant piece of that 250, I believe that's 250 acres, right? Up there, about 250, right? While it can be workable, I expect that Mr. Camacho, hearing what we're planning now, he has not seen this document, but he's here now. I believe he will probably.
What is 5 hectares translated to
About
acres?
12 acres.
50,000 square meter.
Roughly, right?
50,000 square meter.
Yeah. So pretty close to 12 acres.
And if you guys don't forget, the GWA water wells equates to about 15 acres in that asset that GWA still has to maintain. So we had to remove the GWA water wells on our master plan. Just for full disclosure. There's water wells up there by owned by GWA.
Copy of this?
I think they haven't had a copy yet. Oh, you don't have a copy of this one.
If I want to speak on.
Yeah, or at least to know what we're talking
No
about.
problem.
I understand your position.
I heard all the items, and first of all, just to let you know, I talked to our investors and they agreed on one of the since you said from the last meeting that one of the concerns was the arrears.
Yes.
And first of all, I wanted to find out, last I checked, they said we only paid up to September. For the record, we paid everything up to December. We're in compliance owed up to December. So we're good, other than January, but I know we paid up to December. So we're good in compliance in that manner. But one of the conditions, you did ask many times in the previous meeting, was how do we cover the arrears once we get this into law? And yes, we will concur with your resolution that that would be one of the conditions once it passed, that we'll pay that off in 30 days, the $600,000, right? The other condition that you brought up was the endowment, like in the last meeting.
Yeah.
We agree, and the only reason we brought up the endowment, we wanted to protect the funds. Again, we're not blaming any administration or any senators. But you saw when they took 800,000 from you, not during your term, 800,000 because there was cash availability. Policymakers grabbed it, but never returned it. They never returned that funds. So we were thinking of an endowment, but what I heard earlier today is if you reinvested that money to Raymond James, all the different investment vehicle, through his lending policy, investment portfolio, that protects that money. As long as there's a protection mechanism, that was the intent on the endowment. So we agree that we'll give you guys the flexibility and we will support that part of the resolution not to put the endowment. As long as our thought is to make sure no future policymaker, I'm not blaming anybody, but history showed how the money was taken and never returned, right? Because right now we're all cash cow and great and all the federal funds. One day when we've got streamlined cash flow and they see 9 million sitting down in an account, you never know what's gonna happen. But Mr. Birch's idea on investment policy to take it out of take it out of the arm reach, and you guys will use that return. And from the first presentation before Mr. Birch came, we were using a 4% return.
Right.
His investment arm is ranging from 4 to 8, which that'll be up to you guys to figure out how you guys want to invest if you chose the accelerated rent approach, or you chose, as you guys spoke in the past, let's stick to the status quo. Now, the status rental quo, it's just availability. But what I wanted to show is, if I can pass this down, please. This shows our proposed master plan on the property. Sorry. Did you want to Glenn too? 1 second, Glenn. The reason why this is important.
Is that the same that we have here?
Oh, yeah, you got that already?
Yeah, but
How did you get that? We didn't really say
we have
that.
an inside in your company.
Oh.
It's smaller.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is the larger version. So
Oh, okay, I was wondering how you got that. No problem. But at the end of the day,
Easier reading.
we designed a 65 megawatt scenario. So if we did the 5 hectare scenario, it will take some of the cash flow model away. Now, very important, if you look at this model here, you saw the clubhouse is not shaded brown with the solar panel.
Yeah.
One of the things that was brought up is, can the clubhouse be used for, at headquarters, DLM, ALC, and all that? The clubhouse has 3 stories, and the clubhouse was originally supposed to be used for our data center, for the solar data center. So what we're trying to configure is, we don't mind you putting that statement in your resolution, but not to make it as a condition, but to say, can we negotiate in the event there's room in your clubhouse to accommodate either CHamoru Land Trust or Ancestral Land, or 3. We don't know, because we don't know what your square footage needs are. But we know what the square footage is here, and we're assessing the ground floor, which is, we can enclose and have a separate entrance for our data center, so we don't commingle with the 2 other floors in the top. We're looking at that angle. Now, oops, sorry. This gray area, this brown area shows the whole property being used at a 65 megawatt scenario. And if we decide, and again, that'll be the call for our investor, just give us the flexibility to negotiate. If we decide to provide some of the clubhouse for the Ancestral Land, CHamoru Land Trust headquarters and office, we are also reserving the parking lot, because you guys need a parking area, not just the building. That's where that area is open for us to open and discussion. If you go further down, at the bottom where white's not brown, where it's close to GPA, that's gonna be the area where all these panels have the electrical lines gonna be connected to the substation of the GPA. So we're gonna have a, yeah, the way we bottom right, that's gonna be the electrical distribution center where it connects to the substation. And I know from the last month and a half, many of you took a tour up there to at least see truly if the GPA was really parallel to the property, right?
Yeah.
And to see the topography. So we've done, this is our analysis, and again, we appreciate you guys asking those extra needs and wants, and we would like to help, but we wanted to make sure it doesn't impact our cash flow model like the director said. So this just shows what is potentially available on the property, from the clubhouse to the GPA site. But I know the GPA site at the bottom, we need that for the electrical distribution when we connect all the solar panel lines to the substation. Above the clubhouse, you see the yellowish color. If you guys went to Marble Cave, you see those battery boxes.
Right.
That's the box, that's for the battery station. That's outside, like you see in Marble Cave. So we support most, 95% of your resolution, like the payment and that's due, the endowment flexibility, so you guys can make the call for your own use of the funds. And like the director said, you guys will hire your own third-party appraiser to confirm the net present value. We've done that already, just to let you guys know. We've done that already because we are gonna prepare in case the senators ask us, why 7 to 9? What is it worth?
Who's your appraiser?
There's only 3 MIA appraiser in Guam. One is Siska, Cornerstone, and I forget the other 2. Micronesia, and the other one is,
I think Chief Appraiser,
no, they're not an MIA. MIA, who's the other one, Jerry?
I think the third one might be called Milo.
Milo, there's 3. So what we did is for the record, we engaged Siska, because she's well-rounded in the island, and we asked her, based on the cash flow model, what would the range be for the net present value? We got that so we understand it. The law says you guys have to have your own independent appraiser to get it, right? And I got that if you guys want to see it, but it's ranging anywhere from exactly $7 to almost $8 million. Now the law says 7 to 9. And we cash flow our model from our development to pay up to 9 million, above Siska's appraisal. But that doesn't mean you're gonna take the net present value. You guys can say, we wanna take the regular schedule, as the director said, the 12% up to the year 2055, but then inflation will eat into your cash flow there. But the difference from that, as I said in the past, is the cash flow model. Because yes, you're right, historically, originally from the original GICC to these guys, you guys seen historical up and down on their cash flow.
Right.
Sometimes they don't pay, sometimes they pay, because the market economy may be bad, COVID may be here, whatever you've seen historical reason. But at least my client did everything they can to always catch up to their liability, which is in good faith. But it was in the one board meeting when Mr. Earl Garrido asked, we're gonna give you a shot to catch up in your arrears. But can you look at what you want to use the property for and diversify its economic use? I didn't know we were gonna go to solar until we did the analysis.
And a probation.
And then we were in probation to make sure we make the payment. And when we were trying to take away the golf industry, municipal golf, which was very fluid in economic ups and downs, right? And you see the history of that. Did we get a stable payment, or did they come in and knock on the door and goes, oh, we're behind 6 months, can we ask for a payment plan? And because the reason we were behind, because the market was bad, because we're depending on the cash flow. We have they have a fixed payment based on customers coming. But if those customers come, there's no cash flow. The difference with the GPA model, and that's why we're going under this, is GPA has 5 phases under the renewable energy campaign. They're in their 3rd phase right now, which is what we're going after, which is a 380 megawatt proposal. And that's what they're inviting whoever to submit their proposal. That doesn't mean we're gonna win. And if we don't win, we're back to our normal, you guys got nothing to do, we're back to our normal schedule. But we think, based on their previous Dondon and Marble, where their offsite infrastructure cost them 18 to 20 million, ours is right next to it. So we think our price model will be competitive, especially as I disclosed in the last board meeting of the Inflation Reduction Act by the Biden administration to provide other tax incentives, not against Governor of Guam's tax revenue. This is tax credit to promote renewable energy.
So
we think we're going to be competitive, and we compare it to the others. We don't have all those other expenses that they do.
So if we saw this in the beginnings, because we computed the 5 acre.
Oh, again,
or 50,000.
I heard earlier the director confirm with Mr. A. Maybe this is what we thought when now you're asking the 5 hectares.
Yeah.
You guys were assuming it was 250 acres.
Right.
Our lease is only at 205 acres.
And we forgot the pump house. I did think of the pump house.
No, our 205 includes the wells. So we have to remove the water wells.
Oh.
So the 250 that you guys have in your books, there's 45 acres somewhere out there. That maybe that's the property you guys could get, if it is 250. But we confirm on our lease, it's 205. 800-some thousand square meters divided by 4,000, we came up with 205.
Okay.
So, Mr. A, I'm not sure if it is 250 or 205.
We have to go back and verify that one.
Because our 205, sometimes I thought maybe it was typo reverse. You guys said 250 here, ours is 205. All the 3 digits are the same, but in different places. So if it is 250, and ours is 205, then there's a 45 acre yield somewhere that we're not asking for. Because all we're asking for is 205 in our lease.
Okay. Now the yellow is the clubhouse.
The yellow above the clubhouse is where our battery station is going to be.
So
now the clubhouse.
So we can still fit.
No, the clubhouse and the area for the parking lot is what we're trying to figure how I can accommodate a win for you guys.
For the tri-agency or?
Well, if there's only 2 floors available,
oh.
And I don't know what your tri-agency square footage needs are. I don't know what CHamoru Land Trust, AOC, and DLM. I don't know if you add it all together, if they're 50,000 square feet, that I don't know.
Okay.
But I know what we can get on the 2 floors, which at the end of the day, whatever we can accommodate is.
How many square feet per level?
That's what we're gonna confirm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because the basement is basically a parking area.
Yeah, but what I'm letting the data center guys say is, if we enclose it, we have a separate entrance. We're not gonna commingle the top 2 floors. Well, that's the strategic idea. I'm trying to come to a win-win.
Can we take the roof?
Huh?
Can we occupy the roof?
The roof?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the 2 floors?
The 3rd and the roof.
I think it's a pitch roof.
It's flat.
I don't think.
I drone it already, so.
Oh, you droned it?
Yeah.
Oh. So, I mean, if you guys are gonna do something above it, I'm assuming.
But it's a communication station, so for that area.
Okay, yeah.
For the honeybees or for the.
By the end of the day, let me see what we can do. As long as we don't impact our cash flow model, we're willing to at least, if instead of asking a condition, just say, can we open negotiation opportunity for CHamoru Land Trust to have an office space there?
Quick question, does the building, the third floor, accommodate even with an elevator use? Does that?
There is an elevator there.
It goes up to the third floor?
There's an
Or
elevator.
ADA compliant, just in case.
There is an elevator, yes.
But this is going to be accessible. If you use if you keep the first floor, is the elevator accessible for us to?
Elevator is in the second floor also, and
But what I'm
up to
saying
the third
is
floor.
the access to the elevator.
No, it's right, it's available right at our lobby, so.
Yeah, but if you guys keep the entire first floor, will we have access to the elevator?
Yes, it is, because the elevator only opens on the second floor.
I think with that, after hearing I took a quick look at the resolution and hearing the goals, the aspirations for the three agencies, for us, at least for Carlos and I, we want to be able to accommodate the agencies as much as possible. So this is really a issue of, a technical issue. And, but in terms of, I know a little bit about the layout of the building. There's a current basement where they're parking the golf carts. And then there's a first floor where it has the lobby and the
That's where
cafeteria.
the elevator is at.
Right. And then there's a second floor. So there's actually 2 floors that are improved. I think what Carlos was trying to say is in order to not commingle the different uses, we're going to approach our technicians and see if we can, for the solar operations, if we occupy the basement. So that way, CHamoru Land Trust, Ancestral Lands, depending, how much space three agencies need.
So you're saying that you're going to
We want
consider giving us the main floor and then the next level up?
Yeah. Well, that's our proposal we're asking.
It's a technical.
So the next level up is technically your third floor?
So
yes,
the second floor is actually the third floor. Right.
Yeah, because they're counting basement first.
Yeah.
I see that at the hotels, I still don't understand why they don't have the 13th floor.
Also, basement is the first floor, or?
Our basement is our ground floor.
Superstitious.
Okay.
And
Skip something.
what we looked at in this concept is, if we enclose it, they have their separate entrance, they're not gonna commingle your second and third.
So you don't have a problem with joint use of the clubhouse itself?
Well, that's the idea, we wanna make sure we don't impact, this 5 hectares is huge impact, but we want, and the accommodation for housing, we too wanna support some type of win for you guys, you know what I mean?
Mr. Quantrick, can you please mention your name just for the record?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Jerry Kane, also, well, I'm a corporate secretary for GICC.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, so you see the 5 hectare, right, that's about 50,000 square
Meters.
meters.
Yeah.
So when we do a subdivision, for example, right, we can go down to 500 square with sewer.
Mhm.
Right. So at 50,000 square, we can do probably 50 homes.
Well, I wanted
I'm
to-
sorry, 100.
I wanna, first of all, I wanna make sure
This one.
there's the water wells from GWA that has to be removed.
Yeah, I didn't compute that.
That's about 15 to 20 acres,
Yeah.
right? That's because you got the utility easement that they have to drive in
And the road.
and all that stuff.
Remember the water pump?
That's the government and we have to sustain that.
Okay, yeah.
But at the end of the day, we don't wanna hurt the cash flow model because if whichever route you guys chose, the net present value accelerated and use some of Mr. Birch's investment vehicle,
Yeah.
then you saw the presentation, I did all that based on 4, 5, 6, 7%. You saw that the rental cash flow, if you invested all of the 9 million, yields more than your 24,000 that we're paying, the GICC is paying. But that's up to the board to, and that's why, before Mr. Birch came in, I said, look at your neighboring case study, the success story, and I'm glad I didn't know he was gonna be the director here now, to reaffirm that.
He made cash for It's just true land, I mean, you know.
Well, there's a proven track record there, so you guys can review that, goes, oh, wow, Raymond James, these other banks are paying this much.
Okay.
And that's how you protect the money from being raided, because it's outside an investment arm.
What do you foresee would be the terms for us to use the main floor and the second and third, I guess?
Well, if the investors agree that they're gonna put the data center in the bottom, right? Then you guys got, and they said, okay, we're gonna release the two top, and the parking lot will be big enough for accommodating your staff. But I don't think that'll be big enough to accommodate all tri-agency, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll get that computation.
But at least at the end of the day, if this was to accommodate you guys, I'm not sure how much you guys paying rent. So now you have a
About
double-edged whammy.
Yeah,
that,
0.7 is the rent.
huh?
0.7 mil per year.
No, just you guys.
Oh.
I'm not talking about plan management
10,
yet.
About 10,
10,000 a month?
yeah.
So if you add 10, if we accommodated it, we just potentially yielded 10,000 from the credit to the debit. So now you have that extra increase in your cash flow.
That's the target,
Yeah.
yeah. We want to reduce.
And I don't know how much square footage you guys require in CHamoru Land Trust. I'm assuming it's just these two buildings, this and that one right here.
Our director just gave us a organizational chart. Like,
Planning to grow it, but
but anyway,
yeah.
Who would be in charge of maintenance of the building?
Well, when we give you guys it'll be like, because we don't own it, we're gonna, if we allow it, you guys have to take care of your own power and water.
I think I have to speak to the.
But I'll let Jerry talk.
I think we have to speak to, look at it on a technical side, what's that, because what I'm thinking right now is, logistically, it would be, if there's excess space, right, how we would implement that would be, we would lease it back to the CHamoru Land Trust for, $1, for example, right? And then, but what we have to take a look at is in terms of, how is the power being metered? I mean, is there a separate meter? Is it possible to separate the water meters? And then, if not, then we have to find a way to figure that out. Right? I think technically, it should be free, right, electricity?
Yeah.
Plug it into solar panels.
Solar right there. The water, the wells are there.
We don't need a long extension cord.
Are you gonna provide an as-built drawing on the location of the well so that you can determine,
Yes, we have to, because the location of the wells are very important because we have to leave an access road
Right.
for sometimes when they have to repair, they need the heavy equipment to dig it, yeah.
and it's got a generator house in the front, right? It's a Caterpillar, I think it's 86 kW.
Well, that was for the clubhouse.
Right.
And that could be a shared common generator in case there's no power. We can work on those details, but the first step is to, how do we can accommodate you?
Okay.
It's just that we want to make sure it's not a condition, but it is a ask for negotiation. So we want the flexibility, so we can present, oh, by the way, we can't do 5 hectares, but we can give you this part, you know what I mean?
Okay. Do we have to make a motion?
But if you can amend that part of your resolution.
That language, right?
Yeah.
We have an expert here. Language.
You just tell me what you want me to put in, and I'll write it.
Professor Birch. We asked for 28.
So you want to omit the 5 hectares?
We want the opportunity to negotiate a flexibility. We don't want, right now, the regular resolution is to commit 5 hectares on this. We want the flexibility to say, okay, as long as it doesn't impact our solar model, here's what we're proposing.
But there's no question about the office and the clubhouse.
That's what we're negotiating, to make sure that the data center's enough in the bottom.
Yeah.
Because, in other words, you're saying if your developer wants to utilize the basement and the main floor, then we'll only be allotted the 3rd floor.
Yeah, we need to come back, we need to reassess, because This is the ask. and
Yes, I
because-
understand
yeah,
that,
that's what
that's
you don't
what I'm
know
saying,
yet
or
what your
maybe,
footprint is.
or
Yeah.
maybe the main floor would be shared, if you don't need the entire floor. I'm not talking about the basement, I'm talking about the
Yeah.
main floor.
Yeah.
So it's something that we can,
And then I'll get the square footage of what's in the second and third, because at the end of the day, if you look at, Chamorro Land Trust, because you guys are using 8,000 square feet here, for example, and we have 12,000 and 12,000, that's a lot of square footage. Now, who do you want to share it with? ALC or CLTC?
well, I think my first priority would be
Yeah.
CLTC, followed by Ancestral.
Yeah.
Land
If I have to
management
throw-
is huge.
If I have to throw land management under the bus, I'll do it.
Well, land management has a 7th floor and part of the 3rd floor here, this building. They're-
Well,
They're a big layout. That's why they're
Historically,
huge.
there's a plan, if you guys don't know, next to the Holali Shopping Center, it's supposed to be a tri-agency building,
Oh,
designed, ready to go, but there's no money for it. It was a
Well, land
$14 million building, it's called a land building for Chamorro Land Trust, and Social Land, and land management.
Yeah,
We that,
we almost got into that, the price tag went up a little bit since.
Yeah,
then.
it went
It's
up
about
as a
30
price.
million. Ancestral Lands was into it for about 15 for investment.
right,
Gore was gonna be supplementing the rest, but Ray died, the director, and so that Gore changed their priorities when they got their new director. So
right. So if we're able to accommodate,
we
at
almost-
least your home,
That was
Yeah,
at
almost
least
done.
there'll be a win of 10,000,
yes,
positive.
yeah.
I can't commit to the other agencies until I get the size.
But at least the LTC, so I don't know, it'd be up to the commissioner, what would you instruct me to write?
Just give us the flexibility to come back.
Flexibility?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because if you recall, I think we were using the language negotiable, or, and remember you were saying it's kind of too, well, we'll talk about it, and
Okay. Well, it looks like we're in agreement that we're going to support the bill with some contingencies or some,
yeah, and anyway, the legislature's gonna look at this, right, when
Oh, yeah.
the resolution comes down.
well,
You can explain.
We just want the flexibility of those two items. Not a condition, but a flexibility so we can negotiate some type of
okay,
win.
so flexibility on,
The clubhouse
yeah, the clubhouse and
and the 5
the
hectare.
5 hectares.
Would you be awarding also as part of this flexibility, the parking lot on the left side of the clubhouse?
No, the clubhouse has to have a parking lot, because, you know, if you got people coming, they have to come
I'm
to
not
you.
talking about that little skinny
No,
portion
no, no,
in
the parking lot,
front
yeah,
right?
yes.
I'm talking about the left side. and
Yeah, about 100 slot parking lot,
One
yes.
next to the,
That site.
yeah.
That one could fit, I would say, there are not that many cars, maybe 15 cars. Are you talking about right next to the building on the left side?
Next to the driving range?
Next to the driving range?
Yeah.
With no more driving range, that was solar panels?
There'll be solar panels.
You know, but the building has to have a parking ratio based on
Yeah.
common law.
Yeah, but,
So whatever we carved out on the property, that big open space,
yeah,
they should be have some parking ratio to the building square footage.
including the handicap.
Yeah, yeah,
Or,
That was the asshole around.
yeah.
okay,
So I look for, yeah, I do, thank you for the resolution, but I look forward for a minor modification. But we support all the other conditions you brought in.
Just the clubhouse and the 5 hectares.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, Commissioner, so.
You see the Butler building, right?
I don't know where the
It's
Butler
not covered
building
here.
is.
I mean, you see the Butler building, right, where it said access roads, but I guess it's right next to,
Is it where the yellow shading area is at?
when you look at where Batuli's at, Batulu, and then you have AC.
By the entrance?
Right, yeah, so, is it that part of the golf course, that, maintenance building, the Butler? Anyway,
I'm not sure, is it colored in brown yet or yellow?
Brown.
Oh, that means we're using for solar
Yeah,
area.
oh, right here.
Sorry, my eyes.
Okay, it's okay. But okay, because I know it's been a long day, so.
Yeah, it's a maintenance building you guys have for the,
Yeah.
on the,
Is it colored brown?
no, it's white. It's connected to the brown.
Oh, it's white to the right of it?
Yeah, it said access road,
Oh,
or,
that's a good question.
Where the GPS access road is?
Right there.
Oh, that might be,
oh, you see that?
Just before.
Remember-
No, I see it, I see it now.
Remember the Butler building, like,
Yeah, I wasn't sure, whose equipments are in there, if it's your equipment or somebody
Yeah.
else.
yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was, your part of the lease area.
right, I'm not sure,
So you, that's,
Because we didn't line item this like the
right.
rest.
Mhm.
You know, the black line, we didn't line item those, so.
Yeah,
I'll verify it.
that's something to look at, yeah.
Yeah.
'cause,
Right.
Well, this is just a perspective.
Yeah, perspective, yeah.
There is a separate building, I'm not sure that's the one, but there's a separate building where there used to be, like a repair shop area and also, like a, where they do some, gardening.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was this.
Is that, yeah, I'm not sure that's the
Yeah.
one, right, but there is one more building other than the clubhouse.
Right.
You got one building to the right of the main entrance, a small building, and this is
Oh, I see.
the bigger building, that's what you're referring to,
Yeah,
right?
that big, white, building.
We did, well, the engineer didn't design that, so we're frank, and they didn't color it, so let me find out why. Maybe it wasn't in their survey footprint.
I will take that if you guys not gonna use it.
Another office
I
space.
mean- You see, that's, front thing, it's broke, but okay.
Ah, I see, okay.
We can convert that to B&B.
Okay,
So other than that, like I said, we do have that we're gonna share with the senators, because they're gonna ask the question, what do you think it's worth, right? So we did hire a third party. I can release that third party data to you guys, but that, I don't wanna put in your mind, because you guys have to hire your own independent appraiser.
And there's only 3, MIs.
Yeah, so I don't want to,
Yeah, the third one was.
but this is gonna be available at the public hearing, because they're gonna ask, well, what do you think it's worth? How did you guys come up with 7 to 9? You know what I mean?
Was your appraisal based on just the land area?
No, the appraisal is based on cash flow,
They,
on the rent model, you know,
right.
the rent model.
How they determined, how Cisco determined the discount rate to apply was she looked at, about 9 transactions that took place that had at least, that were leasehold properties, that were, you know, that had lease cash flow, and that ended up being sold. So there's, in comparing the sell price versus what the lease would have generated over the life of the lease, that's how she came up with the, market study of what the discount rate was.
And this was within the perimeter of that area, right, the closest and nearest to.
She did,
the property.
there was a bunch of ranges, that depending if it was a commercial property, residential property, and then what's that, so, and then she took like, I think like the, she also gave a range of.
Yeah, that has to be a range, because you can't determine from G-Good and take one
Right.
into Muni. You gotta
Right.
go to the closest,
So-
the closest range.
Oh, if you don't mind, I make one more recommendation that I didn't hear, is to comply with any building code, permit, or EPA regulation. And the only reason I wanted that in your resolution, so the senators know there won't be another, fiasco like the Marble Cave. Cause somebody forgot the,
soil erosion.
they forgot to put the zip line fence. So, what you guys are gonna do is say to, meet Guam Building Code, EPA regulation, whatever you guys, how you guys wanna make that statement.
All regulating.
All regulation, we're willing to comply with that.
Permitting agencies.
Yeah, as long as it's there, so that at least they know that you guys are also watching out, so no other agency will close their eye, oh, we forgot to do that check.
Yeah, already the speaker asked us about the ground, what we're gonna do with the ground. You're gonna fill in those little lakes up there.
Well, those are man-made lakes, yeah.
Yeah, I know, and are you going to kill all the grass and stuff? You know, about the percolation of water to
Are
sort
you
of
going
runoff.
to build over the lakes or just drain the lakes?
No, I don't know, the master plan looks like we're covering the lakes,
Looks like-
those are man-made lakes.
It looks like they're filling them.
Yeah, so we'll just cover it and cover
Probably
it.
take out the
You're gonna cover
liners,
it or
right?
Yeah.
remove the liner?
I think it's a hazard. Honestly, they've had
Yeah,
several
Several
accidents
drownings,
over
yeah.
there.
I've had drownings.
Water and power don't mix.
That's true too. Yeah, because
So
those
you're
questions came up,
Right.
outside
During
of.
the construction phase, you will remove the liners.
Yes, I
Well, I
think,
know one of the senators asked, because it's an environmental issue,
Yeah.
so we did mention on the status quo as the golf course, there's pesticides and green that we do, and 1.2 million gallons of water they use a year to water that grass. Now, if that's removed, we don't use pesticide in the aquifer and all that. So one of the senators asked me today, Senator Sabina Perez, who's our renewable energy lady, goes, Carlos, what was that, Jerry, what was that word?
whether there's PAFs,
Oh,
yeah.
the,
I forgot.
the forever chemicals. that
Right,
go
Yeah.
underground.
So
Yes,
what, we're getting our finding, just to let you guys know, we're hearing this from our big solar developer that US EPA don't allow PF4S, whatever, solar panels to come to the United States or territory. So we're supposed to be P4S free.
Yeah.
If we could get that, she's satisfied. So,
That's
because
pretty cool, yeah.
that's the chemical that can go into a northern aquifer, right, and all that.
It's probably already there. In fact, EPA, I mean, Waterworks, EPA is dealing with that right now.
Yeah, so we're trying to get that clarified with US EPA and Guam EPA, so we can get that statement in writing, not verbal, because everybody's talking verbal, so get it in writing. And the other thing, the senator asked is, okay, what happens after 30 years? You can't throw those panels to the dump, right? Because there's no way the landfill can take all those panels after 30 years. I said, well, the model that Don and Marbo's doing is called recycle, because it's glass, right? And when the solar panels degrade every year 5%, instead of throwing it away, they go recycle the panels to rebuild this panel at a lower cost. And then at that time, after 30 years, you guys can renegotiate with the solar developer. Okay, let's continue the solar program.
Refurbish it?
Or refurbish it, yeah, refurbish.
And there's a clause here also to, I think it's a security clause that John put in, that in case it needs to be.
The surety bond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a financial guarantee, you
Yeah.
know. I mean, when you do construction, you're using performance bonds.
Yeah.
So you understand what that is.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure that COTC and even Ancestral Land, you've heard some of our meetings.
Yeah.
Has problems with prior tenants that have left us with a bunch of junk.
Yeah.
That we're holding, I guess you could say, you know, whatever it is, our responsibilities to clean it.
Yeah.
Right now with Ancestral Land, I'm looking at one that would cost about $1 million to clean up. And yes, that's a reality thing. We're looking at that right now, and I got Smithbridge working on that one.
Right. So again, I know you guys are here, sorry to take too long, thank you. So we look forward to just the building code amendment, EPA amendment, and modifying your potential opportunity for the building and any additional land, you know?
Do we need a motion for you to amend the resolution, or you just do it?
I
as
could
a draft?
amend it based on what you tell me to do, and then
It's still in a draft.
while we're in recess, we come back on the 31st, then you can vote on it.
Okay.
That means you might have to return on the 31st of January.
Yeah.
Because we're not gonna end the meeting today, we're gonna go into recess and reconvene.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll be easy, it just takes me a few strokes to write it in, once I get your instructions.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item 6.
Yeah, the table may turn, huh? The table may turn,
Table?
yeah. And then we may be your tenant.
But for $1 a year
For
lease?
$1.
It's kind of like the ITC building, Vita stays in it, but they own the land.
That would be based on the fair market value.
I'm very careful to make that statement. The only reason I'm trying to be careful to make that statement, I'm not trying to take tenants away from this building, because that family that owns this is a very powerful family. IPD, ITV. They can go lobby the legislature and kill this building,
Well,
because they're gonna lose 700,000 a year in
land
rent.
management's looking for a new place.
You know what I mean?
CLTC.
So that's why I don't wanna make that kind of statement.
It's on record.
Huh?
Still being recorded.
No, that's okay. It's okay, because it's an ask, right?
Okay.
So, and we know, by the way, we cannot accommodate everybody, so,
Yeah.
on a record.
And this is for the constituents,
Well,
for the grassroots.
Yeah, but as far as ITC is concerned, the AG's office made it public, they're moving out.
Oh,
Land management's made it public, they're looking for a new place.
okay.
Before I arrived, CLTC is looking for a new place. Ancestral Lands, where I'm at, we're just happy.
Yeah.
But if the land agencies move, Ancestral Lands will follow. So, yeah. We
Well,
kinda work
Mr. Burge,
hand in hand.
Clay, and everybody, commissioners, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, have a good day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, number
Okay,
6.
last item.
The constituent matters, or?
Well, no, Bill 212,
Also.
I gave a presentation on that to the legislature.
There's a public hearing where you and Glenn explain about that little.
That little slot that technically that 707 square meters, I was under, supposed to be under GDOE, and for some reason it was, some error occurred where it was transferred over to CLTC.
So that's a generator or a transformer?
No, it's a vacant lot, well, there's a building on it, and the building, half of it is controlled by the
There used to
municipality
be a
of Tawini.
vegetable stand.
Yes, there's not enough space, so you can put maybe a food truck on it
Okay.
because of the setbacks and the building there, but, you know, the last two, resolutions passed by the CLTC, mentioned the error that occurred. Because the law was passed to transfer it, but apparently they forgot when they transferred the other lot to, the municipality of Tamuning, they forgot, that 707 square meter lot to include it for them to join in with the other lots. And that's in my testimony. I believe I sent this out to you via email before I went down.
Yes.
But now, Senator Tello-Tidy, we would like you to reaffirm your support of, I don't know why, I mean,
Because he's
the
chair.
the
Because he's chair.
CLTC, the CLTC in the past, in 2017 and 2018, came up with resolutions supporting the transfer, admitting that it was an error placed under CLTC, and that it originally should be GDOE, and then another bill authorized it to transfer for sports activities to the municipality of Tamuning. And they agreed to do that too, but then, even though the resolution passed, when the bill passed and became law, somebody forgot to write it in. You know, so it was an error.
From the land trust side?
Well,
or-
no, from the legislature, they should have written it into the law.
I see, also.
And so it was just error upon error, it was 2 or 3 errors that occurred. And it continued to remain under the CHamoru Land Trust Commission. And so basically, the testimony I gave pretty much wanted to fix the problem, fix the error that occurred over the years.
And that was 212.
Yes, that's Bill 212-37 LS. So, but what Senator Tidy wanted was for the CLTC Commission, the board, to reaffirm their support by me writing another resolution, but that won't come up because it's not on the agenda until the next meeting. If you want me to write a resolution, all I'm gonna say is confirming the resolution of 2018, which says it all, or I could reprint the whole thing
Okay.
and just have you agree to it. But there's no need for that, I think, but to satisfy the senators, you know, whatever. I don't think any other senator felt that way, but she did for some odd reason.
She's a committee on land also?
She does sit in there sometimes, the chair, of course, is, the speaker, she's our chair.
But she's usually always in these hearings.
Yes, she usually is. I didn't check to see if she's a member of that.
That's good.
But she's trying to cover all bases, I understand that. I didn't see the need for it, but if you want, I can write a resolution for the next meeting, in February. I guess it'd be February 15th, that's the third, Thursday of the month. So if you want, I can do that to reaffirm it.
If you feel it's okay to do it, then.
It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt if they want that, then we could do that, and, I could just write a reaffirming, or I could just, duplicate the 2018 resolution.
And then we'll sign on for it.
And then just sign off on that. I could do one or the other. I'll leave it up to you which one, just to reaffirm it, or to just reproduce the document and.
Reaffirm.
Reaffirm it, because we have two of them, 2017, 2018, that'll be a 2024. So, I don't know how many times we have to say it.
But for different lots, right? Or?
No, it's all the
lots?
same, exact, 707 square meters. It's right in between the two schools. Behind it is a baseball field.
Yeah.
They have a basketball court and I believe a tennis court.
Okay.
And the access to it is through that lot, but there's a small building there. It used to be like a fish store or something.
Right.
And,
There's a vegetable stand.
vegetable stand at
One
one time.
time, fish store, restaurant.
It straddles the boundary line.
Little house, right?
Yeah.
Okay?
The new house is the one, the Japanese further.
So technically, the building, the front half currently is COTC and the back half is the municipality of Tabuni. So, yes.
Mention something. Also, Senator Tello
Yes.
wants to also to, as part of the condition, that we also mention that, you know, because it mentions that if it wasn't used for the intended purposes, that we also include that it could be used for food truck, for.
Well, I think in food truck, I disagree for that because that's a reversionary clause that's in there that if they don't use it for that purpose.
Yeah.
The current bill, the law that transferred that property to the municipality of Tamoni, where the baseball field and everything, has that exact same clause in it. That if they don't use it for that purpose, then it comes back to COTC. So I just say leave it, you know. That means that they must use it for that purpose, and she can't go there and build a, I don't know, whatever, for office or what, it should be used for the sports community.
She can't put a slingshot on it.
She cannot do that, yeah, she can't, it's for the community and nothing else, for sports, and that was the intent, that's why it was transferred to them. They just missed out on a small little piece of property that will give them clear access, because one access is through GDOE property, it's government property, but still under GDOE, and the other one is what, GGA?
Yeah.
The two access, so in the middle is government, which is CLTC.
GGA is a school? Or no?
GTA.
Oh, GTA?
GTA, they have their own, telephone, it's like a 40 by 40 building, concrete, and where they have their equipments in there,
Okay.
and it's fenced up, and,
Exchange.
yeah.
Yeah. So they go through either those 2 points, but giving them this will actually make sure that for the municipality, it's not landlocked in any way. And they have greater access to it. So yeah, I don't see any other use for that property except to be used for the community of Tamoni. And when I go there, I watch them, you know, I've been there to see them play basketball and
A
baseball.
lot, right? A
Yes.
lot of mixed
Yeah.
community.
It's an active use right now.
That's
I mean, if you drive by, there might be people there this evening or this
Yeah.
weekend.
very nice.
So, yeah, it works out, but that was the testimony I gave, so again, I'll write up the resolution, just reaffirming the previous one, I don't have to rewrite the whole thing. It just saves paper, saves the trees, right?
And attach those.
And attach the other one, yeah, I'll attach that 2018 onto it. Okay, so I guess,
we're gonna move on to one more and then we'll.
yes, we have a constituent, let's see, I have a brief on that one.
Number 7, constituent matters.
Yeah. No matter, yeah, I'm looking for what I wrote. Okay, let me get my thing here together. We've had so many discussions here today.
Good job.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Pedro Benito, right? Is that the one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have it. Okay. I don't know, is Mr. Benito here?
No, it's
It's just a written,
letter sent
Oh,
by email.
okay.
he wanted us, he
Well-
couldn't make it here. and-
Well, I'll summarize again like I do the letter. I broke it down into its parts. Mr. Benito and his wife contacted the Chamorro Land Trust Commission on January 10th. The letter is dated January 18th that they sent in to inquire and submit the required documents for COTC board approval to proceed with obtaining a building permit for a permanent structure on property, the lot 538012. In summary, Mr. Benito's letter expresses frustration and disappointment regarding the revelation that their lease was not registered with the Department of Land Management despite their efforts and investments. They request a speedy resolution and emphasize the importance of fairness, equality, and the preservation of land for future generations. The CLT staff informed them that the lease issued to them in August 2011 had not been registered with the Department of Land Management. They were further informed that the registration process would take years, preventing them from moving forward with their plans to build a house on this property. They also discovered, what they said in their letter, that the whole portion of lot 5380 had not been registered, although 5 other families had been allowed to build their home. Is this right near Billy Cruz?
This, the property is set right now is 2 lots adjacent to Billy Cruz,
Okay.
which is that
That
all
area.
So it's
80
basically the
was
same family?
the same, within the proximity. And the only thing that was severed out for, and was recorded for land registration was well water works, that portion there, for the well.
Okay.
So, Mr. Benito is part of those properties that were unregistered, along with Billy Cruz. It's just 2 properties away.
And he's built? No.
He plans to build,
Oh,
he plans to build, but what's restricting him is that the property is unregistered. So, he's asking us if he can move forward, but,
Does this fall under the SBA, loan guarantee?
this is not in line with the SBA. This is just something, he just wants to build. This is not, he hasn't turned in any documents in regards to SBA loan guarantee.
But it's still non-registered.
Still unregistered property,
remember we were there yesterday, right?
yeah.
Yesterday? Or Wednesday?
Well-
Wednesday.
Earlier, I was speaking with Attorney Gumatalto, and he said for us to get our list of all the unregistered property and turn it over to the AG's office, and he'll expedite it.
Okay.
And that means the AG is willing to pick it up from us.
Okay.
But we have to get that list, okay?
Yeah.
So I can send it up to him, and they'll work on it. Because we have too many people sitting on that, and he could take care of Billy Cruz, he could take care of Mr. Benito. And so when I told him about the problem, and he listened earlier when we went through that with those folks that came in
Right.
with unregistered land, he told me he'll take care of it personally himself.
Okay. That's,
So we just have to get him the list and the documents necessary for this.
Okay.
So hopefully we can fix this. I understand it's been previous boards, previous directors, administrations, but we're here now, so
Yeah.
we'll do our best to fix it.
Very
And
good.
I'm glad Mr. Gumataldo came in and promised that he'll devote his time to getting this thing done, because he felt really bad listening to those folks earlier.
Very good, man. That's, no, it's a blessing that he's around.
Yeah, it's very different from
Yeah.
previous,
Good.
so.
Okay, thank you so much. So moving on to number,
We're moving on, or do we need a?
this is the public comment? Oh.
Do we need a
That was
motion?
a public comment in writing that he submitted. So, we can always respond, no matter.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, moving on to number 8, Or number 7? I'm
Eight.
sorry, 8, public comments. So anybody, please get that.
Are you Mr. Perez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I remember.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and good afternoon, Mr. Birch.
Thank you for being
Or
patient.
evening, actually, I'll take that back, good evening.
It's a long day.
Oh, I'm Carmen Torres, or let's say Paris now. Okay, so long story short,
Now and voids, right? Now and
I'm
void.
sorry,
This is under the now and void.
this is under the null and void, yes.
Can he also state
Say
his
his name.
name?
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Director Burge, Commissioners, my name is Raymond Paris. So, we are part of the null and void list. We've been at this for over 7 years. It's gonna be probably, we both have leases and they were transferred at the application stage. We did not know that it was illegal to do that. If that's the term that we use, not allowed. But we did everything that the commission told us to do. Surveyed the property, recorded it, paid. I'm paying property tax now for mine. I've been paying property tax for the past 3 years, 2-3 years. Both properties have been recorded, and there has been money paid for both leases. I think it's 40-some years we paid. We have paid. We're one of maybe the few that paid but are not utilizing the property yet. We come today because where we stay right now, as you all know, we got hit with malware, and the property, the house we stay in, we weren't approved for SBA, so we had to fix the property on our own expense. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get her property ratified, as well as mine. I'm not really concerned with mine at this time because where my property sits, there's not gonna be infrastructure there for maybe another, who knows, 5 to 10 years. I'm in a jungle, so I'm fine with it. I'm fine, I've been using it as a ranch. It's just a container house there. The property is surveyed, and so there's nowhere. But with my wife's property, we were given a half-acre property in Machinao where there's water and power accessible. Not knowing that the land was null and void, we went ahead and went to the proper channels of going to a engineer to provide us a blueprint to build a house, which cost $3,000, 3,000 some. So we got that. When we went to DPW to get the permits to self-construct, is when they told us that we had to come here to CLTC to get the, I guess it's the request.
Permit to build.
Permit to build request. But we can't build because of the Attorney General at the time, Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, saying that leases are considered null and void. I don't see how properties that were mentioned earlier that are not even registered, that are ratified, and ours that are registered and paid, that we have a legal document, a lease signed by the governor at the time, and the director, which was Michael Borja, where we're having issues where we can't get this ratified. So we're hoping this year it gets resolved, the issue gets resolved, and we can build a home the proper way, not like other people where they just build without getting you guys approval to build on the property.
Okay. Connie, right?
Yes.
You got your lease from your sister?
No,
Oh.
it was transferred
Oh,
from her
transferred
to me. She
from-
never had one. She was
Oh.
never given one.
Only the application was transferred from
Yes.
sister to,
I even have a letter of relinquishment from her.
yes. Yeah, and then when you got that, you got your lease.
And I got my lease.
And that
I
was,
paid 45 years,
yeah.
still waiting. They wanted from me, we're ready to build.
Then they identified the property. So it was now on void because of the transfer.
Transferred only.
Of application.
Yeah. What was the 2338, right? Again?
Yeah, the law only, doesn't mention transfer of application rights, and,
Until death only.
only upon death,
Yeah.
right? And so, because what happened was the sister transferred her application right to, Miss Torres, it was deemed null and void. So, we're at this stage, we're trying to fix this by.
Oh.
Is that part of the, remember we're discussing a bill the speaker?
Yes, a one-time transfer of application rights, you know.
Yeah,
We're
the
trying
speaker
to-
has a bill and where, it doesn't include that in the bill just yet.
Yeah.
But when the bill comes out, we're preparing testimony to include that, so that these errors created in the past can be ratified.
Yes, that's what I wanted.
That's what we're
Okay.
But this has to be done legislatively, because the law hasn't, does not allow it at this point in time. But if the speaker does decide to put that bill out for public hearing, we're gonna go in and testify that you're not the only one that has this issue. There's others that are like that, and hopefully it'll take care of most of the null and
You
voids.
see what happened, right, Carmen, is that we have that was number 6, right? We were talking about the beneficiary did not include a grandchild, remember?
Right.
So the speaker already has a bill to include the grandchild, which is part of that resolution that we submitted. Your case is part of that also, so that's a positive sign for us to see that she.
What I
We didn't forget
recommend,
about you.
what I recommend is that, you know, when you hear, check the legislative side online to see what bills they're discussing, when they're gonna come up. I forget the bill number, I know I was given
Oh,
that.
on the grandchild?
Yeah, because we plan to testify to include that you come in and testify to the hardship that you're going through because this was an error. And that you did receive a lease, because, for whatever reason, I don't understand why, they didn't read the law when they processed these leases. But people, because of COPC's error in allowing this to go forward, people have invested quite a bit. So we're trying to fix these things, and the speaker's working with us to do it. I forget the bill number, they're just,
On the grandchild or
yes,
the
that
resolution?
bill.
I think it's already in the 300 series.
It's somewhere there,
Yeah.
Dexter, somebody would get that, but
But we'll keep you posted on that, so that's on your case, right? And you don't have a engineering plan yet? Oh, no, because you don't have a permit to build.
We have
We
to
have-
have the
Oh, you
blueprint,
have a permit
we have
to
the
build?
blueprint, but no, we're not allowed to
Oh, you have the
forward,
You have the blueprint,
Yes, I do.
but no
Floor
permit to
plan.
build from here?
not yet.
Okay, got it. And then on your case, Ray?
You haven't started the permit process.
No, we were,
No, not
yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
Because of the non-void being,
We
Yeah.
need this, DPW basically said we need a letter from CHamoru Land Trust saying,
Yeah.
request to build.
Understand.
yes,
So-
because it's under dollar point, you won't get one.
Yeah.
Okay, but hopefully the speaker works on this, we'll get her to include that. So we gotta wait for the public
Yeah.
hearing.
And it's very positive because we've been meeting, I think, we had a field inspection last Wednesday.
Which was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of things like that.
Yeah, and you know what? She gave us her time yesterday to go to all these areas, right? Which is very positive. To get that,
cross my finger.
to get that time,
Yeah,
so,
so,
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if I have another 7 years.
I know, yes,
well, she's trying to resolve a lot of these issues, and these are issues that we talked to her about, so. Hopefully, but it's not in the bill as written, so we're gonna testify to amend the bill to include these other
Because,
issues.
yeah, I
We
think she's,
discussed that already.
yeah, she's separating the bills in different,
Yes.
no, she's not, just
Categories.
integrating it. Because even with the grandchild, right, we have to include, brother,
Spouses,
brother's son.
Siblings, right?
and grandparents.
Yeah.
Grandparents as well,
Yeah.
yes.
So, you know,
Right.
Yes.
Going reverse.
Yeah.
okay, so, your case, Ray, right, you had your, from mom?
Grandma.
Your grandma? Because I remember when they came here last,
Last
was the
year.
last time you came here
Yes.
last?
Last year,
September, I
September.
Yeah.
Last year, September, so we also attended a meeting at the legislature, that's with Tom Adams.
Well, for grandchildren, because it came from your grandmother, that would be included,
Yes.
that's already in the bill, and that already has our
So
support.
that would solve you, because you're a grandchild, right?
Right,
And grandma
but there's another issue, now that they're married, can they have two leases?
So that's what I was gonna point
Yeah.
out, that, you know,
Good
now
idea.
that you're married,
Mhm.
you know, you have to, either terminate one, either your release, right, and maintain one. And let me look into the law first and see if you can after 7 years, you can transfer to
My
someone who
son,
qualifies.
Can you,
Son or daughter.
can you
Yeah.
get that?
I'm gonna confirm that,
Okay,
okay?
you have a copy of that part? of that?
What if,
2338,
what
right?
if they got
No.
the lease before they
Oh,
got married?
is it here?
So this, in their case, they got a lease before they get married, this is their case.
Yeah,
But see,
the-
in the public law, it even mentions that even if you get married, you know, and you got at least part two, you still have to, now that you're married, you have to
Well,
terminate
is that
or,
also give it to
or-
Rick?
One is good, I'm not greedy, one is good.
That's
yeah.
okay.
Then
One is
hopefully,
They stay
That's
married
really-
forever.
hopefully he's able to transfer to his son or his
I'm
grandson or
hoping,
his
we can, we
brother.
have to
Or
confirm.
can be used as a
No, you know, I even brought it up, I even brought it
Do they
up
have a
to,
copy of that?
if her property gets ratified, I'm willing to revert my own back to my grandmother. Because she's the
Is your
original,
application the same, type?
same, transfer to.
No, are you both
Not the same.
agriculture or residential?
Both residential.
And grandma's application original is residential?
Agriculture.
Ag.
But because,
So that's something that can be resolved, that we revert the original, the application back
That
to
will resolve your problem.
agriculture. And in that way, you know, you can have both
Yes.
ag and residential. But let me do more research on
yeah,
that.
so, because initially, the property where I'm at, it's kind of weird. At the time, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was St. Nicholas, or what is Jeffrey's last name?
This was land management.
He was a land agent before.
Oh, Jim Ogden.
Jeff Ogden.
Jeff Ogden and Sean O'Don. So a lot of the lessees in that area were farming because they assume it's agriculture, right? Because that's what they applied for. Coming to find out that when we surveyed the whole property, we paid $800. We were told that it's residential.
Yeah, because, you know, in a lot of our properties, there's mixed use. I could be residential and you're next to me, it's agriculture. So we would say, you know, it's a mixed use there. I don't know how and why they did it that way, but when I came here, I questioned that, you know. There's like in one track, example, there's 10 residential and 15 ag in a track. You know, how did that happen, you know? Did that track be residential alone or agriculture? You know, it has to be one or the other, not for mixed use. You know, so, yeah, that, I find that kind of strange to myself.
Yeah, so where my property sits, it's right next to the old director of DOC, Jose, San Augustine.
Also,
He was the old, that's where I'm at, in his cow farm, his cattle farm.
Right, the 20
Right next
acre
to
or
it.
something, yeah, yeah.
So we assume, you know, when we got it, that it's agriculture, because there's a cattle
Next to
farm.
Ray Ogden? Next to Ogden?
Yeah,
Okay.
the cattle farm.
So you see when we went behind Okudu or Spring, the one that you guys follow us into Lada.
I'm familiar with this place because his is right behind La Familia.
La Familia Market.
You can go in there and.
Yeah.
Just to brief the director, so you go, you seen the brand new ladder?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's behind that one. So anyway, Ray, you see that?
Yes.
That's it. Once that thing is passed, that will solve your grandchild.
So just, and then all it is determining whether we keep both, but because on the application status, right? Agriculture and residential. Because you're saying, because we're married now, we lose one.
You can't keep both
Yeah.
the same.
Like I said,
application.
I know when Director Hattick was at the time, we had a meeting with him and he mentioned that we can revert Mayo back to grandma and then you guys can keep this because you guys are gonna get married.
Or which is, your issue would be solved very quickly.
Yeah, quickly because
So you can switch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's no infrastructure in his property.
It's over at
Yeah,
yours.
Yes, sir, yeah.
So give up yours, give it to him and you give it to her and build your house where, because
You have kids.
We have
Give
three.
it, give it kids.
Yes, is that possible? I mean, they don't like the switching.
So,
It's not- it's
I
easy
know
to
my
switch.
daughters have been
you can
beneficiaries
switch
on
after
my
your, yeah, that's why
After it's.
reach up to
Your grandma's
75
not
feet.
alive anymore.
She said it's something
She's
that
still,
I-
you don't give it back to her.
Oh,
now
you say
you need it
yes,
for your.
I am.
my son.
Maybe
and
one
my
last
daughter.
night.
Promise me.
Yes.
It's a old, it's a long.
Yeah, please read it line by line, page by page, so you can understand all the intricate. Okay, so that's good news.
Yeah, 'cause,
Right?
you know,
The grandchild.
For him, but for me,
Well, but you, you
Yeah.
know,
I'm still waiting for that good news.
we
Yes.
tried avenues, right? We were already gonna say, okay, let's not worry about this, let it solve itself and do different avenues and buying a house, right? Because we're only staying at a relative's house. And then we went and tried out there, tried home loans and, you know, you get only approved for so much because of how much we make. And then when you go and look at the housing market, you're no longer qualified. They're 400 now, 400,000 even for a basic house. So it's kind of hard, right? Now like recently, I think it was last year. Last year I availed to apply for USDA, right? But that's another year or two waiting period because they're still working on applications from 2021. And I'm only a 2023 applicant, so.
Have you tried home housing?
Yes, I tried Guam housing in the past, but not, the approval amount was way less. They told me, get the money, buy a property, and then wait till you're the lowest paid off and build a house.
so you tried USDA, right?
Yes.
Upstairs at Guam Housing, under the MOU?
No, USDA and TZN,
Okay,
under the Rural Development Housing.
okay. Okay, so at least you have light in that bill that you have in front of you,
Yes.
and then we'll continue to work with this.
So just, keep your eye on that, and I advise you to go down and testify.
Be there to testify.
Yeah, because it's just us going down there, it's different when they see the people who are actually affected.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I have multiple, like maybe over 20 calls. I'm pretty sure they know my name at Senator Therese Terlai's office. They know me by name already.
Okay.
You know, I tried reaching out, emails as well, and even Facebook, on her Facebook
Well,
page.
Apparently you reached out there, she has a bill available now. so.
Ray, thank her for that.
Yes, yes,
That's a plus.
yeah.
I mean, but we have 14 more votes to, 8, right? To pass the vote.
We need 8.
Yeah, because sometimes they're not all in one bucket.
Yes, not all senators
Just,
agree on
just
everything.
remember, when
Put them
you,
on.
never mind, I won't say it.
Put them on the office. What do you
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
I know what you're saying.
Remember, he said you only need 8,
Yeah, I remember.
so that means there's others there that didn't support your motion.
Okay, so thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you guys. Hopefully, we,
had a long day.
look forward, yeah.
Yeah, at least you
No,
have
we're-
light at the tunnel there, because you know that if we're pushing that, she'll probably get it through. And it's not gonna receive any opposition from us. In fact, we want to add more to it.
Really?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I mean, how are you gonna get reimbursed for what we
Yeah,
spent
that's true.
already?
And this way we'll take care of a lot of people out there that need help. You're not the only one in that,
Yep.
in that mess.
Okay, thank you for you guys' time.
Thank you for being patient.
Not a problem.
I didn't realize the time is like
Yeah.
7 o'clock. Yeah.
No, that's my ranch. In that area, the way in.
And just that one and then. Okay, so, yeah, it's the, number 7, public comment.
Man, can you turn on the TV? It has to be recorded, Carl.
All in government, sorry.
Oh.
Everything we say and do here has to be recorded.
All the issue.
It's the number 9, times somewhere, it's the Wazamu parking lot.
Hi,
Sir,
Buenas.
that is,
I know you guys know me very good.
Yeah, but just for the
I'll be
record.
very calm. You know, I really admire you guys for helping people one. I, for one, I would like to, make it my last day here, visiting CHamoru Land Trust.
Can you just state your name for the record?
Oh, but
It's recorded, sorry.
Jose Traveler Canada. I have a blueprint here. As I was told by the staff of the CLTC. And now I'm asking if you guys can help me out to approve this blueprint. I gave Joey a copy, Jessica. This is my first time going through this.
That's for Swamp Road site.
Yeah, this is immediate.
Thanks.
Mr. David.
yeah. So this is signed by the stamp by the engineer.
Thank you, sir.
So, what right now is,
Yeah.
You saw it?
So how come the others, so how come the others have named the, was that the lessee, right?
Yes.
And the mortgagee, but then some of them, because I've been going around and I've been meeting people, right, and I see their plans. So I'm not sure if it's different, because they all have built with the SBA, so some of them are private name, but then some of them have CHamoru Land Trust as the owner. So I'm trying to find what public law, right?
What does that say?
this is CHamoru Land Trust, the property.
Yeah, so all I've seen already 4 maps, and all of them are private, you know, with on the CHamoru Land Trust. So which public law I'm asking, what public law requires that would be like that, just as the guy? Or is this an in-house, no law that's made by in-house, or is it a public law that's in 2338 or 12-226, or is it 35-112, or is it chapter 75, chapter 75A? Which is it?
What it basically is that when.
By law, give me the language of the law.
Okay, when you first brought in the blueprint, Joey reviewed it, and he said everything was good. And Jessica told me this, I need to bring a small copy, and reduce the copy. I said, that's what it, I have to pay another
almost $2,000 to reprint this again. First I paid, the first blueprint I paid $3,500. I went back to engineering, I had to pay almost $2,200 just to change this. Because when Joey reviewed it, he said everything was good. So he took this copy and Xeroxed it. When my son brought the copy, the reduced part copy, just cut on my son. I had to change my name to CHamoru Land Trust.
That wasn't me, that was Johanna.
Well, see, I know everybody got different story here.
But I'm just saying.
Everybody got different rules. Now, the thing about it is I'm spending money here. You know, everybody, I mean, I'm going to owe this, and you guys all know, the land agents all know that, you know, there's all the people, all the smarters. That you guys get them going. I'm going to owe this concept here. I'm going to owe this routing. And I'm spending a lot, thousands of dollars just to get this thing blueprinted. So when Joey, as an acting one-time director for CLTC, he reviewed and said everything is good. But when my son came over here to the reduced copy, he said I have to change it. The reason why my name was there, because on behalf of the SBA loan, I'm paying SBA under my name. Although I am under the CLTC CHamoru Land Trust. Everybody got different rules here.
What it is,
And
sometimes what happens is when they put a contract that owns the property, they put down their name.
This is under SBA, what did SBA tell you has to be on the blueprint for them to approve it?
Get the CHamoru Land Trust approval, then I can start with all the process.
So you're saying you came in last time with your name on the blueprint and then you were told to go back?
This is just, Iver's name.
Okay.
And then you were asked to go back and correct it.
Okay. Is there a rule or some law that requires this?
Well,
Or is it
I
just
get 4
in-house?
maps, right? I went around and there was 4 maps that have been built, and all of them had their private name. I'm just trying to check with, I'll check with DPW again. Because remember we had a problem before with the permitting process. Remember Lorette? But anyway.
Yeah, that's the Lorette's case, and then the
Private-
case, many of
private
them,
and
when they put down
public.
ownership, property ownership, they put down their name. But the property is not owned.
Understand,
It's
yeah.
owned by CHamoru Land Trust, so that's where they had to make a
No,
change
the
as far as
question,
ownership.
yeah, the question is that is it private or public? So, you know, land trust is public, remember? And we wanted to put CHamoru Land Trust in the middle of the permitting process to make it user-friendly. But anyway, we just want to clarify this because, you know, we have 8 more SBA loan people that will be coming in for ratification. You catch him, bro?
Normally they do, this one here, and in any drawings that I know, construction plans, that when, especially this one right here, the owner of the property is actually named on here. So the property owner is CHamoru Land Trust, that's why there was no.
And who owns the loan?
But the question at hand is the ownership of the property.
Yeah, okay,
The
but it's
loan-
okay, no problem, just get those verifications, right? Because that may be my opinion, it may be their opinion, but we gotta get the, you know, we make this straight because if we're having.
For others that will be coming in, yes.
Yeah, you know, and we have no.
What does the law dictate? Because frankly, looking at it from his side of the story, technically he is the landowner until his
No,
lease expires.
homeowner. He's
Until
the
his lease
homeowner.
expires.
He's a lessee, not a
Because he's
landowner.
got, a leasing is in control of the property.
Right.
Okay? Until the lease expires, CLTC owns the fee simple, okay? But he owns he's the leasehold. To me, just to me, okay, my own observation, this is a minor technicality, whether it says CLTC or the builder's name. Because the builder's coming in supported, was approved because he's got a 99-year lease on the property.
And this is how they process this, because I'm homeless right now, just to let you know. I'm not lying. He came to.
Did you submit your application?
No, I am not lying. You tell them.
Yeah,
Where do I stay?
in the jungle.
Yeah. And the reason why I'm saying that, because I applied for SBA. And SBA is asking me, is this your house? I said, no, it's not mine. I live under land use permit. The house is not mine. But I got the water power and I pay the tax under my name. And I'm saying, no, it's not mine. So I went to Micronesian Legal Services on the 9th floor. You know who they are? No, they take care of the legal services for people that cannot afford an attorney. But during the process of the malware, anybody that has a problem like that, you go to the attorney group with the Micronesian legal services. There's about 6 of them. So their language is that, yes, you own that house. But I told them, but the land is not mine. And they said, yeah, but for the SBA and Farmers Home, FEMA, you live in there, that's your primary, it is considered by language your home. So that's, just trying to clarify this, because we have a double standard, right? I mean, who's the next person that comes in here, and then who checks the prints, right? That will find out who really owns the home. It would be the person that's the primary mortgager, the principal mortgager. That's what I'm saying, but no. Now the question is that why is it that the other 4 prints have a different name? The private owner's name. I'm not challenging, I'm just saying we need to clarify it. And if it's a mandate, or if we need to change the next applicants that come in, then we have to let them know before you go get your print. Make sure that the next CHamoru Land Trust. You follow, right?
I follow, yes.
Yeah, that's all.
Understood.
Okay.
So that in the future, we can make sure everything is sequenced, make sure,
Yeah.
everybody is on one page,
Remember, we were establishing the standard operating procedure. Remember with rates?
There's also one other issue other than this. You were telling me that the motion from the last meeting when the loan guarantee was given, was there a motion, did the motion include was that permission to start building?
So, if I'm not mistaken, when the motion was also only to approve the loan guarantee, and it didn't to include permit to build also,
Yeah, no, we didn't make a motion for it.
Yeah, we cannot do that now, just public comment, but we have to do that.
Understand the
next
next,
meeting
and that's what I'm
February
trying to
15.
share with Joe,
Yeah.
that, well, number one, did we make a mistake on telling him to change the map?
I cannot answer that, sir.
Well, when you take your map to Public Works, the building permit, will they tell you?
And the question is that,
Do you have to turn in your lease agreement
Yes,
showing
yes,
that
we had
CHamoru
a
Land Trust
meeting
owns it?
with the supervisor there, because of, many issues, like this, and what happened, because, so what, they know now it's a red flag, that if it's a CHamoru Land Trust
Yeah.
property, they have to bring a copy of the lease and also the letter of authorization to build. That's what they're asking him right now.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah.
In the first place, when I came here, you guys asked me to bring a blueprint. You never stipulate, make sure it's not under your name or anybody's name, but put it under CHamoru Land Trust. All you guys asked me to do is bring a blueprint So when I brought a blueprint, now you're telling me a different story now.
And this is what we're trying to establish a standard operating procedure, you know, from point.
So a blueprint's a blueprint.
Yeah, so.
You never tell me, Mr. Kanata, on the blueprint, make sure you put CHamoru. I'm dealing with SBA under my name, but I'm paying SBA to build me a home under CHamoru Land Trust.
Is this a stipulation just for CLTC, or will Public Works accept whatever blueprint he brings in, whether it's his name or CLTC, supported by his 99-year lease? If it's just our in-house, I think we can correct that real quick.
Which one?
Under contract.
Because if you tell me that, Glenn, if you tell me that, put it under CHamoru Land Trust, I would have done that. But when you guys mentioned, bring me a blueprint, a floor plan, blueprint, house plan. I brought it over. When Joey reviewed it, he said everything's okay. He Xeroxed it. He Xeroxed the copy with engineering. Because that's why you specify, make sure it's stamped by engineer, certified engineer. You guys never said, oh, make sure it's not under Sheikh Kanata or anybody's name. When I turn it in, you guys want me to change it to CHamoru Land Trust. So I did change it to CHamoru Land Trust. So I paid 2,000, you know how much I spent on it? 5,500. Get your act together. When people walk in here, tell them step 1, step 2, step 3, follow. Every time I come here, this is going to be my 10th time here.
I'm sorry, sir, I never spoke to you about that issue. It was
No, because when you guys, you were here when you said bring a blueprint. You never say make sure on the second box is not Sheikh Kanata. You just say bring a blueprint. Make sure you bring a floor plan. I go, you got the floor plan, oh, you guys don't want it. You need to, when I got this large sheet, oh, Jessica told me no, they don't allow this. Then what do you allow then? Oh, we need a smaller sheet. I say, my God, you guys, come on, man, I'm going back and forth. So everybody got different rules here.
We don't have you.
You rather make me go through all of this, and you witness a lot of people there living, building without permit. You let them go.
Mr. Kanata, keep your voice down, please.
And me, I'm going through this shit here, man. If I was your brother, you let me go. We're family.
You know.
You went to my place, you saw my place. You saw my place, you say you feel sorry for me. I think you're just lying.
What do you need to do? Needs to come to the commission and conform.
You weren't here, you weren't.
I know,
talked to
I
him.
never talked to him, so.
I talked to him on the phone and I explained, I even told you to email me if you couldn't make the copy.
Because
You're
you
the one
said,
that
just
didn't
bring
want
that
to
blueprint
listen.
here.
It does not.
It doesn't matter.
Then you
I
were
gave you a
bragging.
letter, I already told
You
you
were
what
bragging,
needed to
you've
be
been an
done.
agent for 12 years. I've been living
I
in that
never said
place.
anything.
Oh,
I never
come on, I can bring people over here that you.
Oh my gosh. Next, I think we just need cameras in this agency.
I don't
so
care if
we
you
can
bring
see
camera over here.
What we go through on a daily with like things like this.
Because you guys are not
Well, it's
making
good
it
if you
straight to the.
No, it's good, it's
Let's
recording.
see.
What you're doing is already harassment.
What do you mean harassment?
That's harassment.
I'm not harassing you guys are not correcting me.
Time to keep it down. Mr. Kanata, keep your voice down. We're not gonna get anything done if we keep yelling at everybody. We're trying to look at what is happening.
Make him take.
Mr. Kanata, did you ever take that to
Listen.
Public Works? Building
I have to
permit?
get the approval from you guys first, the board.
You should know.
Yeah. I remember I had a house built recently, property's under my wife's name, it had to be under her name. The loan is under my name, the blueprints were under my wife's name, because it was her property. I just built that house, what, 7, 8 years ago?
No,
So,
brothers.
but that was required by the bank that I was getting the loan
So I
from.
know that, and maybe you.
All public work wants is just approval from you guys, that's it, the board.
So,
James?
And then I will start coming over here.
Time out now, rough done.
Yeah, just,
Yeah,
this is what it says in the law, but the thing is, it's the building permits thing, and
okay.
that's why I say it's with the financial institution that grants that, because I remember I just built a house not too long ago, within the last 7 years or so. And that was the requirement. I used to joke about it. I got the bill, my wife, she owns the house, not me.
Understand.
But,
Now, here's the question, right? You said you never talked to Joe.
No, I never spoke to him about that.
Understand, did you
Yeah.
instruct the agents to change their name?
It wasn't me to do, wasn't me to instruct them to change their name, it wasn't me. Mr., I think just mentioned, the
No,
person
but
that.
somebody told the constituent to change the name.
It was not me.
Because I'm not there, I cannot say who instructed him.
Okay.
If he was instructed, he can mention the name, it's Freely, who asked you to change
Let
it.
me go get the copy.
I
was
that
his
is
son.
not the
No, I
same
think
line,
it's
you
son
know.
before. It
Because
was
when
his son
Joey
who dropped
reviewed,
it,
when
not
Joey
me.
reviewed this, he said,
Okay, wait,
It was for.
we're just trying to make this clear, right? Somebody gave an instruction to have this map change. I'm not pointing finger, I'm just trying to see where the hole is at so we can correct it. So, somebody told you from the front door to change that. And what I'm hearing is that you came to put your map, but then you made a photocopy, right? Somebody stamped your photocopy.
Joey did.
Then Joey, so did Joey give somebody instruction that you have to change that based on this? No.
That doesn't say.
no, Jessica told me
All
that
says is
you
the
need,
board approves
I
it.
need a smaller,
It's just for the board to approve it, we don't need to, that's between SBA and DPW. Once we give them the building and it confirms with the zoning law,
Yeah.
that's all we
Yeah.
need to do.
So here's the question.
Mr. Duncan, all I'm asking is,
Yes,
Public Works is just, an SBA is asking just to approve this,
right.
so I can go through the next process. I mean, I've been
Did
here
they tell
10
you
times.
that when you went there, well, apparently you didn't go because you didn't get their stamp yet. If Public Works, I guess we can check with them and find out what they require. Of course, I know that the financial institutions will tell you, whoever owns the property will be the one. I'm aware of that, but this is the one that was private that I went to. There's a difference, a big difference there. So I don't see distinguishing between either one or the other, but,
So this may be an error when it goes to DPW?
Not sure.
we'll check with Public
But
Works.
somebody gave somebody an instruction that,
Yeah.
to change. Now, who that somebody is? We know, I'm guessing who it is.
But if you've seen other
No, it's
blueprint
the
stamped and
process here
received.
that we have to question.
Right,
Right?
It's not who said
but
what.
yes, it's the
It's the
process.
process.
So, Mr.
We're
Chair,
on the
Who's
same
controlling the
page.
process?
So, Mr. Chair, you said you've seen some blueprints that have private names listed on it, not.
Actually, all of them,
All of them have seen that private names?
yeah.
Okay, so if that's
No, all of
clear,
them had the private name.
not COTC.
No, and I'm trying to find.
So if that's the case, then I don't see why we would require COTC on it,
Right, and that's
if
why,
that's clear through.
I know that.
So it's a stamp sheet procedure, and that, I guess,
Yeah,
would be up to
if-
you.
If I was Public Works or the authorizing agencies, that's, to me, is inconsequential if he has the lease to prove that he is the
So
current
their name, the
leaseholder.
private name could be on
Yeah.
it. So why don't the board set that, declare that right now, go make a motion and approve that?
Oh, this one?
Well,
Oh, no, we
The
can't,
procedure.
because members not in the agenda.
it's not,
Oh, the procedure, yeah. Okay,
establish the procedure.
I know you're right that we cannot approve that now.
No, you can't until the next meeting.
Okay, yeah,
But the procedure, you can tell us,
okay,
what procedure we will follow.
I see.
what
But
dealing
it
is.
seems like that mandate that's hindering him from going forward, seems like it's a CLTC mandate.
Apparently. It's worked different ways, I'm just saying.
Now,
how
the
it
reason I
works.
say that is I applied for a permit.
Yes,
It's not a building permit, but it's a permit all the same. And the only place where I had a problem with getting authorization was Parks and Rec. Simply because the property is not under my name, it's my mom's name, okay? So all I did was get a letter saying that
I see.
I'm authorized to apply for that permit. And that's all it took. All the other agencies didn't care.
If it was an oversight, they didn't look at it.
Huh?
They didn't look at it. It was an oversight.
That's public works.
So you guys, the public works required, if you're the
But
applying for a
is that a
permit,
public works mandate that says it has to be CSPC's name on it?
you have to determine ownership.
That can be done with
And
the
the permitting,
lease.
and the permitting. So if you are, if it says owner of property and you put down you're private, no, you own the property to CHamoru, but you are the lessee.
Yes, but the lessee has rights to the property for the duration of the lease.
I guess what we should do then is check with Public Works and see what their requirements are.
Yes.
And, we'll follow up with that.
We already had discussion with that.
Well, but we'll double check, we'll go back and check with their permitting section and see what their requirements. If Public Works requires, the owner of the property, or with a lease suffice, that you have a lease and an authorization to start building, then I don't see why they wouldn't want to stand it. Because some people have leases for 50 years,
That
and they
goes
don't go
back to
back.
what Commissioner Herrera was pushing for, that we be included
Yeah.
in the authorizing agencies for permits.
Yeah, because I know that businesses and others have leases for 50 years or more to build. They can do whatever they want. They don't go back to the owner. Once they have the lease, they take care of it themselves.
Yeah.
Because I know with commercial leases with ancestral lands, they don't come to us to ask ancestral lands for permission to build or do whatever. Once they have a lease and it's authorized by lease, they do it on their own without returning to the actual owner.
A duly recorded lease would suffice for the permitting purposes.
So I get your point with that, that we should have a policy, a standard operation that.
We did the SOP, I think we're about 50%. You would know that's the standard operating procedure with the, was it target specific or what was the nickname that we were saying about the management process? No, remember John created the process flow from metrics to the fail-safe system. And when COVID hit, we kind of put it on the side. I mean,
Well, moving forward, we'll take care of it,
Yeah.
Mr. Canetto. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, now the board's aware of the discrepancy.
so now we might have to change that map again? I mean,
I
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
We'll delay that judgment until we talk to Public Works.
Yeah, and see what
To
they're.
see what their mandates dictate, because like he just said, if I have a commercial lease for land, I don't need the landowner to sign off for me. I show the lease to get the permits approved.
The lease.
Yes, because the lease is like you're the owner until the lease expires.
Yeah. The lease gives you the authority to do that, but I don't know, CLTC has different rules, I mean, but,
I guess because,
but.
they're not able to go out there and see people building without any permit, they let them go.
But.
And now, I'm going to, I spent $5,000 on this.
They charge you that much to change the name?
He charged me $2,000.
Really?
And now all I'm asking is approval from you guys and the board, so I can go to the next step.
Well, we can't grant approval tonight because they're not.
Because
on the agenda.
some of the clients that on their CHamoru, they have their name, not CHamoru Land Trust, but they have their own personal name on that.
So tingin si Sogi, right? Instead na naongin agenda kay Ochun na lo instead na tuma na maregla, right? No? Lo fanan lahat si sila.
Itatungo ko ma-regla sa...
Lo iparata preba na yun.
At the check Public Works, offer ko
I don't know.
Ayun, sita no permit to build. right, Jay?
Yes, but we, that's internal,
Needs
that's
approval,
in-house.
he needs approval from the board to build.
And then after that,
Then he can go to, his contractor, give his contractor to do the building permit.
Yes,
All we
just,
give is a letter to Mr. Kanata, he would go to either his contractor or DPW, and then they'll give him all the permits he needs.
yeah, just got,
the letter, right?
just got all the, I'm sorry that it was, my son just told me it was Joanna that had to tell me to change the name
Yeah.
from Mosaic to, but I talked to my niece. I look at her map, her name is there. I talked to another friend. His name is there. So when I was telling him my situation, he said, somewhere man, I'm not going to pay for your loan. You're the one who's going to pay for your loan under SBA. So I'm dealing with SBA under my name, under this blueprint for a house to be built for my family. So all I'm asking is approval so I can go to the contractor, probably will get the building permit, go, because they gave me the step by step, where do I go? Make sure I get the contractor, the engineering phone number, the contractor phone number. Now, before I get the permit, I have to get approval from CHamoru Land Trust Board.
Kasi na approval, Brad, i-contact yung ministry, no? Isita na matugi, lo isita o gaigi ki, ito sa ano, deputy gaigi ki agenda.
So with all those petitions that names on the list, what they're going to be, what's going to happen now? It's not under CHamoru Land Trust, it's under their own name.
Sige na sa pipin.
Inisita ta investiga na sa Halfway Public Works por demanda.
But
Okay.
Mr. Kanata, I've explained it to you and I gave you a letter that when you bring in your building plan, we will bring you to the board. Now, I did mention to you on January 12th, when you came in, or you called on the phone, that you will be placed on the agenda for next month, because the agenda was already set, it was already posted in the newspaper. And according to the open government law, we cannot discuss anything that's not within, right? So that's why.
Sige, open government law. No, Pabu Thursday, no? Right? Thursday, Pabu. Pes pumapega i news, necesita 7 días, takti na mapega i pumapega na. Tunga, no? 7 días. So,
No, man, Spencer, Brother David Long.
Yeah. Are you timing?
I'm going back and forth with this.
Kung ganun,
Pay me for the money that I spent here. Because the information I get, bring the blueprint, bring the floor plan.
Yeah.
You guys never tell me, make sure it's not under your name, make sure it's under CHamoru Land Trust.
Kung ganun, that's in mom.
All you guys said, if you run review the recording, you'll show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know,
Bring,
I gave
bring,
you a
bring the
letter.
blueprint, just bring it. I gave you guys the first copy, colored one, you said no, we need the original
Okay,
blueprint. So I wrote this now.
If ang bago disposition, versus yan. Wabe patgan na lahat yan. We made a mistake.
You know, I spent $2,000 to change that name, man.
Kung ganun, comprende yan. Dispensa, wabe bago disposition. Pagpabot, man tawtaway, man lalatsit, zaw tunga na
We are people, but man, my family is suffering.
Yeah, dispensa, wabe patga nilatsin estisya.
I guess you guys don't, you, Jessica, and you, Ben, when you guys came to my house, what the first thing said? Oh, I feel sorry. Now, I think you guys are just lying, pretending.
Don't
You
say
don't
that,
feel,
don't
you
say
don't, you
that,
don't
sir.
feel sorry.
Other stuff.
You don't feel sorry. I
Every
told you
time
a lot
you
of people
read us,
doing for
you
permit, you
change
let
what
them
you
go.
say.
Where's my map?
Please don't say that, sir.
Now I'll tell you straight out, because if this was your family, you would help them right away. Where's the map?
Pasensya siya, sa no,
land agent for, I don't know what kind of land agent you are.
See,
You're
Elaine,
scared to
that's
motivate the
harassment.
people.
But what we,
And, you know, us CHamoru, indigenous people, and now, all I'm asking, make approval, and I'll send it, I'll bring it to the public works and the contractor, and that's it.
SSC Brad ma-approve, i-contact yun necessita, po da necessita niyo maybe the agenda.
It was not approved yet.
No, no.
Only the SBA loan.
Right, I understand. It's
And if I
it's
was,
the letter.
if I was your brother and sister, then no problem.
Dex, can you give me a blank, no,
Yeah.
what's that?
Manda sa Manila, my family.
Yeah, blank,
Well, I
thank
have no siblings.
you. Oh, no. Give me a blank, no, approved to build.
Dexter, you have a rubber band
No,
there?
it's not that. It's
I'll
just
buy
a
it from
letter
you.
that we have a template. It's a letter that's,
Nah, you know.
addressed to the lessee, that they have the approval to build.
Okay.
I'm going to, man.
It's just to explain, because he doesn't.
Well, I understand, but,
But I did give them a letter.
the only time we're going to be able to, have the board approve that now that you got it through.
So all those people that has their name under this, their name under the blueprint, what's gonna happen now? You gonna bring it back and change it? Thank you, sir.
No, that's not gonna happen. I'm just sorry that this happened.
But I don't know, what's the difference between their own personal name and me changing my name to CHamoru Trust and still going to,
Okay, Brad, then we spend some.
I spent $5,000 some dollars on this blueprint and just to change my name to CHamoru Trust. Land agent. I don't know what kind of
Well,
agent.
somebody gave Joanna the instruction to do that. Somebody, either she did it herself.
Everybody here got different rules, just
Sige, Brad, na pag na-declare standard ang
You came to my house, you guys came to my house, you feel sorry for my family? I don't think so. You're only a pretender. Who's living there? Wow, you're Palau.
So, usenti pinitimo, okay? Lo, tada sinata so we probably know wala stay meeting
I got a
Chumes.
Land agent.
Lo sepita fa maule.
He needs to stop. He needs to
Okay.
stop already.
It's about the
Because he keeps on, that's harassing already.
Yeah, it's
But I spent
And I have it recorded.
$5,500 on just.
Brad, is that?
Hey, CHamoru, man, hey, I'm a Guamanian, I was born and raised here. And you call us indigenous, where's the grassroots?
Is that no? Brad, pabing to do away meeting the Samani. We're not adjourning, right?
No, we're in recess.
Yeah.
Until January,
Brad,
31st. At 1 p.m.
Dex, you got water, can you bring me
No,
water?
there's no water, I'm asking no water.
Have you called the recess?
Yes.
Okay, so we're recess, we're not adjourning, but recess.
Forget the water, give me
I
water.
have to motion.
Second. Sorry.
I have a question.
Director
Oh,
Burke?
recess.
Yes or no? I don't know.
Yeah.
I second.
Second, motion made by Commissioner Daly to
Time?
recess.
Yeah, and motion.
7:38?
Yes.
January 31st,
1 p.m.
1 o'clock. Yeah.
What's the next meeting?
February, regular board meeting.
For that one, regular board meeting for approval will be February 15th, right?
Mr. Brad, kada Thursday, ne? Kada Thursday.
Third Thursday.
We move,
Oh, any opposition, all in favor?
say it aye.
Yeah, and then motion carried. Is that?
Okay.
So the next meeting, February,
Yeah.
15th for the approval of that. We'll get you through, John. I know you ran through a lot of issues, but we'll get you through. We'll fix things that you brought to our attention.